All right. Good morning. It's morning here. It's 6:45 a.m. I'm Kyle. I am Diana's husband, as most of you know by this point. And right now, it's just me. We have the professional YouTube hosts coming a little bit later. Simone's going to be here in a little bit over an hour to help co-host, but where I am, I don't know where you are, but it's 6:45 a.m. This is what time Diana is up, and I'm just going to kind of take you through a morning in our life. So this is the Diana Cowan live stream, but it's really our live stream because this is what our life is. This is my life taking care of Diana, making all of her food, making sure that she can't, take care of herself at all. And we'll talk, more through the day about what that means. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go give her her morning medications that she takes every morning. It's kind of interesting to see because you'll notice that all of her medications are liquid formulations. And that's because we get them compounded in MCT oil, this kind of coconut oil. And the reason we do that is because she has really, really severe mast cell activation syndrome. What this means is that she's really sensitive to a lot of different foods, fragrances, whatever. And she can't take very many commercial medications because they have so many different ingredients in it. So this is just a kind of example of the things that we've had to learn about the disease, the things that we've struggled with is getting her medications, getting them compounded in ways that she can, benefit from them and not have bad reactions to. And again, we'll go into more detail on what all of this means, what causes those reactions, that kind of stuff throughout the day. But for now, we're just going to do our morning routines. So thank you so much for joining me. This live stream really means a lot to Diana, and I know it means a lot to many of you out there who have long COVID or have ME/CFS and have felt alone and isolated because of the disease, because of how difficult it is to have a normal life or a normal social life with the disease. I've heard just really beautiful comments from so many people saying that Diana sharing her story just helps them feel more connected to the world and feel less alone. And that's really our goal here, is to, be part of this community, share a story, make this disease more visible. And of course, today is the fundraiser too. We're raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation to support clinical trials and research into ME/CFS and long COVID. So it's really all of the above. We want more awareness, more connection, and more money and effort going into research. So thanks so much for joining me this morning. And we're going to cut to the other room. You'll see me in there in a minute giving her her meds. See you soon. Cool. So that's the morning. First thing in the morning, she gets this series of medications, and then I start in on making her breakfast. Um, One thing that's been nice or kind of fun for us is that I actually make us the same breakfast. We make these kind of pancakes out of like pistachios and chia seeds and apple and carrot, and they're actually like delicious. So for a long time, because of her extreme dietary restrictions, her food was just like basically like unpalatable. It was just like raw nuts and seeds and coconut milk. It was just really gross, and we finally figured out how to create some tasty meals from these ingredients that she's able to tolerate. So I'm just gonna kind of cook breakfast like I normally do. I make breakfast for both of us, and I'll go in there and we eat it together. Something a lot of people ask about is like, can she move? Like how conscious is she? Can she tolerate stuff? And I think you can kind of see in the live cam that at least today, she's with it. She's there. She can move. I can ask her questions, but it's really limited in terms of like I can't ask a lot out of her if I ask too many questions, like even if I were to say like, do you want to, eat this different thing today or something, that amount of mental effort to try and think outside of her routine is difficult. So it is really limited. But at the same time, I hope that you'll also get to see that she's still Dianna. She's still who she is. Super smart still, but in a really terrible situation, and everything that comes along with that, and depression and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna get started on her breakfast. Levi just let me know that we've already raised like $3,000 for the open medicine, $4,000. Oh my god. This is just blowing my expectations out of the water. I can't believe how many people are here and just supporting this, and it means so much to Dianna. She's just gonna be, I'll have to tell her later when she can handle it, because she's just gonna be in tears, feeling so thankful for everyone. So, got pistachios, some fresh vanilla bean, which is nice. And some pink lady apple. I'm just gonna slice up. One thing I do is I weigh out all of her meals really carefully, just so we know how many calories she's getting, and we can track if there are changes over time, she's eating more or less. When I started with the calories, like counting the calories, it was because she didn't have an appetite for many months, and I had to make sure that she was eating enough. Now she has a good appetite because we're getting her all the right food that she needs. And she's able to tolerate the foods really well. So she has a good appetite, but yeah, we just want to make sure and track that over time, make sure that she's, eating enough and getting all the nutrients she needs. As a this kind of engineer type person, I made like a spreadsheet with all of the nutritional facts from all of her different foods in the beginning, made sure she get enough of all the different kinds of vitamins. So in terms of that kind of stuff, she all of her vitamins and vitamin levels and everything like that, they're all where they should be. So we get those tested regularly. another thing I wanted to mention is that, like, I just showed giving, her morning medications and everything. One thing, that I'm not going to do today is discuss which specific medications she's taking. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but mainly just the fact that, as you'll hear in some of the different interviews, different medications work drastically differently for different patients with both long COVID and ME/CFS. And it would be irresponsible to lead people in a specific direction. You really have to do your own research, work with the doctor, find out what your body responds to. Something that works for Dianna may make you worse. So it's really important in this space that we're cognizant of that. It's important to, share experiences, and there's a lot of online forums and resources for that. But just as this kind of general discussion, I don't think it's, safe or appropriate to say Dianna does this or that, and you should consider it, right? Because also, she's not, better in this sense. So we don't ultimately know what her treatment is going to entail. It's going to get her moving and really recovered. A bit of water. All right, let's mute this. Save you the blender noise. So I'm sure some of my neighbors don't like me because I'm running that blender every day at 7 a.m. But yeah, that's life. Sorry, lost some stuff. So now I'm going to put in some chia seeds. This is ground chia, and it's just going to take this kind of liquidy batter and start to make it a little bit more solid into pancakes. Pancake batter, which is what we want. So yeah, this is literally every day for me. Wake up and make these pancakes. They're a little bit labor intensive breakfast, but she doesn't have much things, you know, in her life to look forward to. One of the few things is, you know, good food, and this is probably, in my opinion, this is her most delicious meal. So we get to start each day with that, which is just something nice. But it's one of the kind of sad things is that there's not a lot to look forward to each day. It's, you know, you can see her just in bed, and that's it. That's her day. So. And then at some point, a little bit after I bring her breakfast, we're gonna open up for just a brief little morning Q&A before Simone gets here, and just to see, you know, kind of what you guys are thinking and what kind of questions you have about what's going on. Ton of really good interviews coming today. Just like I'm really excited to, yeah, for people to see these and just start to learn more about, you know, long COVID, ME/CFS, and, you know, how we treat it, what the history is, and, you know, what the science is behind what's going on, like what we understand about the physiology and what's going on at the cellular level and everything like that. It's really interesting. I gotta give her one more medication. So yeah, something that just happened in there now, which made me think about some questions people had asked is, you know, people were asking, you know, what kind of, you know, nonverbal communication does Dianna use? Because talking is a lot of effort for her, and I don't know if you could see, but, you know, she'd been writing on this. She has a little erasable, you know, electronic slate that she can write on, and I had asked her, you know, is that for me? Like, did you write something you want me to read? So just writing is one form of communication she uses, and then we also like have learned very basic rudimentary kind of like ASL, and I was like, is that for me to read? And she said this, which means later. So she's working on something that she wants me to read later. So that's just kind of some things that we've learned to do in order to make life easier for her, so she doesn't have to spend a lot of energy talking. Right, gonna add in some grated carrots now. Gives it a nice consistency, a few more vitamins in there. And then a few more chunks of apple to put in there just for just for some nice texture and sweet crunches in the pancakes. These are fancy. We spent a while developing the recipe, and with so few ingredients, it's hard to get something tasty. But I eat these literally every morning now with Dianna, and they are delicious, and I do not get sick of them. So yeah, we'll have to post a recipe later for people at home to try. They're vegan and low histamine and high in all sorts of nutrients. So they're, like I said, labor intensive. So if you have, post-exertional malaise, you may need to have a friend or partner make them for you, because they're a bit of work, but they're delicious. Go, got my apples, give this a little stir. Alright, I got the pan hot, so time to throw some coconut oil on there and get these pancakes cooking. Pretty liberal with the oil on this dish, tastes better. Let's see here. And I have her breakfast platter, or her meal platter over here. Some daily vitamins. I'll share that. She takes vitamins. All right. I know that you can't probably see them at all, but I'll give you a shot of them before I take them in. They're basically, they almost look like little breakfast sausages, which is really funny, because they're just made out of apple and nuts and seeds. We just call them pancakes because they're in the morning. I don't know what they really are. And then we have this leftover batter here that we after you fry the pancakes, you put this on top of it, and it's like a little, different flavor texture combo right there. It's quite nice. So this is her portion of it, and the rest is for me and my pancakes. I think the live stream pressure got to me a little bit, started to burn them. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Let's see here. Wow, I just got a text from a friend saying we met our goal in the first 30 minutes. This is literally insane. Again, thank you all so much for just not only the funds, but just having so many people tuning in and like learning and sharing. Like the more awareness we get, like you can see how terrible her suffering is, and people knew Dianna before and they like know what a vibrant, amazing person she is, and just the fact that she's unable to do anything is just, it's horrific. And we need more awareness, we need more money, not just obviously from this fundraiser, but from the government and from different organizations, philanthropists, everything, just to make a big impact. And I'll talk more about how historically underfunded MECFS has been, and that's part of the reason why we're in this situation right now of just not knowing how to treat people, as we've ignored those who have been suffering for so long. As a society, it was a choice, and those people suffered for a long time, and now a lot more people are. So thank you all again so much for your support. It's just incredible. Now I'll bring her food in. So these aren't my prettiest pancakes. Again, the live stream pressure got to me. Like I said, they look like little sausages, but they taste very different, and they are quite delicious. So I think we're going to switch to the Dianna cam for a bit. I'm going to go in there and enjoy a little bit of breakfast with her, see how she's doing, and I'll be back out here in a bit to, hopefully answer a few questions, and then Simone will jump on after that, and we'll go through the day schedule after that. So yeah, forgot all of her silverware and stuff like that too. So, but she, like I said, she writes on the slate, and she has a message. So she said, "Tell everyone on the stream that she says hi, and that this is how she communicates." And I love my pancakes, she says. Oh yeah, and she wants everyone to know that they were her recipe and not mine. This is very important for her. She did come up with the recipe, so I'm just, she's the chef, I'm the cook, right? This is how it works. And she would eat them every day, even if she weren't sick. Parentheses, if someone made them for her, because they are a lot of work. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go have breakfast. right, so while Dianna is eating, I'm just going to go ahead and open it up for a quick little Q&A before we do kind of the more official kickoff at 8. So if you have any comments, questions, we opened up the chat for that right now. So while all right, let's see here. How do I find these? Have you seen any questions come in?
None yet, just some hearts.
Oh, there we go. We got some hearts. All right. I see it. Oh, some donations coming in. That's amazing. Thank you, everyone, for supporting both Dianna. I should explain, too, when I was in there, maybe you saw Dianna cry for a little bit. I told her I wasn't going to tell her that we hit the goal, and then I forgot that, and I told her that we already broke the goal of, the $10,000 fundraising, and she started to cry. Obviously, she was really touched by that, and she says thank you to everybody, and it just really means a lot to her. And I shouldn't have told her that today so early, because it's a big day and it's a lot of excitement, but I just forgot because I was excited. But yeah, thank you again so much to everyone. Okay, we got a bunch of questions coming in now. Let's see here. I got a question. Yeah, all right. Well, first one is, how are you doing? Being a caretaker is so difficult. It is really difficult. And sometimes it's really, really scary because I don't know what our future is going to entail. That's the hardest part about this disease. I would say that the things that make my life easier are, first of all, that my job is to take care of Dianna. And that's because of everybody on Patreon that's supporting us, me and Dianna, so that we can do that. And that's made just really the biggest difference, is having that financial security to dedicate my time every day to taking care of her. The other things that keep me sane is I have like regular hangouts with friends, I have game nights, I go rock climbing, I go surfing, so I'm really, really active still, and I have still a big social life, and you need to retain those things if you're a caretaker. On a typical day, how long is Dianna able to stay awake? That's a great question. So she normally takes a couple short naps during the day. So maybe she sleeps an hour, maybe 2 hours during the day, and she normally sleeps in about 11 hours at night. So that sound is Dianna ringing for service. So I'm gonna have to go check out and help her out. So turn off that camera. Turn off. Yeah. And just go to the whole screen. Yep. All right, so that one was for she just needed to brush her teeth. So you have her on screen now too again? Yeah. So she just isn't brushing her teeth. Let's see here. So I was talking about how much she sleeps. Yeah, she normally sleeps around 11 hours at night, something like that. So she spends a lot of the day asleep, and yeah. I saw a fun question. Oh my gosh, there's so many now. I'm never going to be able to get through all of these, but this is incredible. I saw something about like what color is Dianna going to dye her hair, and man, I wish she could. It would look rad. She, unfortunately, with her MCAS, the mast cell activation syndrome, she can't tolerate chemicals, and she's unable to even use shampoo without having a really bad reaction to it, let alone hair dye or something like that. So when she's better, I hope that she can dye her hair, because that would be sweet. But for now, she's so limited in what she can do, not just because of the energy it takes to do something, but because of how reactive she is, and she gets these really intense inflammatory responses to something that would be an everyday chemical for you or me. Let's see here. Scrolling down. As someone with severe MECFS, that room is bright. Sending love, hearts, and spoons. Thank you for this message, actually. This is something I wanted to talk about. Her room is darker than it looks. So we have the ISO or whatever exposure set all the way up on the camera. So it is a really gloomy day outside. The curtain is just opened a little bit, and that's how bright it is. So when you go in there, it is a dim room, but we have the exposure set way up so that you can actually see her. But that's a really, really good point. Thank you for bringing that up, because yeah, the last thing we want to do today is have so much stimulation that she crashes. And exposure to light, I spoke about this in the interview with Dr. David Petrino that you'll see later today. We talk about how exposure to light, sound, things like this is actually a really significant, it takes up a lot of energy, and it kind of makes sense. You don't think about it, but if you were to spend all day at a concert or something like this with the bright lights and then noise, you are exhausted after that, and that exhaustion comes from you having to process all of this stimulation. And so someone with MECFS, that happens to them every day. If there's too much noise, if there's too much light, and it doesn't have to be concert level, but sort of everyday levels go over their ability to process, and they have to rest. All right, let's see here. How does she deal with the boredom? She's calling me again, so I gotta go rinse her toothbrush, and I'll come back and tell you how she deals with boredom. Back on the screen. You can leave it on here. Awesome. So, I was gonna sneeze. Nope, not coming. Oh geez. Quick interjection here. I hope you can see kind of how time consuming it is to take care of somebody who's completely bedbound. the simplest thing, brushing your teeth, requires me to take 2 trips in there, and it's really hard. And for people that don't have a full-time dedicated caretaker, I don't even know how it's possible. And I know a lot of people are living, that life, and my heart goes out to you, because it's like, I can't imagine being in the same situation under a lot of financial stress, or having kids and non-supportive family. So that those things happen, and I just hope that we can, again, get treatment for this disease, and also create a more caring environment and more support for people who are sick with it, and haven't gotten better or aren't getting better. How does Dianna deal with the boredom? So she does a few things. She's really in her head all day, and the things that she does in her head is she sings a bunch of songs to herself, just in her head. She's a really big music person. She knows tons of musicals. For a while, she was like going through all the musicals that she could remember. She does pop songs, all this kind of stuff. A lot of T Swift these days. So she'll do songs. She'll remember just like old stories from her life. She said that she's thought of things that, she hasn't remembered since they happened, like, 10, 20 years ago, things like that. She will, let her mind just wander. A lot of times she doesn't have enough energy to have like focused thoughts, so she just lets her mind wander, and it goes where it goes. And then the other thing is hanging out with me, and the main thing we do is just kind of sit in there and cuddle, hold hands, things like that. Human touch is the most important, the most meaningful thing for her, and she gets obviously not enough of it, because we're limited in just what she can do, and how much even it takes energy and stuff like this. But yeah, those are the main things she does during the day. Someone asked about what medications and supplements have you tried. I'm just going to kind of repeat this a few times. We're not going to talk about any specific medications that Dianna has taken. One of the reasons for that is because with long COVID and ME/CFS, everybody responds really differently to the same medication. So something that could help Dianna could hurt you, and that's a decision that really needs to be made with your own research and with your doctor's research, and it's not something that we can stand up here and advocate for. What kinds of specialists do you use for treatment? So we have a complex disease specialist that we see, who's interviewed later in the program, and that's sort of like her managing physician. We also have just like I don't know the term, like a family practice physician that we see that will manage other aspects of her care. If we just have questions about nutrition, or like, oh, can you provide another idea here on like what these tests mean, I'll ask him his advice on that a lot. So I like having a few different doctors on the team. We've seen a few different types of long COVID specialists as well. So we try and get as many different people involved as possible. Luckily, the other thing we're able to do too is, because of Dianna's reach, we've been able to be in contact with a lot of researchers and scientists in this field. And while they're not providing medical care, that's nice to kind of see the direction that the science is headed, and to know that if something comes up, we're gonna have access to at least understand what's going on there. Is Dianna able to get out of bed at all? She is not able to get out of bed at all. We'll talk a little bit more about that, about how we care for her and make sure that she is clean and well taken care of. one of the things that people ask about too is bed sores, because she's in bed all day. You'll be able to see on the live stream that she has enough energy to move around, so she'll go from side to side. She's never developed any bed sores, and she's not likely to. And some people with very severe ME/CFS, they have to be moved. Luckily, Dianna is, she is very severe, but she's not to the point where she can't move herself enough to prevent that. A lot of really, really nice messages, so thank you so much. You literally destroyed that goal. Yeah. Well, just so many nice comments here. I think so. We only have a few minutes before Simone hops on, so we're going to take a quick break, go back to Dianna, and we'll see you all in about 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Simone. Dianna is one of my best friends, and dare I say that I am one of her best friends.
Definitely. Yes, you dare say that. She would wholeheartedly agree.
So today we are live streaming a day in Dianna's life as somebody who is suffering from long COVID and MECFS, which is
myalgic encephalomyelitis.
Right, which is something that 85 million people around the world are suffering from. And the real kicker is that there are no proven treatment methods.
That's right.
And also no diagnostic tools. So there's basically 85 million people around the world just waiting for science to figure something out while having it severely debilitate their life, which is why we're doing this live stream and raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation, because they are doing research into what we can do to help people suffering from this.
Exactly, yeah.
So there is a few items on the schedule for today because there are pre-recorded interviews. So at 8:30 a.m. we have Dr. Kaufman, which is a physician specializing in treating complex diseases and who has worked with Dianna, right?
That's correct.
Yes. Because I'm like, I recognize this name from all the family threads.
Exactly. I do want to put a disclaimer in here because I don't want his office inundated with messages for people trying to get care from him. He is not taking on new patients, and in fact, I believe is like any more in his practice ever.
Which also says something about what the situation is for people, because the few physicians who have experience in this field are just slammed with work, and people need
They're
help.
Slammed, and a lot of them, like Dr. Kaufman, are old.
Oh.
Like, quite frankly. I mean, he's been practicing medicine
Leave him alone.
He's great, but he's been practicing medicine for 40 years, and he doesn't want to be managing a pandemic right now.
Yeah.
And the Open Medicine Foundation, one of the things they do is also help train doctors and provide resources for doctors, which is another big reason I wanted this live stream to support the Open Medicine Foundation. Is research for a cure is 100% needed. Clinical trials are 100% needed. But even more immediate is having more doctors able to help more patients.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can donate on this page, right?
Yeah, just on YouTube.
There's a donate button. It really means a lot for the people working, trying to figure out better treatment methods, and also for, us and me personally, who's just like, what can we do? And there are people working on figuring out what we can do to help Dianna, and you can support them by donating. So thank you. So after the interview with Dr. Kaufman at 11 a.m., we have Dr. Raven Baxter, who's a fellow YouTuber and who had severe long COVID, but who has recovered significantly.
Correct.
And she's going to be talking about her experience. And then at 1:30, we have Linda Tannenbaum, which is the founder of the Open Medicine Foundation that we're raising money for. And she is going to be talking about what they're doing to understand and treat these diseases. Yep. And then the last interview is at 3:30, and all of this is Pacific time.
Yes, Pacific time.
So you're in San Diego. We're in San Diego. Woo. So at 3:30, we have Dr. David Petrino, whose research into long COVID is shifting our understanding of how to diagnose this disease. And we will be talking about one of the core features of MECFS, which is post-exertional malaise, which is the reason that Dianna can't move.
Yeah. So if you're gonna, that's the biggest question people ask is she doing PT? How's her muscles? Things like this. And I basically dedicated an entire hour-long interview talking about the science behind why exercise and even rehabilitation is such a challenge for Dianna, and what we understand about that. And we're actually learning, we've figured out a lot of what's going on. Yeah. We don't know how to fix it at all, but we do know a lot of what's going on with that. So that was really important to me to kind of discuss that, because I know so many people have questions about it.
The way I think about it, and tell me if this doesn't make sense, is that it's kind of like borrowing money from the mob. where like she can do things where she can do it, but then she has to pay such a high price that's way higher than what she
This is the best analogy I've heard for this. PEM is the mob. You're borrowing money from the mob, and
it will cost you a lot.
They're gonna come back and you're paying 10x what you took out. That's absolutely right.
So what is her current list of diagnoses?
Great question. So we're going to go into more detail on this. Well, Dr. Kaufman doesn't talk about Dianna, HIPAA violations and everything. But you can. I can, yeah. But generally speaking, he'll talk more about these things in more detail. So she has like long COVID and ME/CFS, which are not useful terms for treating a disease because they're lists of symptoms essentially.
Okay.
And if you go down a level, you'll get to more specific symptoms that are more treatable, or syndromes that are more treatable. So one of those is mast cell activation syndrome, which is her being so sensitive to food, fragrances, stuff like that. It's basically mast cells are governing your body's immune and inflammatory response. So she'll have an out of control immune inflammatory response to smelling deodorant or something like this.
Which is why, as a friend who, if you're to come visit Dianna, there's like a special shampoo I have to use. There's a special soap that I use. And if I were to go in and see her, which I probably will not because it's too...
There's a lot going on today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on today, and it's too much. Then I would need to wear clothes that were washed with a specific laundry detergent. So that's the level of sensitivity that
exactly. Yeah. And people can be in there for periods of time with, as long as they're not just covered in perfume, people can be in there but only for short periods of time. And the problem is, the reason it's so important to use that and to change is that she can relax and enjoy being around her friends, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. So that's why we do that.
Which does not happen very often. I mean, last time I was here, before I drove down here, I got a year ago a notification on my phone, or the photo album thing on my phone, and it was
most of her friends in a year plus.
Last time I was here was in a year, and it's not because I don't want to beat her, but just because it's it's not helping her. It's actually making it worse.
Yeah.
So,
so a lot more diagnoses.
No. Let's go down the list. Sorry,
So we have MCAS. She tested positive for SIBO or SIBO. I've heard it pronounced both, which is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. So you basically just have bacteria in your small intestine that shouldn't be there. This leads to leaky gut, which is what it sounds like. You have some permeability in the walls, the membranes of your small intestine, and typically, some small amounts of it's not like food's going into your body, but you have little pieces of bacteria or food things that are molecules that are seeping out. And what that does is it goes where it shouldn't be. So now you get an immune response. And now every time you eat, you have, pathogens going into your body, or I don't know if pathogen is the right word, but stuff that shouldn't be there going into places it's not supposed to be. And so you get an immune response, and that's going to stimulate your MCAS and stuff like that. So all the diseases are related. So she has small intestinal bacterial overgrowth.
Lyme disease?
Oh yeah, she not Lyme disease, but she did test positive for Bartonella and Babesia, which are two tick-borne pathogens. So if the tick-borne pathogens are Lyme, Bartonella, and Babesia, those are the most common ones, and so she tested positive for two of those. I think those are the main ones. And then, of course, she has the defining characteristic of ME/CFS, which is the post-exertional malaise. Really, really, really severe post-exertional malaise.
And one of the tricky things is that she cannot be treated for these tick-borne diseases because the treatment would be too hard on her body right now. So it's like
that's
kind of the chicken and an egg. Where it's just like, we can't treat all these other things because she needs to get better, but for her to get better, we need to be able to treat these things.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, antibiotics are hard on you if you're healthy, right? And in her state, and there's no guarantee that it's gonna like work, right? You know, you can make the argument that, oh, well, she probably had these vector-borne diseases before she got COVID. So why, like, do we still have to treat them? What's, you know, like, if she was healthy with them, then is removing them gonna actually cure her? Like, there's not enough information. But yeah, reactivation of different types of pathogens like tick-borne disease, Epstein-Barr virus, and you know, all these other ones is really common in long COVID and ME/CFS. So people will have some underlying pathogen that doesn't really matter or doesn't bother them that much, then they get COVID, and now these ones come back, and we think that they're playing a big role.
But I mean, which is what we have a lot of. I mean, like chickenpox.
Or like, exactly.
And you have it dormant in your body. If you get
there's like 18 types of herpes that like HHV6 is like, it's like a brain one that everybody has.
Tight.
I know, yeah. So we all have
brain herpes.
Yeah, we all have brain herpes.
Great.
So. I think 95% of the population. So there's a chance you don't have it.
There's been enough stuff about that.
They may have took it out.
Yeah. Oh my God. So like I think something that's confusing about long COVID and COVID is like, what was it COVID that triggered all of these other things? Like, what came before? Because Dianna had some dietary issues.
That's right.
Before, and she was on an exclusion diet and trying out what to, like, because her guts weren't really working well. So, like, what came first? And
this is what you see in a lot of patients who develop ME/CFS and you know, sustaining long COVID, is that they had some things that would, like, I think the term is like subclinical. You know, it's like something that you go into the doctor and they're like, oh, well, you can just, you know, eat healthier, get more rest or something. It's not something that's like people pay attention to. But yeah, whenever, you know, going back for Dianna, it's like even when she was in college, when she would get sick, she would get sick for longer than her peers. She was, by all appearances and accounts, very healthy, doing tons of exercise, right? Yeah. We ran a half marathon 2 months before she got COVID. Like, very fit, strong, healthy individual, but had these weird things. Yeah, so she developed some digestive issues and went on a low FODMAP diet, and she would have a little bit of what we now recognize was brain fog, actually, when she would eat things that were, you know, that didn't go well with her diet. So she could have had SIBO or something like that even back then, but it didn't disrupt her life in a meaningful way. It was just like a slight annoyance. Yeah, but I remember there was a lot of like trying to figure out what it was that was causing her symptoms, because we also lived in a house that had some mold issues. Yeah, exactly. And, but I mean, at the same time, she was so athletic. I remember taking her climbing, and she hadn't been climbing before, and I had been climbing for 2 years, and that bitch out-climbed me. She was really good at climbing. Yeah,
she was so good at it, and I was like, this is unfair. You're a fucking MIT. I shouldn't cuss. Dianna taught it. You're an MIT physicist. You're so musically talented, and you're also athletic and gorgeous. Like, what? So I mean, she was doing well, but there were some things going on with her body, and then it just kind of snowballed. That's right. COVID. So can you talk me through the timeline? Because you guys got married.
Yes.
And you were on your honeymoon.
Yeah, which Simone gave a speech at the wedding. That was incredible.
No.
Yeah, that was a great wedding speech.
What was it?
Yeah. Oh. We were like, oh, that's a professional. Like, my friends gave their talks too. And we were like, oh, that was great. And then Simone went up there and we were like, oh, that's what a professional looks like. Well, it was beautiful.
Yeah, hire me for all your weddings.
Yeah.
But you were on
back
your
to the
honeymoon.
Timeline. Yeah, we were on our honeymoon in Scotland. We were training for a 100-mile hike, which we were really excited for. And a few weeks before we were due to start the hike, Dianna caught COVID. and I ended up catching it from her because, honeymooning, traveling together. It wasn't something that was a big concern of mine. I think differently now, obviously, about these things. But yeah, we both caught COVID, and she was, first of all, very, very careful about COVID. She did not want to catch it, but she ended up getting it. I don't know, who knows how. And it was just like kind of like a flu for her. I remember mine was like, my acute phase was like worse than hers. I had like super bad sore throat, and she was like sick but not like terrible. And then after that, like, it was just weird. Like, something had shifted in her, and it was like you could see, pretty quickly there was something going on. Like, her anxiety, she developed anxiety like really soon after getting sick, and she never had this kind of anxiety. She was just really nervous about where I was going to be, if she was going to be left alone, like this night she wasn't feeling well to go out after it, and she just got this really bad anxiety, and it was like nothing I'd ever seen before for her.
And because she's not a terribly anxious person.
No, like, exactly.
Very,
and she's really good at like reasoning through her emotions and like figuring things out, getting to the cause, root cause of these things. And so there was a shift, and then after that, we still tried to do the hike, and the second day of the hike she had her first crash. So she did the full first day, and the first 2 days. In the morning of the third day she was a different person, and she's basically never really recovered from that. It was crazy. She woke up and was like, I can't do this, I can't hike. She almost didn't know what was going on. We were in a different country. She could barely figure out how to call like a taxi cab and things like this. She was just out of it, and we got her to the hospital. They did a little workup, put her on some steroids or something like this, and I finished the hike, and she just took taxi from place to place for the rest of the time. It was a multi-day hike, but it was just like it was just weird. And she, from then on, again, she had these, like, she was way more anxious, way more depressed. There's so many psychiatric manifestations of long COVID, and it was like flipping a switch. It was so bizarre and really hard as a partner, because I was like, nothing you're doing makes sense right now. And she was really wound up about these things, really just emotional and scared and everything, and I had no idea how to deal with it. And I had no idea this was a disease that I was dealing with. I was just like, what is happening? And it was frustrating. Because
also you just got married, and I can imagine that you would have been like, wait, is this like an emotional reaction from that?
Yeah,
what's going on? And I think that's also one of the issues with diseases like this, where they don't have a clear physical manifestation. Like, there's not a bleeding wound. And it's all like having to trust people and what they're saying and how they're feeling. Like, for me, not to talk about my brain tumor, but like in some way, because I had a brain tumor and I went through brain surgery and then radiation treatment. And in some way, the surgery was easier than the radiation treatment, because there was such a like clear, like, okay, I'm healing from having a craniotomy. And it was so apparent that my body was healing, and it gave people a lot more patience with me. But then when it's radiation, and it's more just like, I feel undefined bad. And I can't really tell you why, and you can't physically see it on me. And that was in some ways so much harder, because you're also like questioning yourself. I'm like, am I making this up? And you're like, are people doubting this? And
and one thing with long COVID that made me think about is I've heard this from basically everybody who's been severe, that Dianna's in support groups with and everything like that. Everybody says that, people who have recovered, they're like, when I was sick, I thought I would never recover. I didn't feel my body changing. I didn't feel my body recovering. I was just sick. And then I got better, and I don't know why. That's like everybody's story. It's like, you're doing medications and supplements and trying to figure it out, but it's this there's no test for it. You can't, even as a sick person, you can't feel what's going on in your body. You don't know what's happening. You don't know if you're getting better or worse, or it's not that apparent. So it's psychologically so challenging.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that and like what options she had, or like, do people get better? But before we do that, like, okay, so she would crash, and then basically, I mean, the way I saw it was almost like it was like a sinus staircase where like she would crash, and each crash would be a little bit worse than the previous one, and each recovery would be a little bit worse than the previous one. So it was just a slow descent where she would go up and down, but everything trended downwards. Right. Because there was a period where she like could still do things.
Yeah, when we came back from Scotland, you know, we saw friends, we did stuff, and it was like, the way I kind of described it was like in the months after Scotland, she took about 5 or 6 months to go from when we got back to becoming bedbound, essentially. And it was like, okay, you know, at first she could, you know, walk. We could go still for like 20-minute walks, and then we could go for 10-minute walks the next month. And then the next month she was like housebound. And then the next month she couldn't really cook and was like kind of just in the house, but like bedbound for the most part. And then and then she was bedbound. Yeah. And it was just like every month it was just like, and she kept trying to keep going, but every time that she would do something, she would just get worse. And we didn't know that it was post-exertional malaise. We didn't know that it was MCAS. We just had no idea. And we went to doctors and talked to them, and they were just like, rest, try to get some exercise. And we know now that for Dianna, that was the exercise portion of it was really detrimental for her.
Yeah, I remember that, like the lack of understanding from doctors, and because you went to the ER multiple times where she wasn't feeling well, and they would put her in like a brightly lit room and have a bunch of people running in and out, and that was really detrimental and hurtful for her. Yeah. And just difficult to navigate that space of like, hey, this is, you know, you go to an ER and there's no test that they have that's going to be able to diagnose long COVID. So they're going to keep running tests, and you're saying, hey, I'm pretty sure I know what this is, and there's a few things I want to get checked out, but they have a duty of care to, you know, to do all these other tests. And it just creates this like thing where it's like, okay, somebody with severe ME/CFS can't handle, you know, 48 hours of nonstop tests and people coming in their room every 15 minutes to do this thing or that thing, which is what it was like. And it was terrible. Yeah. But it's just like, it's this kind of, like I said, it's just this clash of like, they do things that work for so many patients and keep people alive, and somebody with ME/CFS doesn't fit this style of care. Exactly. Yeah. And there's no space for negotiation. Yeah. I mean, as horrifying it is that this happened also right after you guys had gotten married, that was also a silver lining thing, because it meant that you could make medical decisions for her. Yeah, we've talked about that. Yeah, if that had happened before you got married, then you would essentially be powerless and not able to help her. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Which is crazy. I know. So, yeah. I have a list of questions here that we've gone through one. Yeah, we've gone through one. Yeah, but it was a good question, which was how did Dianna get sick and what happened? Yeah. So whose idea was it to do this live stream? Dianna. Yeah. Dianna. So something that's also kind of sad is that we tried to do this live stream like November, like last November. Yeah, it's kind of rescheduled for a month. And she has been too sick and too crashed for that entire period of time, and it's just been something that's been hanging out that we've wanted to do. And she was finally like feeling stable enough, so that's a good sign that she was feeling stable enough to do that. She seems to be having a relatively good day today. She's in good spirits. So, and she's just so thankful that, you know, obviously like
the crushing of the goal was just like an incredible thing already for her. It was just so, so touching. Yeah, the fundraising goal, I just, just unbelievable. So this whole thing is her idea, and we're playing it out.
She's ambitious.
Very ambitious.
Very, very sick.
Oh, my goodness. Sometimes she takes that slate that I said that she just writes stuff for me on, and she has ideas.
Yeah. No,
she's ambitious. She can't be stopped.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, we are raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation, who are working on finding treatment methods for people who are suffering from long COVID and ME/CFS, because both of those conditions currently have no diagnostics tools and no treatments. So if you want to support Dianna or the 85 million people around the world who are suffering from these conditions, you can donate to them straight here on YouTube, and hopefully find ways that we can treat these illnesses, because currently it's just like a shrug.
And again, a few of the things I like about OMF, Open Medicine Foundation, is that they're doing clinical trials, and they're based in, they're pharmaceutical based, repurposing existing drugs for treating people with long COVID and ME/CFS. There's some government funded, long COVID research ones have been really slow to adopt pharmaceutical interventions, unfortunately. But now, and Open Medicine Foundation is doing that, which is a reason I support them. Again, they help train and support doctors for that. And then also, like you said, the sort of fundamental research into what's going on and how to hear it.
And the diagnostic tools to not make it like just the patient telling you that you're not feeling well, because I feel like that's the main thing of like, I think that's the thing that gets doctors to just be like, you know what, positive thinking.
Yeah. And there's something I actually want to interject here, because you can tell via like somebody's blood if somebody has ME/CFS or long COVID, but there's not diagnostics for it, and I want to like say what the difference is. Like basically you can do really detailed, like specialty research labs are finding patterns in patients' bloods, the different proteins, the different whatever gene expressions, things like this. I don't know how it all works, but they're finding patterns in patients' blood, and they can say, with pretty good certainty who has ME/CF, or who has like long COVID and ME/CF, and who doesn't. But there's two things that make this not diagnostic. One is like it's just not available. Like you can't go to a normal lab and say, run my 6,000 proteins in my blood and tell me if I have this disease. And it's not diagnostic also because a diagnostic is like, it's an agreement, right? If you get tested for like diabetes or whatever, they run your like whatever HbA1c or something. They run something.
Yep.
A1C, something like that. And if it reaches a certain level, boom, we've all agreed that you have diabetes. If it's a little bit less than that, you have pre-diabetes. And if it's a little bit less than that, you don't. It doesn't mean that if you're a little bit less than having diabetes, you're safe. Right? So it's just an agreement. Like if you have this level in your blood, we're going to treat you this way. That's what diagnostics are.
Okay. So that's a really good distinction. So it's not that there are not signs that somebody has this condition. It is that the tools that we have to find those signs are not readily available, and also that if you have those signs, there's not like, okay, if you have this amount, that means that you have this.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's more like we haven't put words
we
to
don't
it.
understand it to the degree that we can say, oh, this level of these 4,000 proteins means you're this sick.
Yeah.
No, we just are kind of seeing patterns.
Yeah. Also, I think that this says something really good about you, which is that you have been on a research rampage.
Yeah.
And like the amount of work that you've put into trying to understand Dianna's illnesses better, and the amount of just research that you've done is mind-boggling, and really, and that also shows like the ways in which healthcare has kind of failed you, because it's up to you to do all of this work.
Yeah.
And the amount of work that you've put in is just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8:30.
Yeah. So we are going to take a 30-minute break, and because we need to have breakfast.
We're going to have breakfast, but while we take that break, we're showing the interview with Dr. Kaufman.
Yeah. So what we're switching to now is an interview with Dr. Kaufman, which is a physician specializing in treating complex diseases.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating interview. He talks about, he'll talk about it, actually.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna... more important than us having breakfast. Like, we're going to take a break because we're going to have breakfast.
No, great interview.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Great.
Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Vanessa. You may recognize me from YouTube. I am friends with Dianna, and I am here with Dianna's physician, Dr. Kaufman. Dr. Kaufman, how are you today?
I'm very good. Thanks, Vanessa, and very nice to meet you.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I'm speaking to you today because Dianna sent me a text message and she said, I have to get you to interview Dr. Kaufman for my live stream. He's a freaking miracle worker. How do you feel about that as your professional characterization?
I think that's probably an exaggeration, but flattering, so thank you.
Well, for everyone watching here today, what we're going to be talking about is long COVID and ME/CFS. And just so everyone has a clear idea of what is happening throughout the live stream, we're going to chat about what these diseases are generally and what it's like for people who have them. Then we want to go a bit into why they happen and then ask how people can help. Now, if at any time you have questions about this, comments, things like that, there is a chat function in the live stream that you can use. This is pre-recorded, so we will not be answering them live, except some other people in the community might be able to share their experience as well. And speaking of the people watching, everyone here has some connection to COVID. We've had it, we've had loved ones that have long COVID. I think it's something people are familiar with, but from a medical perspective, how would you define long COVID?
Well, the definition keeps moving. It's a moving target. I think every day I get a new piece of paper or a news clip or download that changes the definition. So I think probably the most reasonable definition is persistent symptoms, which I'll describe in a second, lasting more than 2 months after the initial acute infection. And but some people say 1 month, some people say 6 months. So it's a moving target. And those symptoms are virtually identical to the symptoms of ME/CFS, as far as I can concerned, and what I see, which are chronic fatigue, phenomena called post-exertional malaise, and brain fog, meaning cognitive impairment, to a greater or lesser degree, and then lots of other subsets of symptoms, but those are the dominant symptoms that people have.
I'd love to sorry, I was just going to say, I'd love to unpack ME/CFS a little bit more.
That's exactly what I was about to go to. So it's very helpful to discuss ME/CFS as a way to understand long COVID. Ironically, most people don't understand what ME/CFS is, and certainly the broader mainstream medical community continues to roll their eyes at ME/CFS, although it's a little better now because of long COVID. One of the sad ironies of COVID and long COVID is that now when people say, well, what do you do? What kind of patients do you see, David? I say, well, I see long COVID patients, but they were also called ME/CFS because everybody's beginning to understand long COVID. So it's a funny reversal. So ME/CFS defined as fatigue lasting longer than 6 months with no other cause, obvious, not heart disease, anemia, kidney disease, etc. Post-exertional malaise is a cardinal symptom, a defining symptom. Cognitive impairment, and then usually dysfunction in the autonomic nervous system and or the GI system, and or adenopathy and or chronic infections. So exactly the same as long COVID.
How long have you been working with patients who have ME/CFS for?
About 10 years, 11 years.
So it's really interesting to me that this is something that has been around before COVID. So what is it about the COVID infection or virus that may lead to people suffering from this?
You mean why do they end up with long COVID?
Yeah. Well, why? Yeah. I mean, why? I mean, chronic fatigue has been around for a long time.
Well, yeah,
Why
chronic
is it?
fatigue is probably, if you look at medical history, it's been around
Mhm.
since the late 1800s, recognized, although
Yeah.
called many things ranging from, sorry, hysteria to neuralgia to
Hmm.
neurasthenia to
Hmm.
laziness. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, but if you look at the pathology, it almost always is initiated or has a strong link to a prior viral infection or other kind of infection. So the classic is its relationship to mononucleosis from Epstein-Barr virus. So it's no surprise to those of us who do this work that COVID has led to a tsunami, a catastrophe of post-infectious fatiguing syndrome, which is long COVID. Um, the biggest difference between long COVID and ME/CFS is really the numbers and the speed with which it's happened from what I see. I mean, there's probably 3 million people in the country in US with ME/CFS, not all
Wow.
diagnosed. Yeah,
That's a lot more
but
than I would have expected.
it's huge. But there's
Yeah.
probably going to be 30 plus million with long COVID.
Wow.
If
Those
you look at
numbers
the
are
various,
staggering.
they are totally staggering. And if you look at the various reports and studies, the range of the incidence of long COVID ranges from 10% to 30%.
Hmm.
So even if you take a low number, 10%, the US has had, how many cases have we had? With 1 million die, I forget the exact number,
Yeah,
but
I'm not
it
sure
plays out
either.
to roughly at least 10 million people have it
Mm.
or will have it or have it and don't know they have it.
Yeah.
And like ME/CFS, it tends to still be an underappreciated problem. People,
Yeah.
doctors just kind of don't get it in many ways.
Right. So when did you first start to encounter patients with long COVID? What did you think at that time?
Um, what did I think? So I guess I started seeing patients, you know, during the height of the epidemic because the
Hmm.
patients in the beginning.
Hmm.
So probably 6 to 8 months after. I initially did not get a lot of those patients into my practice because my practice was so full. And I actually became so concerned about the explosion of long COVID and how few doctors there were to address it that I altered my practice in such a way that I had more time to begin accepting new patients because there's such a desperate need. I mean, that's one of the huge problems. We need, 1,000 more doctors who know what they're doing with this kind of illness.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because, we've all seen specialists from time to time, but your expertise is such a specific specialty. There just mustn't be very many doctors who can actually treat long COVID or ME/CFS effectively.
Yeah, that's sadly true.
Yeah.
And that's, it's because it is a complex illness and a lot of it is based on experience and it crosses all the typical silos in American medicine. So there's a little cardiology and a little immunology and a lot of infection. And
Hmm.
uh, most of my colleagues are trained to only do their cardiology and their
Sure.
pulmonary and their sleep study, but
Hmm.
they don't put it together.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be really challenging. So I'm curious also about what it's like for the people who are suffering from these various illnesses. What is it like for someone who has ME/CFS? How can we better understand what they're going through?
ME/CFS, long COVID, or both?
I think both. Yeah,
Okay, good, because that's a
yeah,
better way to do it. So it's
hmm,
devastating. It's
yeah.
devastating. Um, it's a little easier for me to answer you, or maybe it's a little bit more dramatic to answer you in terms of long COVID, because in ME/CFS patients, most of those patients, sadly, tragically, have been sick and often not even diagnosed for 10 to 15 years, even 20 years. They've
Wow.
seen 10, 20, 30 doctors.
Mm,
So they have this long, chronic, complicated illness. In long COVID, like Dianna, okay,
hmm, mm,
um, you have these highly functional people who suddenly can't get out of bed. They can't
yeah,
add up a column of numbers. They can't remember the phone number. Luckily they have speed dial on their iPhone, but they're just it's devastating. And I have lots of patients like that who, they ran businesses or they were professors or, you know, performers and YouTube people, etc. And
Mm-hmm.
now they can't function.
Yeah.
So it's huge.
Yeah. So I guess for someone like Dianna, now Dianna and her partner Kyle have told me that she went to see you originally in March of 2023. I understand that because you're Dianna's physician, you can't really comment on her case that specifically.
Right.
But when you first started seeing her, she was bedbound. She was in very bad shape. What goes through your mind when you see patients like that?
So I have a pretty specific approach to this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's based on the following idea initially, which is, and this may bother some people politically and whatever, that ME/CFS and long COVID are merely simply labels that say that the person has checked some boxes to fulfill a definition of a syndrome. Okay. So fatigue, brain fog, post-exertional malaise, and let's say stomach aches. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great. Now we can say they have ME/CFS and long COVID, but it doesn't tell us anything about why. What are the underlying problems causing their illness?
Yeah.
And so that's been my focus, along with several hundred other doctors that I work with in an online group. And we've developed a concept because we see it over and over and over that we call a septad, SEPTAD, 7.
Mm-hmm.
7. Okay. And that's because I've yet to meet a patient. I've yet to meet a patient who doesn't have almost all 7 or at least 5 or 6 of those things. So I'll just reel them off for you. Okay.
Okay.
So mast cell activation syndrome, and you tell me if you want to go into detail on each of these. Mast cell activation syndrome, which is
Mm-hmm.
related to mast cells, which are part of our immune system that are not working properly. A huge driver of illness is dysautonomia. The autonomic nervous system is not working right. I think every single long COVID patient I've met, regardless of whether they say they feel dizzy when they stand, they have autonomic dysfunction with POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and their heart rate spikes, and that turns into a lack of blood flow, a decreased perfusion of blood and oxygen, et cetera, to their brain and their core muscles and tissues. Excuse me. I always lose track of this as I count them out. Chronic infection or acute infection, so that's COVID. It could be mono, EBV. It could be tick-borne infections, not just Lyme, but Lyme
Mm-hmm.
called Borrelia and Bartonella and Babesia. It could be mycoplasma pneumonia, which is a common bacteria. It could be chlamydia pneumonia, not the STD, but chlamydia pneumonia,
Mm-hmm.
all of which can cause these chronic complex illnesses, often leading to, what was I up to? 4, I think. Was I up to 4?
I wasn't counting.
Leading to autoimmune
Mm-hmm.
illness. So most of our patients have obvious markers of autoimmunity, or we think they have it, but we don't know the name of the antibody, so we can't look for it.
Mm-hmm.
I should have kept that account. Number 6 is a disorder of connective tissue. So there's a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a genetic disorder of connective tissue. The most common variety of EDS, there's 12 or 13 kinds, I think. The most common is called hypermobility EDS or hyperflexibility or hypermobility syndrome. That's 1 in 5,000 people. For reasons that we don't fully understand, there's a high association. Well, let me say it a different way. We often find in a large majority of our patients that they have connective tissue disorder when we look into it as part of their diagnostic workup. Why there's that association isn't clear. But it's, connective tissue is what we're built with. I mean, it's our scaffolding.
Yeah.
So it's not so surprising. And what we see is all of this chronic inflammation from these other 5 parts of the septad cause or can cause release of enzymes and chemicals and things that can further injure connective tissue.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have EDS already, you've already got some injury or fragility, and then you're more susceptible to that. Which leads to number 7, which probably we don't want to get into, but I'll just include it.
Sure.
And that's when the connective tissue disorder gets so significant, there can be an instability of the head and the neck called cranial cervical instability, which can
Wow.
lead to some compression of the brainstem, which
Oh,
then generates enormous problems. I mean,
wow.
as you know,
Yeah,
as a
that's
scientist, the
terrifying.
brainstem is where the autonomic nervous system is.
Hmm.
So if you press on it like a cork in a bottle, you have big
Hmm.
problems.
Yeah, right. So
So
into
to
sure.
answer your question, what do I
Mm.
do? I begin my approach by getting past the label and looking into these things and have a diagnostic workup to address all 7 of those issues.
And in terms of what the outlook looks like for patients who are suffering from these conditions, could that change depending on how many of the 7 things they're having trouble with?
Well, sure. I mean, the more comorbidities, the more of the full septet they have, the more
Hmm.
complicated and complex their illness, the more things to address. And a key concept here in the kind of work I do with, and when I say I mean all these other doctors that I also
Sure.
work with, is these are not 7 separate concepts. They're not 7 silos, to use the term I negatively used about American healthcare. They are 7 pathologies that all interact constantly.
Hmm.
So the diagram I have for when I give a talk is, a central, like an overlapping Venn diagram, a Venn diagram, and all of these things are there, but then there's arrows all over the place showing how they all interact. So for
Yeah.
example, if you have dysautonomia, that's going to make your brain fog worse. If you have
Hmm.
dysautonomia, that causes inflammation, which might promote cranial cervical instability. If
Hmm.
you have hypoperfusion from your dysautonomia, it may cause release of mast cells. If you have mast cell activation syndrome, the chemicals that are released can make your POTS worse and your connective tissue worse. It's all connected. I,
Uh,
I did leave one out. I got to
okay.
add one.
What was
This
the
is
other
one of my
one?
favorites. So as part of the dysautonomia, there's usually GI motility problems,
Hmm.
gastrointestinal, and that leads to something called small intestine bacterial overgrowth, which is SIBO. That's a pathologic overgrowth in the small bowel, the small intestine, of bacteria that come from the colon. And when they're there, they can cause symptoms, nausea, etc. But the big deal, the driver of illness, is that they cause a disruption of the tight junctions in the gut, which leads to leaky gut,
Hmm.
and junk from the gut, mostly dead cell wall debris, leaks into the blood and promotes chronic inflammation, a leaky blood-brain barrier,
Hmm.
mast cell activation, POTS.
Yeah.
I mean, it all is connected. But the
Right.
major drivers are that dysautonomia and the SIBO and
So
MCAT.
there seems to be such a range of symptoms for people who are suffering from ME/CFS. For some people, they just can't eat certain foods. And then for others,
Right.
they're completely bedbound. They can't work. They can't do anything. Why is there such a range like that? Do you know?
No, I
I
don't know.
don't know if anyone
I mean,
knows.
I don't know why there's such a range, but I agree with you. I mean, we have our, we sort of loosely characterize them as the severely ill patient
Mm.
population, and those are the ones that are bedbound. And obviously,
Hmm.
they are the most challenging and most difficult, and the most sick and miserable. Why they are that way, and then I have other patients who are able to work but have to pace themselves rigorously and watch their energy envelope and
Mm.
be very careful. Why they're able to do that, I can't say. It's a spectrum of illness.
You
Um,
just mentioned energy envelope. What is that? Is that a kind of term that you have for describing our daily
it's a
energy
term.
resources?
Yeah, it's a term we use and patients use a lot. So
Hmm.
um, I mentioned before post-exertional malaise.
Hmm.
So that's it's interesting. That's the defining definition, the required parameter for an ME/CFS diagnosis. Eventually, it'll probably be true for long COVID. Interestingly, we have no idea why that happens. That's the 800-pound gorilla, the holy grail, whatever
Yeah,
expression you want to use, which is
sure.
what the hell is happening here? Why does that happen? And so what it means is if you're an ME/CFS patient and you're watching your energy envelope and pacing, you've learned, or you will learn the hard way, that if you walk for half a mile, you're fine and you'll be able to go home and go back to work or whatever you want to do. But if you go a mile, you may get home and sort of be tired, and the next day you're just wiped out and stuck in bed.
Yeah.
it's
Dianna speaks
not
about
just
these
that
crashes a lot
exactly
online.
right.
Yeah.
So it's not just getting tired. I want to emphasize that. It's
Mm-hmm.
paying a price, a energy deficit fatigue price way out of proportion to the activity and often delayed. So patients will say, if I go to the doctor, if I have a video visit with me, right, this patients will tell me, the next day I'm flat out. I can't do anything just from
Mm.
that visit.
Mm.
So, and that is almost certainly a dysfunction in mitochondria, but that's what we don't have a good handle on.
Right. I mean, you
When,
just mentioned the video visit. What are some of the difficulties for you as a physician treating people who are bedbound? Like, practically, how does that even work?
okay, so I don't only treat people that are bedbound for one thing, but for the
Right, but it's
bedbound
not like
patient,
Dianna
okay,
can just go and give blood work
okay,
at a
no,
facility,
it's a great
So, like,
question,
how do
Vanessa.
my brain is like this? I need to know details.
No, it's a great question. So the first, I'm going to do this not necessarily in a priority order, okay?
Okay.
The first difficulty is I probably should not be doing it,
Mm.
okay? Because I can't do a face-to-face visit.
Yeah.
So theoretically, I'm breaking all the rules,
Mm-hmm.
medical legal rules, okay? I'll say it publicly because I don't hide these things. So that's the first problem. The second problem is video visits are great. Telemedicine has been an amazing
Mm-hmm.
resource. One of the rare silver linings in the COVID cloud has been an acceptance of telehealth and the recognition of its value and what it can do. Because now I
Mm-hmm.
can see patients 10,000 miles away. I see
Yeah.
patients in Europe
Yeah.
through telehealth and video. So it's very valuable, but it's not quite the same as talking to somebody in front of me.
Of course.
Um, uh, So number three, I would say, is I can't really do a physical exam. I can do a few things, but I can't do a full-on physical
Mm-hmm.
exam. It's in truth, that's not a huge loss. There are certain things I can do, and I have several things I ask the patient to do and report back to me, but it's a problem. Probably the biggest problem is getting things done.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a patient who's bedbound, 100% bedbound or 90% bedbound, if they need an MRI of their brain and neck,
Mm-hmm.
that's like asking them to fly to the moon. I mean, it's very
Yeah.
difficult. It's
Yeah.
very difficult. Getting blood work done, even with mobile phlebotomists coming to the house, it's very difficult because there's certain tests they can't do at home. They have to be done
Mm.
near a centrifuge and a freezer.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a definite impact on the ability to do all of the full diagnostic testing that I'd like to do.
Mm.
And then another problem is that the patients are so impaired, not so much cognitively in terms of what it causes, what I'm about to say, but physically, that they often can't do what I ask them to do. So I have a test that I kind of live and breathe by clinically called a NASA lean test, which involves checking blood pressure lying down and standing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a critically important test for diagnosis and then titrating of medications. But I'll have a patient and then I go to their follow-up appointment. Did you do your lean test? No, I was too tired. I couldn't do it.
Mm. They couldn't
And
stand
that's,
up to have their
they
blood
couldn't stand
pressure
up to do it.
taken.
And even
Yeah.
for 2 minutes. And so I'm missing critical data.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard. And it's,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's one of the reasons most physicians, even in my world of chronic complex illness, don't want to or can't see bedbound patients. I've sort
Right.
of said, okay, I'll do it, but I
Mm.
have to limit it because it's very difficult.
Mm. So, for patients who are bedbound, what is the outlook for them? Have you had patients that have gone from being bedbound to living a relatively normal life again? And what's the kind of timeline for improvements?
So let me think about how I want to answer that question diplomatically. So the patients can get better.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly the low-hanging fruit is usually, do they have POTS and hypoperfusion, which is 100% treatable, and they will improve. Do they have SIBO and leaky gut? Easy to diagnose, even in a bedbound patient. Relatively easy to treat, not slam dunk easy, but it requires a lot of medications and supplements and time, but it's
Mm-hmm.
fixable. Mast cell activation syndrome, I'm saying these because these are probably the three biggest disabling things,
Okay.
is somewhat easy to diagnose, clinically sort of easy to diagnose, and can be treated, although it can be complicated.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, what my experience has been, if I diagnose and address the low-hanging fruit that I just described, and that patient's still stuck in bed and has hit a wall, then I kind of go through what am I missing? And usually the two biggest things are ongoing infection, either viral or tick-borne, most commonly, like EBV, and this is the biggie, active cranial cervical instability.
Mm-hmm.
So when I meet a patient who's been bedbound for years now, not a patient like Dianna, okay, but
Mm-hmm.
patients that I've had for 5 years bedbound, and 5 years they're so hypersensitive with their hearing and their sound that they can't even talk to their children, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, the first thing I think about is that they have cranial cervical instability.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm right, meaning if the diagnosis is correct, and the patient is able to get to a neurosurgeon and fix it, those patients, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they rise out of bed and they're like normal people again. Not overnight,
Wow. Yeah.
but you had these bedbound patients for years who now can get out of bed, talk, walk, think. I would never have believed it as a physician if I wasn't actually seeing it in my own patients. That's how
Mm.
dramatic it is to me.
Yeah. It's fascinating to me that there's such a range between people, and there are all of these very specific things within the disease that kind of contribute to that.
Right.
Yeah. I'm curious, as a researcher, what kind of relationship that you as a physician have with research that is currently happening into long COVID or ME/CFS, maybe trying to get down to the mechanisms of what's causing this in people. How do you
Right.
deal with research?
So, I mean, first and foremost, I'm a clinician,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And I love taking care of patients. That's what
Yeah.
makes me a happy person in
Yeah.
terms of my profession. Um, but I am part of, for example, the Open Medicine Foundation
Mm-hmm.
collaborative, which is Stanford and Harvard. And up until last year, we were meeting almost every 2 weeks or every month. One of the people unfortunately died, so that those meetings have not happened the way they should. So I'm tied into that research, but as a clinician, meaning I kind of a little bit of a gadfly, I guess, because I'll make suggestions or I'll say, well, come on, we got to do something in the bedside, not just at the bench. My big thing is,
Mm-hmm.
let's not take 5 years to go from bench to bedside. Let's do 5
Sure.
weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I do work separately with things that come to me. So, people hear my name. So, for example, there's a supplement, a molecule called oxaloacetate.
Mm-hmm.
Company approached me and said, look, we think this will help chronic fatigue and fatigue. I say, well, I'll try anything as long as it won't hurt them. And
Yeah.
so I, in fact, went on, did a non-controlled, non-placebo, the worst kind of science trial,
Yeah.
giving oxaloacetate to my patients. And lo and behold, 2/3 of them had a decrease in their fatigue. Well,
Huh.
whoa, that's incredible. So
Yeah.
now there's a randomized trial ongoing with the same, drug or supplement.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and, that's real quick bench to clinic, which I love.
Yeah.
Um, and then there's other pharmaceuticals that have approached me, but it's very variable.
Mm.
ME/CFS and long COVID are still kind of out in the wilderness. You make a lot more money pharmaceutically from cancer than you do from any of these things. If you know what I'm trying
Sure.
to say.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, I think in terms of them being out in the wilderness, that's an interesting segue for us. If there's one thing that you would like the general public, people watching this, to understand about long COVID and ME/CFS, what would that be?
That these are as real and devastating as being told you have cancer or having a motorcycle accident and cracking your head open. They're not invisible illnesses. They're not made up by neurotic patients. Um, the fact that the patient may look as good as you look or as good as I look, I'm older, but I still don't look sick, I hope, doesn't mean I might not, if I'm the patient, in fact, have brain fog and dysautonomia and everything else. I mean, it's a cruel situation, because often the patients look okay and often their lab work is okay. And so the doctors roll their eyes and say, well, there's nothing wrong with you. You know, go get some psychiatry, some psychotherapy, or maybe you need physical therapy. And that's just not the case. So, you know, the takeaway to answer your question is, if somebody complains to you about their fatigue or their brain fog, they're not making that up. I mean, I don't believe patients make things up. And it's a real disease, real illness.
What's a message that you would have for other medical practitioners, like primary care practitioners or nurses, like people who might, you know, meet people with these symptoms but don't have the expertise that you have? What would you say to them?
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer without getting into politics,
Of
Vanessa.
course, yeah. This wasn't the place I was digging for some drama in this interview.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously what I'd say is, do what you were taught to do back in the beginning when you started to become a doctor or a nurse or an NP or a PA, which is listen to your patient, take a comprehensive history, don't cut them off when they try to explain what's wrong, and accept the fact that patients don't usually make up anything. They actually are there because they don't feel well. And therefore, if you don't know what's wrong initially, that doesn't mean you give up. All right. The problem, in fairness to most of the healthcare people, is we live in corporatized medicine. All the physicians are employed by hospitals. They're told to see their patients in 15 minutes or less. They're told to only follow the quote guidelines and evidence-based medicine, even though that only covers less than 50% of pathology in medicine. They're told that they have to see X number of patients in order to get their salary and their bonuses. So you can't win in that system.
Yeah.
I mean, with patients like ours, and that's what happens.
Sure.
I mean, when I see a patient, I'm outside of the insurance system. That's the problem. Okay. The reason I'm outside is when I see a patient for their initial visit, it's scheduled for 90 minutes. Plus, I spend another hour reviewing everything they send me, and probably another 40 minutes, 45 minutes writing it all up, ordering all the tests and everything else. You can't do that in the insurance system. So it's a real challenge.
Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like it.
But in any case, just listen to your patient. Believe your patients.
Yeah. I think they're great messages for the general public and also people who might be in the role of clinicians who don't have expertise in these areas. For all of us, the rest of us who are watching this, we feel so badly for Dianna. We really want there to be more treatments and research for these conditions. What can we do to help?
Well, I mean, you know, at the federal level, the NIH is doing the RECOVER trial, or RECOVER, I don't know what they call it, program, I guess, which is doing research. Unfortunately, up until recently, it was all epidemiologic. Now they're starting to do trials.
Right.
But on the private side, you know, there are advocacy organizations. I do a fair amount of work with Open Medicine Foundation, which was initially an ME/CFS organization, but now has also doing long COVID. And they are now getting into the clinical trial world to look at drug treatments. So if you're asking how can they help dollar-wise, I think that's one organization that is certainly worth considering. I think the other thing is talk to your own doctors and see if there's some ways to help educate them. You know, at the risk of sounding conflict of interest or something for myself, because of our frustration with the lack of education, I'm working with a neurologist, Eileen Ruhoy, and we are doing a Patreon channel where we're basically talking about everything I've been talking to you about. So we have about 25 or 30 hours of material on our Patreon channel that deals with POTS and mitochondria and chronic infection and cranial cervical instability and brain fog and what to say to your doctor. How do you do an exam? So the goal was to get doctors to watch this, but mostly we have patients watching. So it's still good, but I'd love to see doctors.
Sure. Yeah. And there will be some information on how people can donate to the Open Medicine Foundation as well. So we'll be sure to put that in at the description and the chat also. Thank you so much for joining me, Dr. Kaufman. This has been a really fascinating discussion about what ME/CFS is, all the different markers that we can see in people, but then also, I think for me, just how complex this disease is. I can't imagine how hard your job is treating people every single day who have this really complex range of symptoms and presentations and all the rest of it. For people who are watching who may have long COVID, or, you know, people like Dianna, what's one message that you would have for them?
One of the messages I just said in our Patreon last week was, if you go into your doctor and you give them your symptoms and the doctor rolls her eyes, just walk out of the door. Don't stay.
Yeah.
Find a different doctor. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Don't go through the, I was going to use an expletive. Don't go through the hassle of letting that doctor order tests and say they're normal, nothing's wrong. If you don't feel you're being listened to, I'm sorry, I think you need a different doctor.
I think that's really good advice. Thank you very much for joining us. And if anyone is interested in donating to the Open Medicine Foundation, as I said, there's some information in the chat, in the description. Thank you again, Dr. Kaufman.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back. I hope you enjoyed that interview. That was super fascinating. Huge thanks to Vanessa Hill for doing that interview. She absolutely crushed it. I just wanted to mention that in the description of this YouTube live stream, you'll see the link to Dr. Kaufman's Patreon if you want to check that out. And he does these fantastic, interviews and discussions in there. And in any of the interviews where they mention links today, that you can find those in the description.
Yeah. And for anybody who is just tuning in, we are live streaming a day in Dianna's life as somebody who is suffering from long COVID and ME/CFS, which is a illness that roughly 85 million people around the world are suffering from, that doesn't have a well-established treatment plan. So what we are doing is raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation, because they are researching these issues and how we can get better diagnostics tools and treatment plans. And we had set a goal for $10,000, which you absolutely blew past. So we are increasing it to $100,000. And thank you so much to everybody who's donating. It's really, on a personal level, as a friend of somebody who's suffering from this and the powerlessness in finding ways of helping her, it really means a lot that you're showing up like this. Yeah. And I'm not gonna cry.
And it always just, I know, I'm like, it just amazes me too every time that Dianna's audience comes out like this. Yeah. Because I know how she's just such a bright, amazing person, and so many people care about her and want to see her get better. And thank you so much for supporting that. Yeah. This is really a direct way of doing that.
It's such a surreal thing for anybody who's witnessing that. It's really surreal for me still that this is happening, and I can't imagine what it's like for you. So thank you for doing that. And also to everybody who's suffering from this and who also don't have the support network that Dianna has. She is the lucky one in all of this bad stuff, because all of you care about her so much, and she has Kyle taking care of her, and it's just really loved by a lot of people. So
and it is important to remember that if you do have long COVID, you are not alone. There's a community, and you can see here, it is a community of love, and people are supporting one another, and it is beautiful. So I thank you all for just coming and watching, and those of you who are able to donate and support is amazing.
That's actually a question that I've been meaning to ask, because anybody who is wanting to show up for somebody that's sick, it's always leaves people at loss of like, how do you actually show up? And that can be somebody suffering from long COVID or ME/CFS or, you know, cancer or anything else. So what are some of the ways that people have shown up for you and for Dianna that have actually been meaningful, and what does not really hit you as helpful?
Yeah, that's such a great question. So some of the things that are meaningful, the first one I'm going to talk about is actually a little bit counterintuitive, which is for Dianna, she feels really connected when people ask about the specifics of what she's going through. Because her life is just so obviously isolated, and people often don't want to ask, how are you doing? Because they know she feels terrible. But if they can say, oh, you know, she's like, I'm terrible today. It's like, oh, what symptoms do you have? And it's like, oh, well, I'm really dizzy. And it's like, oh, how often do you get dizzy? And by asking those questions, it shows you care, but you also want to like understand what her life is. So not being afraid to ask specifically what's going on can really help some people to connect.
That's also such a, I feel like everybody who's going through illness reacts in different ways.
Absolutely.
And some people want to share and some people don't want to share. And, you know, and I think it's just playing it by ear of like, what does this person need? I mean, something I have started applying whenever somebody's having big feelings or is sad is, do you want to talk about it? Do you need a distraction, or do you need space? Because those are usually the three things that people want. And some people who go through just like illness just want a break from thinking about that illness. But for Dianna, it's been, because it's her life. Like it's her 24/7, and for her to be able to talk about that.
Yeah, and I think even that question shows like a kind of like not just awareness, but like bravery. Like I'm not afraid to talk about it if it's what you want to talk about, and I'm not afraid to do these other things if that's what you need, and I'm not afraid to leave you alone, right? Because sometimes people do need space, and there's been times for her where having the interaction with someone like you, who's like a very close friend of her, is just too emotionally draining because she wants so much more of a relationship with you. She wants so much more of like her friendship, and she can't, so that can create like a lot of internal stress. So sometimes she needs space. So asking how they want to connect is super important. Some other things that Dianna has liked, and again, these are all personal, is like some of her friends just sent her random pictures of like flowers and pretty things that they see outside. You know, here's something pretty, and thinking of you, and that's it. And she enjoys that, and she enjoys receiving cards, you know, just like little things. It could just be, we got one from a friend who went to like some caves or something and was like, I was at this cave, cool, huh?
So it's just like little tendrils of connection that don't require anything from her to reciprocate. Seems to be like the main thing. That's
definitely, sometimes it's just, those are great ones just to send out, and especially because I can curate those. When she's feeling well, I'm like, look, you got this card. It may have come in 3 weeks ago. Right? But she wasn't in a good headspace then.
I brought a gift that I made for Dianna, and Kyle's like, okay, let me put it on the pile of gifts, and I'll bump it to the front of the queue whenever she needs it.
For sure.
I think that's, I mean, something that we've been doing. The main way that her friend group has been staying in touch with her is sending mundane updates from our lives to you, and then you can read them to her or curate them to her, because it's sometimes like sharing the big stuff is also too much of a reminder of her, of the things that she's missing out. So it's like, how do we make sure that she feels connected and reminded that we're thinking about her, which we do all the time, but without making her feel FOMO, for lack of a more profound word. Too. So it's a lot of just like, I saw this random thing happen today. It's just weird little stories. Are there practical levels that people have shown up for you as a caregiver?
Absolutely. In the beginning, you know, people bringing over meals was absolutely what I needed. I was in a state of chaos, you know, internal chaos with everything, and I was getting regular meals delivered from my friends, and that was absolutely huge. I think some of the biggest things are having friends that will also commit to like regularly scheduled hangouts, because just having something on my calendar that I know is every week or every other week that I'm going to go do with my friends is super, super important. And that keeps me like, okay, Thursday, I'm whatever, going rock climbing or doing this thing. And like, I know I'm going to see friends. I know it's going to be great. And that just helps me also feel less alone. And it gives me also like becomes part of Dianna's schedule, which is nice because she can't tolerate a lot of unexpected things. So it's like, it's hard for me to be like, oh, my friend called, I'm going to go, boogie right now. It's like, no, I'm going to like plan stuff so that every Thursday and every Monday I'm doing this and that. And that's great. Yeah.
How long can you leave for?
Well, Dianna typically can't go to the bathroom by herself. I mean, she's stuck in the bed. She uses a urinal. Using it by herself is possible, but it takes a lot of energy. And energy is the thing that she doesn't have.
Yeah.
So normally I can leave for, 2.5 hours max, something like that. There are, of course, times where I have, like her mom is here or we have caretaker or something who can help me extend that time. But, it's hard for her to be around people. She's feeling really sick. She doesn't want anyone else in there taking care of her because she's going to feel sick and stressed out the whole time they're there. Even her mom, because, she uses different shampoo and detergents and stuff like that, it can be hard sometimes. Yeah. So.
And there's also a weird guilt about not being too ill to interact with people. I remember that when I was sick, and I remember having people over, and I had to go rest on the couch, and I felt so bad about it. And I know that none of my friends, like, of course, like she needs to rest on the couch, and that's totally okay. But it's still really stressful because you feel like you're disappointing people. Yeah. So that's why often supporting somebody who's really sick, the best way to do that is to support the caregiver. Yeah, that's right. And that'll happen. Like some of our mutual friends, like some of our friends texted yesterday to Dianna, and they were like, how are you doing? What can we do? Whatever. And she was like, plan a time to hang out with Kyle. Yeah. And that was, that's how she feels taken care of, right? So she's such a meddler in that way. If I ever, like, before when she was better, or even now, if I'll be like, oh, I had a really rough day, then like our mutual friends will just randomly text me like, hey, Simone, do you want to hang out? And I'm like, did Dianna send you? And they're like, yeah. So for all of you who watched the interview that we just aired, we have some questions around that. And one of the main things that I see is people kind of questioning the concept of long COVID and trying to attribute it to other things. So they're like, oh, is it because of the vaccines or because of any other thing? Like, why are we calling it long COVID? That's right. It's an important question for two reasons. One is that, like, I mean, there's no true diagnostics, right? Mm-hmm. So like we said before, like I can't get her tested for long COVID. Yeah. So how do we know it's long COVID? I'll get into that. And then, people often bring up a vaccine injury as well, which is, it's a real thing and people suffer ME/CFS from it. But I do have to also note here that it is much safer and your chances of getting long COVID or ME/CFS are much less vaccinated. But vaccine injuries do happen. Unfortunately, this whole political thing about vaccines and all this kind of stuff is, takes people away from thinking about this logically, which I will explain, which is basically when she got sick, she caught COVID in like the beginning of July. And which year? Of 2022. Yeah. And her previous vaccine was in January. So when she got vaccinated, she was healthy for 6 months, and then she got COVID, and 3 weeks later, she was disabled. Yeah. So
there's no doubt in my mind that this was caused by COVID. And we know, unfortunately, that the protection you get from the vaccine wanes fairly quickly. 3-4 months is about what you get, and so she was 6 months out from her last shot.
I can understand the desire to find a simple explanation.
That's right.
Because it's incredibly complex and it's confusing, and there are so many different factors playing into it, and it's so much easier to be like, oh, isn't it this one thing that I also as a person can avoid, which would be getting vaccines. Like, oh, there's this one thing that was within your power, or that's within my power that can avoid this, and that is just not the reality of it. It's an incredibly complex disease. It has a bunch of different factors, and vaccines will help prevent a lot of it, but it's not a full protection.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's right. What you had said about wanting a simple answer is I think the underlying psychology, or even wanting something that you can do to prevent this, right? People don't want to end up like Dianna. Yeah. And so they can say, if I don't get a vaccine, I will end up like Dianna, because this was from the vaccine. And that's a really simple space to live in, but it's wrong. Many people got long COVID before vaccines existed for COVID, right? So she has long COVID caused by COVID.
Yeah. As the name might indicate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if she had a vaccine injury, we would be honest about it. Like, we've never hidden anything from this. Like, but they're not as common, and that's not what she has.
ME/CFS was a thing before COVID.
ME/CFS has been clinically called that, or something, made up names for that or something, since 1956. But it's just ignored and underfunded. Yeah. But COVID is often something that triggers that. That's right. ME/CFS is really a cluster of symptoms. And so your long COVID could look just like traditional ME/CFS. And so you'll have ME/CFS caused by long COVID. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah.
So something that Dr. Kaufman said was that he said that ME/CFS isn't a very useful term. What does he mean by that?
Yes, it's not useful to a patient to be diagnosed with a syndrome that has no treatment.
That's that old thing. Yeah.
Right, there's no approved treatments or diagnostics. Yeah. So if you go into a doctor who is not essentially trained or specializing in this, they're going to say, okay, I guess, can I help you with something else? Yeah. Because what else can they do? Yeah. So what he means by that is that there's these sub-diseases, POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It means
this guy.
Yeah. It means you get a racing heart when you stand up.
Yeah, but also that's the one where people have to eat ridiculous amounts of salt.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, because you have to maintain a higher blood pressure or blood volume. So you drink a lot of salt and electrolytes. So I'll show at some point, Dianna actually just drinks salt water. Ooh. She likes it now. She's like, it's your taste buds. Her taste buds adapted. I don't know. Yeah. So POTS is something that you can treat. You can treat it with a few different types of medication. You can regulate your heart rate. So it's very treatable disease. MCAS. She has really severe MCAS. Most people with MCAS will respond to treatments. She does not respond very well to them. That's something that we struggle with. That's why we're having such a tough time making progress with her. But as Dr. Kaufman said, most patients their mast cell activation, which is this autoimmune inflammatory response to anything that comes near your body, that can be treated with a variety of medication, supplements, things like that. We struggle with that, but generally it's treatable. SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, can be treated with antibiotics, supplements, things like that. So these sub-diseases are treatable things. Yeah. And normally when you treat each one of those, then the patient gets better.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a little bit like she's a house that's on fire and also has a water leak and is also on top of a sinkhole, where it's like, what do you start doing, and a lot of the treatments will make the other thing worse.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
I always
such a catch-22.
There was this one Simpsons episode when I was a kid where they were like describing like Mr. Burns, and they like described it as like a doorway with like 8 different diseases trying to fit through the doorway at once, but they were all stuck there.
Yeah.
And they're like, if you fix one of them, then you're just going to die because all the diseases get through at once. I just envision that.
Yeah.
She won't die if we treat her diseases, but it's just funny to think of all these diseases trying to bust through the door frame.
Yeah, it's an impossible situation to be in. And the fact that there are no existing treatment plans is why we are raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. We just increased our goal from $10,000 to $100,000 because you all showed up in force. And they are working on trying to develop treatment plans for people who are suffering from this. Levi, behind the camera, what are we currently at?
38 last time I checked.
38.
Nice. Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. Thank
we
you
are
so
making
much.
progress, and it's not even 10 a.m.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Almost 38. Yep.
So we have some questions from Patreon supporters. So something that the internet has been doing for Dianna is supporting her on Patreon, which is why Kyle can be her full-time caregiver because you had to quit your job as an engineer to take care of her. So thank you for everybody who supports her on Patreon. And Matthias, this is why I go into Swedish mode. Matthias? How would you pronounce that in English?
Matthias.
Okay, I did it right. Is asking, is she doing any mental therapy, and what about physical therapy?
Yeah, great question. She does a fair amount of mental exercises and things to try and keep calm. She repeats a lot of mantras to herself. Sometimes we do like the yoga nidra, is that what it's called? Yeah.
Yoga sleep.
You do like check in with different points on your body at night. She can't do talk therapy. She doesn't have the energy to have a prolonged conversation. I can talk to her for maybe 5 minutes at a time, like if I'm really lucky.
Yeah.
So what she does actually, she has a fantastic therapist, and she'll do like asynchronous texting with her therapist and get some pointers on some different types of exercises that she might be able to do to think about and try and cope with the really obviously difficult, depressing situation she's in.
Same therapist?
Yeah.
I got that same thing.
Yeah, she good.
We're all on the same therapist. She's the best.
And then in terms of physical therapy, this is going to be best answered by watching the interview with Dr. Petrino later on in the day. She's not able to tolerate physical therapy. And in fact, the times that we have tried, we've done 2 stints of physical therapy, each for a few weeks, and she ended up a lot worse at the end of those because of those post-exertional malaise that we're talking about. The slightest efforts, what is almost should be inconsequential, will just trigger these giant inflammatory responses and crashes that last for weeks or months.
Yeah, I mean, as you said before, the fact that she can roll herself over in bed is something that other people suffering from this cannot, and they get bed sores. So even that exertion of like moving from the left side to the right side can be enough. I mean, I remember that there was a period a couple months ago where she was able to sit up, and you were trying to slowly increase the amount of time that she was sitting up. But that is now out because it made her worse. That's
right. It's currently out, and this time around we're just trying to take it a little bit slower. So she's got to be able to, when she feels better, she does more. It's not that she, I don't know what the word is. That's it. When she feels better, she'll do more. And the key is to make sure she doesn't do too much too fast. And we haven't been able to do that. And she's unluckily just so severe that most pacing programs are way too difficult for her. She has to go way slower. I mean, it's like she's walking on the thinnest of ice. Any crack and she falls through. And then it's like you have to start over, and the lake has to freeze over and everything. So many metaphors. So physical therapy isn't really
on the map. I mean, that also means that her muscles have atrophied really significantly. I remember when I saw her here last year, and like her legs are really skinny.
Her legs are very skinny.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's hard because patients like her are, you know, between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
You can't do physical therapy without making yourself worse. But the thing I want to stress is that physical therapy isn't a cure for what's going on with her. When she was getting sick, she was exercising every day.
Yeah.
Right, while she was getting sick. She became bedbound, and it had nothing to do with her being deconditioned.
Yeah.
It had to do with the disease. So what you really have to do is fix the disease, and then you use physical therapy and rehabilitation to improve your quality of life. Unfortunately, physical therapy does not lead to being better with this disease.
No, it's a tool to, once you've healed the disease, for her to get back to normal.
Exactly.
But you can't do it without first having treated the disease.
That's correct.
Yeah. Another question from a patron.
All right.
Which is Jerry and others, because a lot of people ask this. Knowing the benefit of sunlight, how many hours a day is she getting sun, and what about her other vitamins?
Yeah, great question. Sunlight's interesting because actually not everybody responds great to sunlight. A lot of people are allergic to it.
I don't respond.
I love sunlight.
Yeah, you're good. I don't.
I feel great when I go in the sun. A lot of people don't. A lot of people are allergic to it, and a lot of people with MCAS specifically are allergic to sunlight.
Allergic in what way? Like their skin flares, or?
Yeah, you get skin rashes, you get flushing, and general inflammatory response in your body. You'll feel sick.
MCAS, to reiterate, is that your immune system basically goes rampage, or like just goes crazy for any chemical exposures or anything.
Yeah, and heat, cold, also so temperature. So being in the heat of the sun, getting the UV things that it damages your skin. Anytime you get any damage in your body at all, inflammation happens. And for someone with severe MCAS, inflammation always goes out of control.
Okay, so even UV light would just makes her worse?
I mean, if she's out there for a while, it will. But my point is that sunlight isn't like a panacea cure for everybody. Vitamin D is super important. It has so many interesting benefits in terms of anti-cancer and all this kind of stuff. Her vitamin D is great, everybody. I just want everyone to know 95th percentile or something like that. She is up there with the vitamin D.
Vitamin D energy. Yeah.
So her vitamins are fantastic. Every time that we get, and that's also a frustrating thing with this disease, is we can't be oh look, her B12 is low, and if we fix that, she's going to feel better. That's not the way it works.
Yeah.
Any vitamin deficiencies that she had, we are already addressed, and it didn't make any difference.
Because that's also the thing where people overestimate the impacts that vitamins can have, because it's definitely, if you have a deficiency, of course eating the vitamin is going to help, but other than getting back to baseline, it's not going to have a miracle impact the more you have of it.
That's right.
Yeah. And often having too much of a vitamin will end up being damaging. But but that's one of the things of her diet, because she is so restricted in what she can eat. How many items can she eat right now?
11 or 12.
And what was it down at the lowest?
7, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was we had apples, pistachios, coconut milk or coconut cream, chia seeds. Those were the main 4 things that she had for a while. And then we had a few other things thrown in there, but she does hemp seeds. Oh yeah. Bok choy's been in there for a while. Carrots, squash, pecans, vanilla beans, vanilla, so she gets some flavor in there.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm leaving one thing out, but it might just be coconut oil. Yeah.
And how do you make sure that she gets what she needs when these are the only items you can feed her?
I mean, to be honest, she's not getting everything she needs. Her protein levels are a bit low, and she gets plenty of protein, but the bioavailability apparently of nuts is really low in terms of the protein. So you get a lot of protein in nuts. It's less efficiently absorbed than the same amount of protein in meat or fish or something like that. So we want to get a little bit more, but it's not like she's dangerously low. She's not like, she's not malnourished or anything.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this protein could be a little bit better.
Yeah.
But that's like basically it.
Yeah.
Ferritins, like iron levels are low, but there's really interesting studies on long COVID saying that people with it have enough iron, but it's like something's malfunctioning, it's being stored in the wrong areas of the body. Read a paper like that recently.
Yeah.
So like, even if we supplemented the iron, like, will that make a difference? Because it might just be not being metabolized properly. There's just a lot you don't know.
When you say, like, where do you get your COVID news from? And like, where, because you're reading a lot of research papers, where do you get that?
Recently, the best one I like is called The Sick Times. Shout out to them.
Great title.
Yeah.
The Sick Times.
They have this weekly kind of just like research update. It's like 3 research things that happen each week, and like you can just click through that and find like so much great news. And then I also I follow Eric Topol. He's a researcher and head of translational medicine at Scripps Research. So he basically, translational medicine is going from the bench to the patient. So he's really interested in long COVID and just like does really nice summaries of what's going on. So I follow him for a lot of news. Those are like probably the 2 like easiest sources. Oh, and then I better get the name right. I'm embarrassed right now. Yeah, and then I also super interesting is Health Rising, which also I encourage you to donate to them. They're like this OG MECFS I don't know, information hub. Yeah, thank you. And they have all sorts of super interesting interviews with all different types of researchers, and just put out and just summarize information in a really great way. So I when I was first getting into learning about MECFS, Health Rising was one of my like best resources.
Yeah, I mean that's really helpful, because one of the issues around COVID and long COVID is that there's so much information and there's so much low quality information as well. So hearing
those
where you're getting
3.
your top, because it's also, and I mean, and for it to be on different tiers as well, because I understand that not everybody might be interested in reading research papers. Yeah,
like Eric Topol, like his stuff is super technical, but I find it really fascinating. Health Rising is like a medium. It's like they don't shy away, but it's still more accessible. And then Sick Times, I think, even more accessible, but has more information, and it's really well curated.
Yeah, no, it's because it's so hard. I mean, especially since it's so much research coming out, it's just hard to parse what information is important and what is relevant to you in the situation you're in. Cool. So another question from a Patreon supporter, which is Claire, and she asks, why are certain foods non-reactive with the conditions while others cause flare-ups?
This is a great question, and it has 2 parts to answer. First part, we have no idea.
Yeah.
Some people just react to stuff, and you don't know why. Like, and a great example is blueberries. Like, blueberries are like an approved food. I'll get into why they're approved later. But like, we've tried to get her on blueberries like 8 times, and every time she just like flushes bright red. She can't do blueberries, and everyone with MCAS is like, blueberries are easy, you know. So it's really individual, and you don't know, everybody's different. Everybody's body reacts differently. She can't do blueberries. The flip side of that is, or the other answer is that you want to have a low histamine diet. So histamines are one of the molecules that mast cells release, so sort of antihistamines. They're in your body. Mast cells release them as part of your inflammatory immune response to things coming into your body. If you eat them, they're in foods. Like if foods are out, like if you have like fish, that's out, it'll grow histamines really quickly, because like bacteria will break it down and they'll release histamines. And then if you eat histamines, that will again go into your blood, and you'll have increased histamine, and you'll get this sort of chain reaction of you have too much histamine. And it's like every like molecule that mast cells release also induce them to release more molecules, right? So it's like one of these like chain reactions. It's like there's more histamines around, then they'll release more histamines.
And what are the symptoms? You said that she gets flushed. Like, what are the other indicators that she's having a reaction to her food?
So it'll be flush, it'll be brain fog. So super brain fog, she'll be spinning or dizzy kind of experience. Even fibromyalgia, so like shooting nerve pain. And if it's really bad, she'll get really sudden onset depression, which is kind of crazy. So I think I have to go check her out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta go check in on her. But yeah, that's high histamine foods suck, and MCAS is terrible.
Yeah.
So, but we should transition. I gotta start making her food anyways.
Yep.
And then we'll come back here a little bit later and answer some more questions.
Cool. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So we're back from a quick break, and today we are live streaming Dianna for a full day, who is suffering from long COVID and ME/CFS, which are these conditions that about 85 million people around the world are suffering from, and it's really debilitating. For Dianna, it means that she has not left her bed in a very long time, other than having an MRI scan recently.
That's right.
But she is bedbound. She cannot care for herself in any way. Her husband Kyle is her full-time caregiver, we're raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation because they are putting research into finding treatment methods for this. We are getting close to $50,000, which is crazy. What's he signaling?
43.
43. $43,000, which will go a long way towards trying to find better treatment methods and diagnostic tools for these conditions.
That's right.
And so thank you for that. We also just got a note from Dianna. She communicates a lot in writing.
Yeah, it's just way easier for her because she can go at her own pace. Yeah. And then speaking is just difficult. It's a lot of energy.
Yeah. So should I read it?
Let me see. I think we can read that. Yep.
Okay. So Dianna is saying to you, I think you can talk about the fact that I feel extra horrible today because it's the first day of my period. Extra nausea, headache, stomach cramping, extreme fatigue, hot flashes, brain fog, sweating, reacting much more to my food, depression, dizziness, overall flu-like feeling. So not only does this disease affect more women than men, but they have to deal with the effects of their periods exacerbating their symptoms. And as usual, we've hit a roadblock for anything that can seriously help because lack of research. Even though it's a serious problem that every 28 days, in my case 25, your symptoms get 10 times worse for 5 to 10 days. Plus, it's like having PMS that whole time instead of just one day on top of feeling extra awful. So, I heard that she didn't have a great night's sleep yesterday because she gets a lot more cramping.
Yep.
So she was in a lot of pain.
Yep.
And her period makes everything worse?
Yeah, this is pretty universal in her support groups of people with, severe long COVID that just their periods are hell.
Yeah.
First of all, you get these fluctuations in hormones and estrogen and stuff, and estrogen is like an inflammatory molecule. It helps. It also stimulates mast cells to degranulate, releasing all their things into all the inflammatory molecules. And it's like there's I don't know. It's like MCAS just gets way worse. All of her symptoms gets worse, and honestly, her period is one of the biggest roadblocks to her recovery. And there's not much research out there, and it's like I've talked to OBGYN doctors, and I'm like, oh, what can we do? And it's just and I'm like, well, what if we do what, I don't want to get into the details, but what about this or this or that? And most of them are just like, no, I don't really know.
Yeah.
And there's just not much data.
Yeah.
Women haven't been studied.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, often the catch-all solution to anything period related is just being like, go on the pill.
Yeah.
Which obviously she cannot do when she can't even eat blueberries without
exactly.
freaking
That's
out.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's no scientific medical knowledge really that we can rely on. We can rely on some of the experience of some physicians and things like that, but that's it.
Yeah.
It's really sad. I have to go help her out.
Yeah.
So quick pause. We'll be right back.
I can keep on talking because I think we're getting some questions. Yeah.
Oh, great.
You hear the doorbell like sound, which means that Dianna needs to talk to Kyle or help with anything. I think maybe she needs to pee because she cannot go pee herself. Maybe she hasn't used the bathroom in a year. So basically, Kyle cannot leave the house. When he is able to leave the house, he can't leave for more than 2.5 hours because Dianna needs help peeing and going to the bathroom and just anything else, which is the reality of when you're bedbound. Like, she needs help with brushing her teeth and getting set up for that. I mean, he prepares all the meals for her and everything. So the level of work that Kyle has to put in is mind-boggling. I don't come down very often because I live in LA. I don't go down to San Diego very often because there's not a lot I can do to help here. And often, like, if I were to go in and see Dianna, as much as I want that, and I know that she wants that as well, that risks her crashing and making her worse because of the excitement or the sadness of seeing me. So the last time I was down here, which was a year ago almost exactly, I remember seeing the schedule that Kyle has for her day with the medications that she's taking, the food that she's getting. She was doing physical therapy at that time, which was not helpful. And it is down to like scheduled to the minute almost. So the level of care that he's putting in, like, there's no way for this to not be a full-time job for him, which is why it's so helpful for the people who are on Patreon, because that is why he's able to be her full-time caregiver. But it is crazy. Like, it was this long of a schedule with just line item to take care of her. So I think we have open comments. And we might be getting some questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Have you heard any questions? Because I don't have anything here.
Yeah, some of them are kind of they're gathering some of them are very similar and they're kind of general. People are asking, like, hasn't it been years? Can't she have a TV? Can she shower? So do you want to just maybe give some of the basics?
Yeah. So people are wondering, like, why can't she have a TV and how long has it been? So Dianna got COVID in 2022. During the summer, and then she was in bed bound. It was about a year after that, I think. Also
January 2023.
January 2023. She's been bed bound since. So what is that? A year and a half. She cannot have a TV. She cannot listen to music because with her exertion malaise, basically anything that stimulates her too much is risking her crashing. So it kind of fluctuates how much she's able to engage with the outside world. Now I remember, like, the other week she was able to text for like 45 minutes a day, and that's mostly how I stay in touch with her. So we have different group texts, like one with just her friends without Dianna, where we kind of share news and things that we've heard and information, and then one with Dianna, so sometimes she'll pop in there. But basically anything that's too stimulating, and TV is definitely too stimulating. It risks her crashing, and it's just too much for her brain to handle. I mean, she can't listen to music, which is why one of the main things that she does to keep herself entertained is to sing songs only in her head, because she can't, like, actually sing them. So she's kind of playing music for herself in her head. Sorry. But yeah, there's really not much. She can't read. And I think mostly, like, yeah, sometimes she's able to text on her phone and be on her phone, but anything that's too stimulating is puts her at risk.
Yeah. A few people are asking, can you describe what a crash means?
So I think we'll get back to a few of you asked what a crash means, and we'll talk more about that when Kyle gets back, because he's really the more of an expert or has more experience in that. But basically it's just that she gets way worse. So she overexerts herself in some way, and that can be in minuscule ways, like there's too much light in her room, or she has an emotional reaction to something, or that she's sad about her situation, and then that makes her worse. I mean, recently, so she hadn't washed her hair in almost a year because she can't go to the bathroom, but then Kyle washed her hair for her with, like, bringing a bucket of water and washing it, and just the chemicals from the shampoo, even though it's like the least like scented shampoo, made her crash. So it's basically just that her body reacts really strongly to any sort of stimulation. And here comes Kat. Yeah,
I'm back.
He's back.
I forgot my tea though.
Yeah, go get your tea. So
What?
we got a good
What do we
question
get?
about what does a crash actually entail?
Yes, this is a great question. So we'll talk the symptoms first. So the symptom of a crash is basically all of your symptoms get worse. So it's like, if she has a little bit of a headache some days, her headache will be turned up, to 10. Her, flushing and her reactivity to food will go way up. So then it would be every time she eats, she'll feel super sick, right? She'll get stomach cramps and feel nauseous from every meal, no matter what it is, even stuff that she normally tolerates. And her energy level will be 0. So she won't be able to tolerate light. Like the amount of light that's in her room right now isn't much. It looks brighter on screen.
Yeah.
Kind of talked about this earlier.
Bump the ISO up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't be able to tolerate even that level of light. She wouldn't be able to tolerate sound. She wouldn't be able to tolerate anything because she would just have so little energy. And that would go on for weeks or months.
Yeah.
And that's a crash. And it happens when you exceed your energy threshold for like too many consecutive days. And it's tricky because sometimes you don't know you're exceeding it until you've done it for 3 or 4 days, because there's this delay. So sometimes, you exceed your energy on Monday, you don't feel that till Wednesday. So maybe then you do it Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday you're feeling a little bit off and you keep doing it. And then Thursday you wake up and you can't move. And that might begin a crash that lasts a long time before you can get out of it.
What's the longest crash that she's had so far?
Probably like 3 months.
Yeah.
And it was just like hell. Like she couldn't think, move, talk barely for like 3 months. Yeah. And it's just horrendous.
So even though what you're seeing today is bad, obviously, and it is worse when
That's
she's
right.
crashed.
This isn't a crash. This is her baseline.
Yeah.
She's not able to move, not able to talk much. She's in more pain today because of her period. And that makes her symptoms a little bit worse. But she hasn't been going over her energy threshold, so she doesn't have, a lot of post-exertional malaise, and she hasn't done it for long enough to be in a crash cycle.
Yeah. What did she call you in for now?
She had to go to the bathroom. And she said she didn't want her meal, but then she said she wants a carrot, so I have to go get her a carrot.
Yeah, go get her a carrot.
I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah. Go get her a carrot. Yeah. So what we're doing today is live streaming a day in the life of Dianna, who's suffering from long COVID and ME/CFS, to raise funds for the Open Medicine Foundation, who are trying to find treatment options for people struggling with this condition, because currently there are no treatment options. So there's about 85 million people with this condition just waiting for science to figure out a way for them to get help. Dianna is one of them, and currently her husband Kyle is peeling her a carrot over the sink, because that is one of few foods that she can eat and that doesn't trigger a crash. So maybe we cut to the feed of Dianna and we're gonna watch her eat a carrot.
You want to answer more?
Yeah, okay. I mean, if there are questions that you think I can answer, I mean,
I'll be back in literally like a minute. So.
Okay, Kyle will be back in literally a minute. But I think one of the things about crashes is that means that as a friend or as a family member of somebody struggling with this condition, there's really not much you can do, because even like, because I'm like, oh, what can I do to cheer Dianna up? But then it's like, if I would get her too excited or too happy that would also trigger a crash. So there's this like really weird balancing act of wanting to show up for her and wanting to help, but also knowing that that can cause her harm. So it's also, you know, why we only share kind of mundane updates from our lives with her, and usually I'll text that to Kyle so he can relay that information to her and make sure that it gets to her at a point where she can handle it. So if I've had like a bigger life event happen, I would probably text it to you, Kyle. So because I don't want to risk sending that to Dianna at a place where receiving information that would have any sort of emotional reaction for her would do her harm. So the safest bet is just telling really mundane stories that will not evoke an emotional response other than her feeling connected to us.
Yes, to everything you said.
Yeah. And just to plug it, at 11 a.m. we're going to have an interview with Dr. Raven Baxter, that is pre-recorded. She is a fellow YouTuber who had really severe long COVID, but that has gotten better. Because you can get better.
Yes,
the only
absolutely.
issue is that people don't really know how or why.
That's right. Right now, what we can do is mitigate some symptoms with medication and hope that the body takes care of itself over time. Sometimes co-infections can be treated, like tick-borne disease or, just a reactivated virus that's in the body, and that can help people. But, in terms of, we don't really know how to get people better, generally speaking.
So I know for really good reason that you don't want to go into what medicines she's on, because that is a decision that you should be making with your doctor if you're somebody struggling with these conditions, and it is so individual how you react to medication. So what works for Dianna might not work for you.
And may even be harmful for you.
Yeah. But how many medicines
is she doing?
Is she on?
Probably 10.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And that's daily, or?
Yeah. Some of them are most of them are daily. I think there's some, I don't think she's on any weekly ones right now.
Yeah.
But something like 8 to 10. Yeah, I think about 10 medications.
And are most of them oral, or?
Yeah, everything's oral right now. She takes some shots sometimes. Yeah. But most of the more oral medication. And I talked about this morning. It's, if you see me giving her medications, I'm giving them out of like a glass bottle and an eyedropper, because most of her medications are liquid and they're in MCT oil, which is like a coconut derived oil, because she does really, really well with coconut. But most of the time when you buy a medicine, it has all these other ingredients in it. It has like a little bit of lactose and iron oxide and like sucrose and I don't know, weird ingredients, right? All these things that she reacts to. So it's like an over-the-counter medication or a prescription one even that's commercially produced, she typically cannot tolerate.
That is crazy that like even just the pill and the extra stuff to turn it into a pill.
The excipients is what they're called.
Excipients, of course you know that. Excipients. Yeah, no, it's a new word for me.
Yeah.
Look forward to that to pop up as some crossword puzzle. I'll be like, Kyle, you taught me that one. Right. Excipient. And what other treatments? Because I know that she has her blood drawn occasionally.
Yeah, she gets her blood drawn. We took her to get an MRI. Some other things that, we have an open mind. We try stuff, right? Yeah. Like, so she's had acupuncture. She was like, meh. I think she didn't particularly enjoy it. She gets someone that comes and does lymphatic massage. And she finds that really enjoyable. Yeah. It's like the masseuse, she told me it's like called like the angel's touch or something like that. It's like super light, and you kind of do the stuff to like move the lymph in your body, and she's like, it just feels amazing. So that's something that when she's feeling well, that person can come here and give her a massage, and it helps her feel better. So that's great. Yeah. We do red light therapy. There's a lot of interesting science actually about red light therapy and how it activates the mitochondria. There's real studies around it, which is nice to see.
And is that The mask?
Well, if you want to do, you keep your face tight, you do the mask.
That's what I've seen.
So,
what TikTok keeps on trying to sell me.
Exactly.
They're like, oh, you're in your mid-30s.
You need a red light mask.
Face. Yeah.
So she does a full body one. So we got this big panel over there, and I'll show you. I did the build on it so that I can keep it up over her body.
Oh, really?
I put it in a PVC cage, kind of. You know?
The benefit of having a husband who's an engineer.
Yeah, exactly. So I just kind of place it on her bed, and we do the red light. I might even show that later, but if she's feeling up to it.
But I mean, that's one of the things about working with an illness that is so understudied is that it kind of, you have to go into alternative things as well and be like, well,
absolutely.
Whatever works. I'll try Reiki if that works. I don't think it's scientifically sound, but if it makes her feel better, then yeah.
And a lot of the stuff right now is just it's something to do. It's something to look forward to. So can we have somebody come over here and give her a massage that's going to make her feel better, but not a deep tissue massage, because that will make her feel worse, but this lymphatic massage is enjoyable. I was hoping acupuncture was going to be enjoyable for her. I think it was medium. Maybe she'll try it again.
Yeah.
And then red lights again is something to do during the day. Why not?
Yeah. So it's both trying to find things that could potentially be a good treatment, but that also might just fill her days a little bit, but not cause her to crash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy. Yeah, I always think of dealing with chronic illness, it just turns you into a conspiracy theorist.
Oh,
because you're so in your basement with red yarn, just being like, maybe it was this that triggered it, and then what if I tried that, and that is it all linked, and what if it was the apple that she ate? And it is just mind-boggling the amount of emotional work to try to figure out how everything is linked when it's probably something that doesn't necessarily relate to the actions that you're taking, because there's all these things in your bodies and these hormonal cycles, and
And also, as humans, one of our flaws is we are really bad at knowing what helps us and what hurts us. If you eat something bad and it messes up with your stomach, you don't know what the thing was that you ate, right? You don't know what got you.
Yeah.
And so it's you take a medicine and you don't know which one of these helped you, and so you have to be And one of the challenges with treating it is okay, I want to do a new medication. So that means I can only do one medication at a time. And this one is supposed to take 3 weeks to a month to feel an effect. And I have, how many medications can you think of for ME/CFS? There's hundreds of them. So you do the math on the amount of time it would take to go through all of them. So sometimes you just have to get lucky, but you also have to be methodical. So it's again,
it's also you change one factor and you introduce a medicine, but then you're but we also introduced this new food. So is it the food that had an impact, or is it the medicine? There's so many factors. And I mean, Dianna is in an extraordinarily controlled environment, but for anybody who's more out in the world and having more factors affect them, it can be impossible to pinpoint what's making a difference.
But even for her, and this is why clinical trials, shout out to OMF doing clinical trials, are so important, is because, again, with Dianna, we could start a new medication and she could get better, and it could have had nothing to do with that medication.
Yeah.
And we would say, we started this medication and this is the thing that got her better, but we could have been totally wrong.
Yeah.
Because there's no tests, there's no diagnostics.
It might also be Mercury's in retrograde or whatever. It's really, I mean, and that's the conspiracy theorist part of it, or where you're just was it this, or was it this, or was it that we had, and it's, there's so many different factors and so hard to know how your actions are affecting
it. This person says, oh boy, as someone with suspected MCAS, conspiracy theory part totally holds. As a foodie, I was no.
Sorry that you have MCAS. But I mean, it just makes you go on a mad goose chase to try to figure out what's doing what and how it's affecting you, and it can be really hard to isolate the different facters.
There's two comments I wanted to go back to. One was very beginning. Somebody was asking about was just commenting about what are the different safety things we should think about with COVID, because this is actually really important. The bottom line is the more times you get COVID, the higher your risk is for getting long COVID. It does not go down over time. It goes up over time. Just because you didn't catch it, I've had COVID twice. The third time I developed into long COVID, right? You really don't know. And every time you get it, you're increasing your risk of getting long COVID. And that sucks. Yeah. The other, part is I want to address also like the masking, because this is another area where there's a lot of misinformation. I read this really great study where it was looking at transmission on airplanes. And so if you're traveling, take this into account. It said because they basically they looked at 50 flights and they counted how many people got sick.
Oh, wow.
It was cool. It was a great one. It was very controlled environments, everything like this. On flights with no masking, flights over 6 hours, your risk of infection was like 25 times greater than short flights. So how long you're exposed to something really makes a difference. And that's important to think about. If you're going somewhere where exposure is and you're going there for a short amount of time, that's probably fine. But if you're going for a long amount of time, you have to be a lot more careful. Yeah. And then they looked at flights where they used double masking, and there were no reported cases of transmission.
Wow. Yeah.
So masking works. Yeah. Like, let's be very, very clear about that. There's been a lot of misinformation. Masking works, and it ultimately comes down to making a decision as society how we want to be inclusive of people who can't be exposed to, COVID and other airborne things, like this. So, it's hard. It's hard because, we're not masking. Yeah. Right? Because masking and talking and communicating as a human, it gets in the way. Yeah. So it has a cost to it.
I took a COVID test before.
Took a COVID test,
yeah. But no, it's weird because we were so diligent. As somebody who lives in Los Angeles, like, people were really diligent about masking mostly during the kind of emotional height of the pandemic. And now it's like there's still spikes in transmission, and people are so laissez-faire about it.
And now I get all these comments on here about me spewing misinformation. Yeah. Again, this is just literally people recorded how many people got sick off of a flight. Yeah. This is pretty straight stuff.
Yeah. And I think at least wearing a mask isn't going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt the people around you.
Exactly. So. And that's the bottom line too. It's like, like you said, wearing a mask is a personal choice. Yeah. And if you want to be safer, I support and I applaud you, because you are doing something that is making a difference to your quality of life and the quality of life of people around you.
No, I remember when people started masking, and I think I had an easier time transitioning to masking because I already wear a mask a lot in my work, because I work in a workshop and there are chemicals and dust, and if I'm doing woodworking or things like that, I try to wear a mask because the exposure to adhesives and things like that can get, you don't want that in your lungs. And I remember people being like, oh my God, masks are gonna kill you. And I'm like, I've been wearing masks for like the last 6 years in my work, and I'm fine. I think it's okay. So it is. I think if I ever want to get myself really riled up, it is reading the comments on some of Dianna's posts, and people also accusing vaccines of getting her sick. And vaccines can definitely have side effects, but as you said earlier, Dianna got vaccinated months before she got COVID, and she was fine for those months. She got COVID, and then 3 weeks later she was really disabled.
That's right.
So it being caused by vaccines, even just that timeline, it was not.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I always say that. So I have another question from a patron. Carlin asks, is there anything we can do?
Yeah. This is what today is about. The things you can do is spread awareness. If you know somebody in your life who is has long COVID or, you know, is suffering from like similar disease, engage with them, believe them, be kind to them. That makes the hugest difference. Today we're raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. Money is going directly to supporting research and clinical trials. And then just like, you know, if we're talking about the social media world, you know, like those posts that are like by people who are sharing, you know, the truth about what's going on and their life. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And also there were some sources that Kyle mentioned where he gets his information about long COVID and MECFS.
Yes.
And I think we should link those.
We gotta link those. I gotta add those to the description.
But one of them was the Sick Times.
The Sick Times.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other one was Health Rising.
Health Rising,
which has a lot of more accessible information, like less technical, researchy, language-based information about fibromyalgia
and MECFS.
Yes. And also there was a person that you really enjoy following on Twitter.
Yeah, Eric Topol, who kind of posts these digests of what the latest research is. Exactly, and also just tons of just interesting stuff going on in medicine to do with like longevity and you know, everything that's just interesting, cool stuff. Yeah,
but misinformation is the really big factor in working with these conditions, and also the lack of knowledge from normal or like standard physicians, and that there are not a lot of people specialized in this field, which is why raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation is really important, because they are also educating physicians in treating these conditions, because the way that we treat most illnesses and doesn't work for this.
That's right.
And
exactly.
Mentioned earlier taking Dianna into an ER, and you know, it is way too much stimulation. She's in a brightly lit room. They just cannot accommodate somebody with her disease profile.
That's right.
And that is why we need more physicians to be aware of this and to develop treatment methods for it. So that is how you can help. I mean, also Patreon was a huge thing.
Yes.
And that is why you were able to become her full-time.
That is absolutely why I'm here taking care of Dianna every single day, and why that's feasible for me. Yeah.
And I remember that, I mean, you hired people to help out for a bit, like a nurse, but then she had reactions to them. Yeah,
people coming in with fragrances and things like that, and she, especially at that point in time, she was so sensitive, and she just couldn't tolerate it.
Yeah. So it's even just a new human coming in, even if they're not wearing fragrances, like that can trigger her in different ways. And you know, and also like, even I remember you putting in new items in her room and having to slowly increase the amount that the item was in the room. So you wanted to put something in there, and you basically have to put it in there for a little bit, then take it out, just to slowly increase her exposure to its scent profile. And
what we did a few days ago, because it's been so hot, is we finally put the air conditioning in her room, and we knew like, okay, this is going to cause like some repercussions, but we just needed to be able to control the temperature in there. It's too hot. So we put it in there, and it was like, you know, 6 or 7 days of her just having just this massive headache and feeling sick and dizzy, and she finally got accustomed to it. But it's like, you know, not being able to install an air conditioner, you know, sucks. And for people who are like well versed in MCAS, because I know you're listening, like this wasn't one that I just bought and opened, because you open something like and it smells plasticky and it's hot gas. This had been in my house for a year. I bought it last summer, and she couldn't tolerate it, and I used it like out of the living room all last summer so that it would off gas as much as possible. And then I finally put it in there a year later, so it had already done the full off gassing thing, and it still was difficult for her.
But I mean, she can't have flowers in there. She has some plastic flowers.
You gave us.
I got her. I've made her a thing. So it is just crazy, and that's why it ends up being you being her full-time caregiver, because you're the like one person she can tolerate, both like socially, and smell-wise, and because it is exhausting to have people around and having to interact with people. And I mean, you being her husband, it's like she can be rude to you without feeling bad about it.
She can be. She's pretty nice though.
Yeah,
she's
the
pretty nice.
nicest. I did not mean anything like that. But like, it's not like taking a lot of social capital from her or exertion to engage with you.
Oh, the other thing I want to circle back on was we were talking about, because she's out of her period right now, and that's really terrible. And just the numbers are interesting about the disproportionate effect of women versus men for long COVID. And I think the latest CDC one was like 9.5% of women report long COVID, and 5.5%
of people who've had COVID.
Can't remember. Probably
yeah.
People who've had COVID are reporting long COVID, and then 5.5% of men. Yeah. So it's not quite twice, but significantly more women than men are experiencing, probably 60-40 long COVID. And you see that in ME/CFS as well. You see that in most autoimmune disorders, which again are not very well treatable. And again, we have this really long history of blaming them on being psychosomatic disorders and hysteria, etc., things like this, right? Women problems.
Oh yeah.
No. And like it was like there's crazy statistics about women not even being allowed in clinical trials until like the 90s or something like that. It's like
no, because we're too emotional.
I know. The thing is like women are honestly more complicated than men. Physiologically. Yeah. And that's like a reason to put more resources into studying women than men, right? Yeah. You would think like just like, oh, we have half the population needs more research, so let's allocate our resources accordingly. So it is a bit of a sad history there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the contributing factors about this being understudied. I mean, for one, ME/CFS kind of having its field day because of long COVID and long COVID triggering it. So it's definitely something that's more top of mind for people, but research hasn't really caught up. Yeah. Also, that it is something that has predominantly affected women. And also that there is a lot of political bias against long COVID and a lot of misinformation. So there are all these factors that have contributed to us not having done a lot of research on it, and there not being treatment plans. Yeah. So, yeah. And just the fact that, like, Dianna, there's not a wound, that she has.
You can't see. I mean,
you can't see it on her.
Obviously, like you had said, she has a lot of
atrophy.
Atrophy, thank you. Yeah. A lot of atrophy in her muscles, but other than that, she doesn't look sick. Yeah. And that makes it even harder. And that's a lot of people with ME/CFS have experienced that. Yeah. You look fine. Why can't you work? Why can't you do this? Why can't you live a normal life? And it's just, it's hard.
Yeah, but there are tests you can do, and there are biomarkers for it. It's just that there are not tests that are readily available.
Yeah, there are biomarkers, but again, we don't have it down to enough of a science that someone can walk into a lab and get tested. Researchers are finding more and more biomarkers, and I think we're going to see in the next year this sort of coalescing of like, these are the biomarkers that we're going to start using to define long COVID. I think we're getting close. That's just my opinion. I could be way off, but I think we're getting close.
Yeah. And also, anybody who knows Dianna knows that there is no way that she, or anybody for that matter, would have chosen this life for themselves. God. Like, the amount of despair and pain that she's experiencing, it is just absolutely ridiculous if you saw it in person. To imagine that somebody would be making this up for whatever goddamn reason you would want to make this up. So, yeah. It is still, as we talked about before, really surreal that this has happened, especially to Dianna, who was, so athletic and so outgoing, and is also a person who needed so much stimulation to not be restless. Like, I know few people as active as Dianna she's just firing on every cylinder. And for her in particular to be stuck in this and not be able to kind of use her magnificent brain or very athletic body. It is just, it's crazy.
Let's pause the comments for a bit, because I'm not able to respond to them. Yeah. And maybe I can respond to a couple, and then I wanted to also go over just like some interesting science stuff that I've been reading.
Yeah, let's go over some interesting science stuff.
All right, I want to go back through, see if there's any questions.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who's commenting and who's donating and just engaging with the live feed in any way. But I know that you have a long list of research papers that you wanted to talk about.
That's right, yeah.
Because Kyle, who is an engineer, has become an absolute expert in, I mean, I know you wouldn't call yourself that, but...
I wouldn't, but can I brag for a minute?
Yeah, of course you can.
So, I got super interested in all of the biology and everything. You know, obviously Dianna got sick, and that was incredibly hard, but it was, in a way, you know, interesting, well, kind of fun for me to go back and learn about the science, because as an undergrad, I did pre-med. So I did all of the biology and chemistry to go to medical school, but I never ended up going. I got a few undergraduate research fellowships in organic chemistry, so I did that. When I graduated, I worked as like an intern medicinal chemist intern for about a year.
Okay, so you got
I got a couple little background in it.
Yeah.
So it was fun for me to go back, you know, this is 15 years later or whatever, and be like, oh yeah, like I
for you
know this stuff.
Yeah. Which is, once again, why one of the most important decisions you're ever going to make is the partner you choose, and Dianna chose well. So we have a printed page here of interesting science.
Interesting science, and I included links, you know, for like the sources. I can't not, like, I was just like,
and it's great.
I don't know if I'll share them or not, but I had to have them there in case, you know, anything came up.
Yeah. So one of the bullet points of interesting sciences is what causes long COVID.
Yeah. So this is like, we are getting into it now. Like, the science is really exciting.
Yeah.
Stop laughing.
No, I'm not laughing. I love that you're actually interested in. I feel like this is also a way for you to take control of the situation where you have very little control.
Totally.
It's just being like, let's educate.
So one of the things that is like so frustrating. I mean, it's not that frustrating because like I try to ignore it, but it is frustrating. As like, people are always like, long COVID's not real, right? And there's just such, like, 2 articles came out recently which were just freaking amazing. And in each of them, what they did was they took a cohort of people who had long COVID, and they extracted their antibodies, their IgG antibodies, from their plasma. So this is like part of your immune system, right? They extracted antibodies, and then they injected mice with the antibodies from humans, and the mice developed long COVID.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, but in one of the studies, they separated people by phenotype. So you have like neurological long COVID, right? So a lot of headaches, stuff like that. You have fibromyalgia, so you have a lot more pain. You have fatigue based. So they separated people by their symptoms, and then they use those antibodies and injected into the mice, and the mice mirrored the symptoms of the people, of the different groups. So the people with like fibromyalgic type long COVID, you know, more pain, the mice became sensitized.
No.
Yes, to pain. Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
So this was like proof, or, you know, there's never proof in medicine.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Indication.
This is evidence that the immune system is playing a really key role in what's going on with developing these types of symptoms.
Okay, because a lot of it is your immune system.
Yeah, the antibodies are part of your immune system, these IgG antibodies, and yeah, they injected into mice and they developed long COVID.
So does that mean, okay, I'm going out on a limb here, I'm not a scientist, but does that mean that long COVID is an autoimmune disease because it's your body's immune system reacting and attacking itself?
It has this is really strong evidence that it has an autoimmune component to it.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm getting this wrong, forgive me.
Yeah.
Just. But my understanding of most autoimmune disorders is that they are, and again, if I use the wrong words, forgive me, like idiopathic, meaning like they don't have like a clear cause. So like if you have lupus or something like that, which is an autoimmune disorder, it's something that's just happening to you. And we're not treating the root cause, but we're going to treat the immune system so it doesn't like attack itself as much, right? It doesn't attack your body and you don't have as many symptoms. But the question is, why did you develop that in the first place? And so with long COVID, the idea is like, well, you could have, active persistent virus in your body. You could have just bits of RNA still floating around. You could have spike protein floating around, and these things are triggering your immune system again and again to keep creating these antibodies, which then have this autoimmune type thing. So it's plausible that you could remove all of these problematic antibodies from a patient, and a few months later they'll get long COVID again because they have something in their body that's making these antibodies come back and making their immune system react in this way. So there's an element of autoimmunity involved, but is it just like, oh, the body changed and that's it, and now we have to have everyone on like a specific type of immune suppressant for the rest of their life? Or is it like, oh, there's actually a different root cause here that's making the immune system behave this way? And that's an open question.
Yeah.
But moving on to point number 2.
The muscles? No,
B. Point number B.
Point number B. One point B in Kyle's list of interesting science.
Yeah. A recent paper found viral RNA in the gut of long COVID patients, which suggests that there could be active virus in the gut and elsewhere. It went elsewhere, but there was a really interesting paper, and they found through biopsies, they found there was RNA still, so that's going to be activating your immune system to fight that. The other thing they did was they stuck patients in like an MRI, and they gave them like, I don't know, some dye or something, that attached onto T cells, which are part of the fighters in your immune system. And they found them highlighted in a few different key places that was different in long COVID patients versus uninfected people, right? So you could see that the immune system was more active, and then it was most active in the gut. So then they took a biopsy of the gut, and they found viral RNA. So your immune system is there, there's viral RNA. Is there live RNA or live virus there?
Yeah.
My guess is yes, but there's no proof.
Yeah.
So don't say I said it.
No, I will not say you said it. Got him.
What?
No, I mean, basically there's, to paste a metaphor on top of it, there's a civil war going on in your body when you're having long COVID, and you're finding all of these battlegrounds.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, there's a bunch of like fighting in the gut and in all of these other areas, and trying to figure out why that is happening. Who are the rebels? Why is there a civil war going on? That's crazy. I know just to put a bow on it, the best way to prevent long COVID is to not get COVID in the first place. And the best way to not get COVID in the first place is to wear a mask and to take just basic precautions.
That's right.
Take you a long way.
That's right. And I'm going to talk, and, I'm just going to say my personal opinions right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I found, there's a few other less widely cited studies that are showing the benefit of doing things like using a specific mouthwash, like it has like a CPC, I think is the name of the ingredient in it, that will clear because when you breathe in COVID, you have it in your throat, your nasal cavities and stuff like this. So some studies found that washing with a mouthwash will help prevent it.
Really?
If it's like the specific kind. Yeah. Huh. And there's also a nasal spray called iota-carrageenan, which they used in like a bunch of healthcare workers, and like transmission went way down. So like if you're in like a crowded place, you're like, oh, I feel nervous that I might have got exposed. If I do that, then I'll spray with this and I'll use some of this mouthwash, and that's just another precaution that I'll take. Yeah. And that's just what I do personally, because that's what I think the evidence is for. But there's not any like official guidelines on that. That's just, again, my opinion and things. You know, I have gotten sick for a long time. I don't know if that's why. I'm also really careful.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to probably be a lot more careful than a standard person, because you're caring for somebody who, if she got COVID, it would be really bad. Cool. Any of these other studies that you want to talk about?
So other things that could cause long COVID, we talked about before, it could just be like simple autoimmunity, like your immune system changes, and that's that. I don't know. It could be co-infections, or co-infections are really likely part of the story of what's making long COVID worse for some people than others. If you had, you know, a previous viral infection, which all of us have had, you know, different kinds, and that for some reason, gets reactivated. So there's a lot of you know, papers looking at that. One thing I'm excited about, because talking about transmission is, you know, I don't want to deal with COVID anymore. I don't think anyone does. Yeah. And I think that the way that we're going to move, I don't know if I want to say move past it, but make progress is through like nasal vaccines. So the point of entry for COVID is breathing it in. And Project NextGen, which is Health and Human Services Project, is doing some large, you know, like 10,000 person trials on nasal vaccines. And that's going to be, I think what we're going to see is like vaccines that exist right now don't provide enough protection against transmission, and these nasal vaccines are kind of the next hope for doing that. And I really hope that those have as good a performance as they should in theory. Yeah,
because this is the weak point.
This is the weak point.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is the entry. This is where they can breach the walls.
Also, this is a great study. Long COVID is really bad for you.
Shocking. Yeah, I can't believe it.
So a few studies have used MRI imaging to literally just see physical changes in the brain caused by long COVID, which is super scary. I honestly don't spend a lot of time looking at these studies because they're mostly just like, this is how bad it is. Yeah. And I don't want to think about that because Dianna has it. But, you know, I think if you're not scared of long COVID, you should be. Yeah. There's just like there's so much brain damage associated with it, which is insane and scary to think about. So
I mean, not to talk about it too much, but like when Dianna does get better, there is a chance that she's never gonna be fully back to normal.
That's right.
Or a risk.
That's right. From what I can see, like, I mean, okay, so first of all, luckily Dianna had like intelligence to spare.
Yeah. she got IQ. She can drop down a lot of notches and she'll just be normal.
I think the latest number I saw, which these numbers are so dumb, but like was like long COVID will like knock off 6 IQ points or something like that.
Oh, she'll still
exactly. Yeah, she's good. She's good.
She'll still be a genius.
6, no worries. But like it does take a toll, and what I'm more thinking is likely is that she'll just not be able to produce at the same capacity as before. She'll be energetically limited in both physically and mentally what she can do, but she should be able to, you know, once she recovers, have a fairly normal kind of existence. This is my hope, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's all of our hopes.
Yeah.
So what we're doing today is raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. We had initially set a goal for $10,000, but you blew past that, so we increased it to $100,000. And Levi, what are we currently at?
55.
Oh my God.
55. So thank you everybody for donating. That money will go. YouTube doesn't take a cut. Yep. We don't take a cut.
No transaction fees.
Transaction
YouTube
fees.
covers the transaction fees, everything goes straight to the Open Medicine Foundation, 100%.
Yeah, and they are working on treatment plans for people who are struggling with this condition. And to talk about people getting better, at 11 a.m. we have Dr. Raven Baxter, who is a fellow YouTuber. She had severe long COVID and has mostly recovered. So she is at 11 going to talk in a pre-recorded interview about what her recovery was like.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about this interview, this was a fantastic interview. We had so many overlapping experiences between like what happened to Dianna and what happened to Raven, that it was just like, I think, cathartic in some way to kind of like go through and like review what happened and have that like validation of like these things just happen. It's a fantastic interview. I really hope you enjoy it. Interestingly enough, I recorded this over 6 months ago because Dianna had wanted to do this live stream last year. Yeah. And she was too sick to just tolerate being in a room like this with a camera on her. It was just too much excitement, too much energy. And it's been a rough it's been a rough 2 years, but she was sick and she's a little bit more stable right now, and she's really proud to bring this live stream to you guys. I mean, this was all her idea. She told me who to interview, who to get to do the interviews. She's like, get Vanessa to do the interview, get Derek Muller Veritasium to do an interview. She's like, Simone and Ian can co-host. Like, so she's directing it behind the scenes. Yeah. So she's super proud, and I'm really proud. I'm not a YouTuber, and this is like, and Levi, editor and videographer over here, just did so much work, and we brought it together, and it's like it's paying off so far beyond what I imagined it would have. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, no, thanks for doing this, and I'm going to be here until 1 p.m. And then Ian from Smosh is going to take over and host the afternoon of it. And thanks for everybody who's tuning in. I think we're going to go on a quick break. And then the interview with Dr. Raven Baxter. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I'm here with Dr. Raven Baxter, aka Raven the Science Maven, molecular biologist, which is pretty cool, science communicator, executive director of the Science Haven, which I liked the tagline of that, making science accessible, engaging, and meaningful for all, which I think is really important for this conversation. That's kind of a big thing here, and also musician.
That's me.
So thanks for talking with us and being a part of the live stream. And the reason why we got in touch is because you also have had a really severe long COVID, and you've mainly gone through it, but you've really seen what it's like to go through what a lot of things that Dianna's going through right now.
Yeah.
So maybe you can just share a little bit about like what happened.
Yeah. So I would preface this by saying I was a totally healthy 27. I might have been 28-year-old prior to getting COVID. The only health issues that I've ever had were really just ADHD, which I don't necessarily consider a health issue, but that was it. Never had any chronic illness of any sort or any kind. So I got COVID in December of 2021. I would like to believe that I got it at a concert. Somebody gave me free tickets, and so I didn't really hesitate to go, but I was a little nervous, honestly. But I went because I hadn't done anything all year. So I would say probably about a week later, I started getting a little tickle in the back of my throat, and I noticed I have this cough. When you want to clear your throat, but you can't get anything out, nothing's coming out. There's no mucus, it's just a tickle. And then that lingered for a few days, and then I just got slammed with strong flu-like symptoms. Just complete body aches, headache, dehydration. I was thirsty.
So you had a pretty intense, like, acute phase of it as well.
Absolutely, yes. And I would say it felt like the worst flu that I've ever had. I really stayed on the couch for most of it, and I thought on the second day, I said, well, maybe this is COVID. And I was terrified to take the test, but I took it. Yeah, it was positive. There was an extremely faint pink line on there, and so I said, well, I'm COVID positive. I was like, okay, well, I don't feel like I have to go to the hospital. I've had the flu before. I actually almost died from the flu once, and I said, well, this isn't quite that bad. I think I can get through this, right? And so it took me about a week, I would say, and those body ache symptoms, the like primary flu-like symptoms of COVID went away, and then things started popping up, right? New things. And so at this point, I'm like, oh, this is not a 1 week like bang it out and go type thing.
Right.
This is, there's new things. And so I ended up this part of my experience is a little blurry, but longer story short, I went to the hospital several times throughout this period because there were alarming symptoms. Like my heart rate was abnormal, where I would be just sitting like this, and all of a sudden my heart rate would spike. Boom. Whereas my resting heart rate is actually 59 beats per minute, which is like terrifying to me because I feel like I'm dying sometimes. Like, is my heart even beating? Well, while I was suffering, like at the height of my long COVID, my resting heart rate was 90 beats per minute, which is very high for me. That is like
the high resting heart rate.
That's really high. And then standing, right? Just going from sitting to standing, my heart rate would go from 90 at sitting to standing at like 130, right? And that's not even walking.
I just want to like kind of jump in here because I remember when these sorts of things were popping up for Dianna. and you were even like, you had this before she did, about 8, maybe 7 months or something before Dianna did. And so there was like not a lot of accessible information at the time. And so did you know what anything was, or were you just like, my body's freaking out, I'm just measuring stuff?
I was aware of long COVID, but at the very front end of all these new symptoms popping up, I didn't realize that that is what long COVID was. And so I
Right.
immediately started doing my own research, and probably about 2 weeks after the onset of my acute phase of COVID, I realized that I was probably heading into long COVID territory, because it was not just that my heart rate was abnormal. I also had zero appetite. I had no sense of hunger or thirst.
Yeah,
And
Diana
then,
had that too for
really,
months. Like, she just, I mean, we can talk about this more, but she had a lot of MCAS. You had a lot of MCAS symptoms.
yeah,
She has that really severely still. And yeah, she went for probably 4 or 5 months where she said, like, she was eating. I was monitoring her calories, but she's like, I
mhm,
haven't felt hungry in
nope,
months.
no sense of hunger, thirst, and that's
Yeah,
a really tough place to be in, because your brain isn't telling you you're hungry, but you still need nutrients, right? And
yeah.
you still need electrolytes and hydration. So I lost 40 pounds
Oh my God.
um, in a month, and that was insane.
Wow, that's
And
alarming.
speaking of insane, I also was going through basically, I wouldn't call it psychosis, because that's a different category of like mental disorder, but severe, severe panic attacks daily, multiple times a day, where I would actually wake up in a panic attack and then continue to have panic attacks throughout the day. And this is,
Yeah.
I've never struggled with anxiety ever in my life. I didn't know what a panic attack felt like, or an anxiety attack, or anything like that, until I got long COVID. And I realized that my brain is being impacted by the virus. Like, my brain is doing something
Exactly.
completely different than what I actually want it to do.
Yeah,
Um,
in the
yeah,
in the beginning of it, we were, when Diana first started to get long COVID symptoms, we were on our honeymoon. Um,
really.
she got COVID. We went to Scotland in July and August of 2022, and she got it in the end of, or sometime in July, she got COVID, and we were there on our honeymoon, and her behavior just changed. She was really, really, really anxious, and she couldn't go out and do things like go to the museums and stuff because she was having these symptoms, but she was so anxious to be left alone, and it was like nothing she'd ever like presented before. Like, it wasn't her personality, and it had changed it. And then as time went on, yeah, this turned into a lot of panic attacks, and it's really closely associated with MCAS
Mm,
and just general neuroinflammation and stuff like this. And it's so hard because you see these, how do you say, like, psychological emergent kind of phenomena, let's say, or something like
yes,
that. But the root cause is actually this virus and the inflammation and whatever else is going on in your body that's causing your brain just to change. And it's
right.
terrifying.
It is terrifying. Probably between the MCAS and the psychological impact of long COVID, those two were the scariest. And it's horrifying. The the emotions that your brain can put you through against your own will. Um, Absolutely terrible. And then to touch on the MCAS point,
Let's
um,
define MCAS too, because we didn't
yeah,
we didn't do that, and a lot of people don't know what that is.
okay. Well, isn't it mast cell activation syndrome? And essentially mast cells are cells in our bodies that help to, they take part in our body's inflammatory response.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, basically, if you could think of allergic reactions as a type of inflammatory response in the body, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about when we talk about inflammation. And so for me, the way that my MCAS was manifesting was that if I overexerted myself in any way possible, and exertion in terms of long COVID is not, don't think of exercise, right? Think of like baseline is you're just sitting down, like just still, just breathing, right? Existing. Exertion for me, overexertion for me with long COVID was looking at a screen for too long, or music playing in the background, or too much light, or if I could get up, standing up for too long. So I actually ended up passing out because I tried to brush my teeth while standing up, and I couldn't do it. And then I was trying to get out of the house and at least walk down the block. And as I got to the steps of my house, my throat started closing up. So I essentially was going into anaphylaxis because my body was overstimulating itself and going into an inflammatory response due to my movement and stimulation. So what that ended up meaning for me was that I couldn't do anything, especially moving, right? Or else my throat would close up.
Yeah.
And I had to lay in bed for a long time and kind of gauge every day what I could and couldn't do. And I knew that if I pushed myself too hard, that would have serious repercussions for my next day and the day after that. And so it's a very fine line and tightrope balance every day with long COVID to see, you're trying to get better and you want to see how much better am I? What can I do today? But what can I do without putting myself in a worse position that I am in right now?
It's so hard that balance, like you said, because it's like, yeah, you're trying to get better and you're trying as hard as you can, but trying as hard as you can sometimes means doing nothing, even when it's like so boring and terrible.
It's very boring. I actually tried to crochet. I ended up being able to crochet in bed, but I couldn't even work my fingers to manipulate the yarn and the hook, right? So I literally couldn't do anything. And even if I wanted to sit in bed and watch a documentary or like binge watch Netflix, like I physically couldn't do that because my brain, I could actually feel it vibrating in my head if I tried to look at a screen or take in any type of media content. So you literally have to sit in the dark and just be with yourself, not even thinking. Sometimes thinking is even too hard.
That's just exactly what Diana's like still going through. It's been basically since January, February in that time frame. And we've watched like one movie in that entire time in 5-minute increments.
Yeah.
And it's like a Lifetime movie, like the most like non-surprise, kind
I get
of
it.
stuff you can get. But like it's just and it's these conversations are hard, I feel like, because like we enjoy talking to each other and like having this shared experience, so there's like some joy and relief in there, but it makes it hard to communicate kind of how terrible and how scary it is. So like when you're going through this and you say your throat starts to tighten up when you're walking outside, like that must be just like you think you're dying or something, like literally I don't know.
Yeah. So there were a couple times where I thought I did die. And I can laugh now because it's just, I've come such a long way from this that almost unfathomable that this actually occurred, but like this is real life. But yeah, I overexerted myself. This is actually the time that I tried to brush my teeth standing up. I had not been standing up for more than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And I almost finished brushing my teeth, but then I all of a sudden felt from my head to my feet, like a just wash of some type of what I feel like is something happened in my body, was released, right? But washed over me. And all of a sudden I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. I'm like, I'm dying. I need to get to bed. So I'm gonna pass out. I made it 3 steps to the bed and collapsed. I was unconscious for 2 hours. The only thing that woke me up was I fell awkwardly on my arm, and so I lost circulation on my arm, and my brain realized that my arm wasn't getting blood flow, and it actually woke me up. So when I woke up, I actually couldn't move my arm because I fell asleep on it. That was the only way that I got out of unconsciousness. But that was because I stood up to brush my teeth. Another time was,
and that's like the thing where it's like, I want to hear the other story too, but it's like, you know, I think you hear about people with all the full spectrum of long COVID, from, let's say, like minor brain fog or like a little bit of fatigue, all the way up to, you know, what you and Diana have gone through, just stuck in bed. And I think that's the thing where it's like, you have to, when someone says it's hard, you have to believe them,
you have
because you like, you knew it was hard for you to brush your teeth, but you still tried. And this is what happened. It's just crazy how debilitating it can be, and how risky and dangerous it can be to try to push yourself, even though like every instinct says, I want to do what I can to get better. I need to be able to stand up. I need to be able to do these things. And yet, as you try, these symptoms develop that just make your whole situation worse.
Yes. I mean, simple task like doing the laundry becomes a huge deal. Simple tasks like going to the bathroom. I had to use a urinal that was next to my bed for weeks because I couldn't take that number of steps that I needed to take to get to the bathroom. I didn't leave the house for months. I did not drive. I remember the first time I drove, I tried to drive while I was in long COVID because I'm like, well, if I can't walk and I gotta get somewhere, can I get in the car? Like, is it gonna be too much for me to push the gas pedal and like turn the wheel and like focus on the road? It was. It was horrible. Like everything that you take for granted that you do on a day-to-day basis, it becomes, you don't even know if you can do that. And it's very difficult. I couldn't even sit at the dining room table to eat dinner. Because I couldn't hold my body up to actually sit down in a chair. So it's absolutely a debilitating disease. And you know, for anybody listening, if you don't want other people to go through this, and if you yourself are not like ready to be completely disabled, then I think we all have a responsibility to share the message about long COVID, because it's not only a tough disease to deal with at its initial point, but it's like this is a years long, months long disease. So it's knocking people out. It's taking us away from our careers, doing the things that we love, away from our families. I cannot imagine having children
Oh my God, I
being
know.
that disabled. I can't imagine people who really rely on their income, like if they're their sole income provider for their family, and them being totally out of it and having to rely on, you know, systems like disability plans and whatnot, if that's available. Like it's totally disruptive. and debilitating. And we must do everything we can to make sure that the research advances, because it's not just COVID that can cause this. It's really it's a post-viral illness. So I've heard of people who had oh my gosh, mono, right? Had mono and then had a post-viral illness that resembles long COVID. And so when I was beginning to be vocal about my illness on social media, a lot of people who were ill many years ago, like in the year 2000, said, yeah, that happened to me in 2000 and I was out for 2 years. Nobody's talking about this. That is a huge deal.
It's crazy. And yeah, this is kind of moving on to, what, like you said, like, these are post-viral illnesses, however you want to say. And, we talked about ME/CFS before, which is this kind of name given to the general set of symptoms like the extreme fatigue, MCAS, tachycardia, the increased heart rate, all this kind of stuff. And this has been a disease that's been around and recognized by some people since, like, I think it was like 1956 or something like this. So some doctor was coined the term like in the 50s or something like this. And here we are 70 whatever years later. And it's not even, it's just now with long COVID that people are starting to take this seriously. And you hear these stories of people who've had ME/CFS basically like in a similar state to how Dianna's been for decades. And you just think just hell that these people are having to endure, and nobody is seeming like people, at least the main like medical establishment isn't providing care for them. And it's just terrible to think about.
It's terrible to think about. And I think in my experience, I learned a lot about ableism and disability awareness. And I now consider myself officially a member of the disability community. And being on this end of the ability spectrum is very eye-opening, because you realize that this community is huge, absolutely huge. And it's kind of like you feel cast away almost, where people have a lot of energy and consideration for you when you are well and able, but not necessarily when you are the same exact person but sick and unable, or maybe just unable or disabled. It's really something that I have become passionate about. And I'm optimistic about how we can shift the narrative for people with long COVID. I know, like, when we spoke about the tone that we're using when it comes to this research and building community around people who are impacted by ME/CFS, and making sure that we have support and language and tools and resources, because this is a very lonely disease, but we're not alone. And that's really important.
I want to circle back to this idea of ableism real quick. Can you kind of like define what that means, or maybe just to you?
Yeah. So to me, ableism is really prioritizing or really discriminating against people who are disabled, whether they are physical or mental or whatnot, impairments or disabilities, and centering your practices and behaviors and conversations around people who are not disabled. And so I've seen people sort of, I feel like the tone sometimes comes across when it comes to COVID is like, if you get it, you'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
Or if you get it and you don't survive, well, then you shouldn't have been doing the thing that you were doing. Too bad, right? Or if you get it and you survive, but you're permanently impacted, well, I don't know what that feels like. So, I can't really care. And I don't know anybody going through that. So it's not my
Right.
problem. And like not realizing that anybody at any time in their life can become disabled. Somebody told me when I came down with long COVID, they said, it's not a matter of if you will become disabled, it's when for everyone, because it'll
That's
either
such a
happen.
good
Mhm.
thing to think about. It's such, yeah, like at some point in your life, something's going to happen.
Whether it's now or later due to
Yeah.
old age,
Hmm.
we're all susceptible to being disabled. So I've learned how to adjust my mindset and think about disabled people first, honestly, because I think when disabled people win, everyone wins. Everything becomes more accessible. Everything improves. And yeah, that's just where I am there.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear about. I think for me, I had been thinking a lot about ableism kind of through like a social lens. I was
Hmm.
this is my quick shout out to Scotland where we honeymooned. Ableism is like a really big theme there in the country, and they're very sensitive, they're very sensitive to people with disabilities, and I had never even heard the term ableism until like that point when I was over there for a couple months, and I really liked the term when I like saw it. It just made sense, like, oh yeah, we want to be inclusive and not sort of keep anyone out. um and I always was thinking about it like socially, like if somebody, because in COVID people can't necessarily go outside to meet you, or they can't join in when you go to a concert or whatever these kinds of things
Right.
are. They can't come out to the bar for drinks or something like that, like, and how do you consciously and purposely like maintain a friendship and a relationship with a person who can't do the things that are normal social activities in society? um and then, but you brought up also, like, people's, like, let's say their medical practices and things like this, and how are those catered? Because that's also I mean, probably, whatever, they're both really big deals. It's a huge deal to be understanding of people's ability. Like Dianna can't go in to see a doctor right now physically. And there was a time where you were unable to go see a doctor physically. And many doctors will not agree to treat you if you don't go into their offices. And
That's
that's
right.
a big, like, that's an ableist mentality.
Yeah.
And it's very widely accepted in medicine as far as I can tell. But it can be really, really detrimental to patients who, for whatever reason, it doesn't even have to just be physical disability, it could be financial hardships, could be whatever, who can't make it into the hospital. How do you think about providing care to someone like that? And I think that's the, yeah, I'm with you. Like, my whole vision on this stuff is changed, and it's like, I'm sad I didn't see this earlier in my life.
Hmm.
And I think we just have to talk about it now that we know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, like speaking on ableism, I think that was sort of, mm, for the most part, the reason why my marriage actually did not survive my long COVID experience, because the partner that I was with, um, I'd like to believe that it was just really hard for him to adapt to being a caretaker and believing me when I was expressing all of these things that I was experiencing at the time. Even if you went to the doctor would even, for the most part, push you to push you to the side and say, well, you know, you're going to be okay. Like, or we don't know what's going on. Your blood work looks fine. Your x-ray looks fine. Your CAT scan looks fine. So, you know, on paper and through all these exams we've done, you're good. Just walk it off. And I'm like, well, I can't walk. But so even if you have help and other people in your circle who are supposed to help you, they might not even be able to help you. And so it was just really hard. And I kind of wanted to touch on that, you know, because being a caretaker to someone with long COVID, I think it requires a very special kind of person. And I applaud you. I commend you for being a partner to Dianna through all of this, because it's very, it really puts your vows to the test. I know you two are newlyweds, so this is an incredible ordeal to endure with your partner, but I've really been cherishing how you've been treating her and caring for her. And I know that even though she is suffering, there's nobody better to be by her side than you. So what is, I guess, what are some things that you might give as advice to men or any other kind of partner, but particularly men? And I just want to say this note, a lot of people assumed that when I talked about my marriage not working out, that my ex-partner had left me because I was ill. And that wasn't actually the case. I actually decided that I would probably be better alone due to what I was experiencing there. But people assume that men aren't capable of being caretakers. And they assume that if your partner is ill, then, you know, they're going to be elsewhere. And I completely disagree with that. Not that that was necessarily my experience, but I think that there's things to be said about being a male caretaker that need to be addressed because people have stereotypes in mind.
Yeah. And I'm going to dive deep on that because you had brought this up with me and I thought this was a really interesting question. So I wrote down a bunch of my thoughts on it. But first, like, obviously I want to say, like, I'm so sorry. Like, it's so hard on relationships, and it's just yeah, to go through both of those things at the same time must have been really hard. So I'm sorry.
Yes, we were also newlyweds, so I just totally empathize with you. It's really hard.
It's a rough beginning. That's for sure. So, like, one thing you said that I kind of actually want to push back on a little bit, which is that you had said, I mean, this is just my perspective. You said it takes a, you know, like a special kind of person. And I think more than a kind of person, it takes like a skill set. That's kind of how I like to look at life, is like, you know, we're always changing as people, and we can always kind of redefine who we are. And as a guy, you know, coming into a caretaking role, being thrown into a caretaking role very suddenly, there's definitely like skills that I didn't have. And I made it kind of a point just to learn how to do these things. And it's not, and that's what I mean. I don't think it's necessarily like, you don't have to be like, oh, I'm like identify from the beginning as like just this caretaker, but like if you're thrown into the role and you care about your partner, it's about the thing I think that makes the biggest difference is taking the time to try and learn the skills to help out that situation. So some of the things that, like, you know, the biggest thing, and this has to do kind of in this ableism discussion, is like listening. Guys like myself, I'm including myself in this, like I wear like the fixer hat a lot. I'm the fixer, right? So like my instinct when Dianna comes to me and says this is wrong, I just offer my thoughts on the situation, right? like, oh, well, maybe let's do this or something like that. But with long COVID, it's more complicated than that. And I guess I want to say that like long COVID is such an intense experience. And there's so much going on in your body as you go through this, and there's such limited knowledge out there to explain what's going on, that it's just like this terrifying place to exist. And as a caregiver, that's like the I the place to start, that you can't have anything happen before doing this, is to like establish the trust that you know what's going on with your partner. Like, Dianna has to believe 100% that I understand how much pain she's in, how much she wants to get better, how certain things affect her. And that comes from listening and asking questions, which, as I said, doesn't necessarily come natural if you're like the fixer, the person who wants to do things.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't, because of the stakes here, you can't recommend anything until you know how dangerous it is to try things.
This is such good advice. This is such good advice. And thank you for that perspective. You're going to help so many people. And I would also like to add on that, even if you are watching this and you're in a relationship, even where you are, you have a serious partner, or you're thinking about becoming in a serious relationship, ask the hard questions, right? Think about all the things that we're talking about today and say, if I were to go through everything that they've described, everyone on this live has described, what is our plan? What do you think, or what can you imagine that you would need from me as a partner, right? Are our communication skills even up to par to handle something like this? Do we have a community of friends or family around us to step in and help out where, we're struggling? Think about all of these things. It's just important to plan, because again, you can become disabled at any time in your life. And you want to be prepared. You don't want to just assume that you have all the equipment, because you might need some training and to acquire some new skills. So thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. Like, Dianna and I were lucky in terms of the time in our relationship that this happened. Like, we've been together 9 years, and if it had happened 4 or 5 years into the relationship, our communication structure was not equipped to handle this. And we got, we had our struggles about when life was easy, right? Like, we had our struggles. And we worked through it, and plug right here for therapy. Because
Hey, they're there for a reason.
Exactly, absolutely. So if you're healthy and in a relationship, go ahead and get some therapy. And learn how to listen, and learn how to listen to each other, and communicate. And it's just like, the amazing thing about asking questions and listening to your partner is how much more you get out of the relationship after doing that. And it's like the same idea, where it's like, once Dianna knows that that I believe her, that I trust her, that I understand what's going on with her, then she can listen to, like, okay, hey, maybe we should start physical therapy now. Maybe I am getting better. Maybe these things are changing, or like, oh yeah, let's try adding this food because I trust that Kyle's looked at the lists of good foods and this is one of them. Things like that. And if you just come at it like, oh, we need to change the diet, we need to do this and that, without just building that trust, and that trust in the context of long COVID can take a while. And I think, and it's not to do with your relationship, it's just to do with like the unpredictability. Like, you can't even trust yourself or your own judgments about what's going on. I'm sure you've thought things would be okay and they just went to hell or something. So it's hard.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, and also there were times where I was really grateful for having access to the disability community online, because there were so many unexpected tools that I needed, right? I needed a wheelchair. I didn't have one. I didn't even know the language for how to look for like mobility aids. I learned that term while I was sick, mobility aids, which that's how I figured out how to get a walker. They call it a rollator, a wheelchair. There's different kinds of canes available. There's ones that you can walk with and then they fold out into a chair. So if you get tired of walking, you can sit down.
Nice.
There's that's just one aspect of it, but like making sure you're locked into your disability community, learning the language of the disability community and the resources. I didn't know that I could go to the doctor's office and they would wheel out a wheelchair for me. I didn't have to go buy one necessarily, and I didn't have to buy one because I could have gotten a loaner from the senior citizen center down the street, which is something I learned from the community. I had no idea.
Yeah.
So like there's so many things available. And having, back to your point, having a partner that's kind of willing to grow with you and learn with you, because it's a learning process, doing some of the research and understanding what are all these new things happening, coming with you to doctor's appointments.
Yep.
And just like not necessarily prescribing things for you, but like listening, learning, being a part of the healing process is important. And I think, that will help her get better quicker because you're a partner with her in all of this.
It does. And I think that is another key thing that I know means a lot to Dianna is my kind of interest in what's going on. Not like, so it's not treating it like, okay, you're going through this thing, I'll bring you your food and kind of like help you get better, right? But like, yeah,
that was my experience actually.
Yeah, that's hard.
So bad. I know.
It's hard.
It's hard.
And yeah, like it's because it's devastating to have something. I mean, I'm sure it was devastating to have something this significant happen and kind of feel like it's being ignored.
Yeah.
And as the science communicator, it's like let's be curious about these things, right? Like it's a phenomenon, it's happening. Nobody's wants to be going through this, but like let's be curious, let's figure out, and because we don't have good cures for this. Everybody's case is unique, so you have to do some of your own digging. That's just the unfortunate kind of reality of it, and you have to be curious in order to do that.
Absolutely. And to tie into the science communication aspect of this, I wouldn't wish this disease on anybody ever, but I am grateful that I do have the science communication background, because I was able to not just talk about my experience, but also tie in some of the science behind it so that people don't just look at it and say, well, she's sick, right? It's like, well, I'm sick because this, and this is going on in my body. And like explaining to people that inflammation can impact the way you think and give you panic attacks. Like people didn't realize that, but there's a science behind all of this. And I think also at the time that I did get COVID, a lot of science communicators, were hesitant to talk about having COVID because it was sort of a taboo thing.
Yeah.
And so I kind of just went for it and was like, hey guys, I got COVID and I have long COVID. And that actually behind the scenes, a lot of people were like, thank you so much for speaking about this, because it kind of removed that stigma around getting COVID as a scientist and science communicator. Anybody can get it in many different ways. So we need to just talk about it. And
I think that's the thing. Like, we're doing this live stream. We're trying to raise money for, the Open Medicine Foundation. And like, if you can donate to that and the research that they fund and the doctors that they train and this kind of stuff, like that's amazing. but like the bottom line is, as a society, we have to talk about this. And if there's any lesson learned from like the long, terrible journey of the MECFS community, is that if you don't talk about it, I mean, they talked about it, but as a society, we did not engage in that discussion. And now so many people are sicker because of that. And we just need to talk about it. Long COVID is so real, it's so debilitating, and it's easy to look away because people with it can't participate in society. And so the biggest thing is to keep this front and center and keep talking about it.
Absolutely. But that's why what you're doing is so important. I couldn't even look at a screen for several months. So being able to post a picture of me or even take a picture of myself and post it was a huge, like,
yeah,
no, absolutely no way. So you being able to communicate on her behalf is so important, and you're doing so much to help society. And just even when it's hard, right? Nobody really wants to post pictures of themselves at the lowest point of their lives. I have videos of myself crying,
Diana takes
sobbing.
those sometimes too, like the selfie crying videos. They're heartbreaking. We don't share them all because they're so intense sometimes, and I could just imagine what those are like because I've seen Diana make those too. It's heartbreaking.
But I can say that, I mean, and if I show those videos, what you'll hear and see is somebody who thought that they would never get better. I had no inclination or feeling or sense that my health was going to improve at all. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. And I took the video because, I mean, I actually thought that it was just going to keep getting worse. And I said, well, as long as I can speak, I want to say something if I can. And then I looked back on those videos a couple of weeks ago and I just cried, because I really dragged myself out of what felt like the pits of hell, and got better very slowly, but I got better. And I'm really like, if I can do it, I know Diana can do it. She's been ill for a significantly longer time than I was, but I've been there. I've been where she's at, and I got better. I'm not 100%, but I can walk. My goal right now is to just maintain this, right?
Yeah.
But I'm happy, right?
Good.
And I see that for Diana, and even if it doesn't seem like there's progress, our bodies are doing magnificent things at the molecular level that we can't even sense at the whole body level. And I just know that she'll be okay. I know she will.
She's gonna be improving, and it's like you said, it's so slow. But I think, yeah, what I want to finish off on here is this hope, this sense of optimism, because again, sort of touching back to this MECFS community that has been just not prioritized for so long, ignored, whatever you want to say. There is, from talking to doctors and scientists actively working in this field, there's just such a renewed sense of optimism and energy. And like, talking with Linda, she from the Open Medicine Foundation, there's an interview with her at some point during this live stream. She's just like, going to these conferences, seeing the science firsthand, like things are going to be coming to improve the lives of people that are going through this. And it's like, yeah, even if it doesn't happen right now, it is happening, and we're going to get there. And in the meantime, we're just going to try and do our best to let Diana's body heal with what we have available to us right now.
Absolutely. Please donate. Please.
Yeah.
We all need it. Again, this can happen to anyone. Think about it as an investment in yourself, because COVID came out of nowhere. There's viruses that already existed prior to COVID that can cause ME/CFS, and we don't know what the future will hold. So this is critical, critical for you to take part in, act upon, and spread awareness about. And thank you so much, Kyle, for everything that you're doing. I have no doubt that you'll have great impact because of what you're doing.
Thanks so much. Raven, really great to talk to you. I love sharing our stories and just being able to go through this and share it with everyone. And thanks for supporting Dianna and keeping talking about this. And I'm so happy that you're back to being able to do these things you love.
Absolutely. I wish that for everyone else and more. And big hugs to anybody out there listening who's suffering through long COVID, ME/CFS, or any associated diseases. My heart is truly with you. Again, I'm smiling today, but that's because I've come such a long way, and I'm in a really happy place, and I hope that gives you hope. And I hope that you also find support, whether it's through an online support group or long COVID clinic. I'm hoping that you have everything that you can have access to get to where you want to be at. Thanks again for having me, Kyle.
Well, I mean, well said. We'll leave it at that. It's a great message. Thanks so much, Raven.
Hi, everyone. So we are doing a live stream of a day in the life of Dianna, who is suffering from long COVID and severe ME/CFS. Yep. And we are doing that because there are no proven treatment methods for these conditions. So we are raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation, who are researching treatment plans and diagnostic tools. So thanks to everybody who's been donating. That means a lot. Also, I have a correction to make.
Go ahead.
Got a text message from my mom.
Oh. Good. She's watching this.
She's watching. Hi, Mom. Hey, Mama. So I made a joke about that, a metaphor about that dealing with chronic fatigue syndrome is like borrowing money from the mob because you have to pay back like 10 times more.
I liked that. What was wrong with it?
It's quote from my mom. I should give her credit.
Yeah.
I don't steal jokes, but occasionally I will steal a quote from my mom because we are basically the same person.
Right,
so,
right.
Corrections for that. Thank you, Mom, for coming up with that quote. It is
Simone's mom.
metaphor.
I loved it. I love that metaphor, and apparently that was like getting some traction on Twitter and stuff. Like, you are a natural.
Yeah, no, she is the one.
We can invite her for the next live stream, I guess.
For sure. Cool. So we have some post questions for the interview with Dr. Raven Baxter.
Before we get to that, I brought something for you.
What is that?
This is Dianna's water. I wanted you to try.
Is this her salt water?
This is her salt water. So
okay.
This is to keep, her fluid volume up so her heart rate stays down and stuff like this.
So Dianna does not drink standard water. Everything has salt added to it.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to
on
try
advice of physicians. And we monitor everything. So just throwing that out there.
Has Dianna drank out of this specific glass?
No.
No?
Well, at some point.
Gross. Sorry. I miss her. I'll take it.
She said she wants a hug. Yeah. So you should go there, give her a hug at some point. But before you leave, you got your 1 o'clock, so you got to go in there and give her a hug.
Yeah, I'll go in and give her a hug. I'm excited to see her. Okay, I'm going to drink her salt water. It's gross, but it's not
it's
ocean.
Not that salty water.
It's not ocean water salty. It's like maybe tear salty. Like it's like I'm drinking the tears.
It should be like the osmotic whatever, right?
Really? Is that it?
It's pretty close, right? To like what your body is.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you'd actually like it more because I drink it. I don't drink it often. I taste it. I'm like, oh, it's fine. Whatever.
It just tastes like it came out of a body. So gross. Sorry.
So anyways, Dianna drinks that, for, like I said, blood volume and keeping her heart rate down.
Yeah.
Mitigating symptoms of POTS, which is this postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
Which is one of the sub-diagnoses that she has.
That Raven suffered, had as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what did Dianna's illness look like how has it evolved over time, and how is that similar to Raven's journey?
Yeah, it was so interesting talking to Raven. Like, I absolutely loved this interview. I think you could tell that Raven and I were just like really connecting over this like shared experience of how freaking crazy it is, and how all of these things happen to both Dianna and her, and there was just so many similarities. So Dianna, she started out similar to Raven, just like experiencing this like tremendous anxiety, right? That's what Raven talks about. It's just like, she just like a switch flipped, and she became an anxious person, and she never had that before, and that's exactly what it was like with Dianna, and it was so bizarre and really difficult to be there as a partner in this time where we had no idea that a disease was causing this, right? And I hadn't even heard of long COVID at this point in time. Like, I probably should have, but I didn't. It's not something on my radar. So that was crazy. And then there was the physical symptoms that came a few weeks later. She had her first crash when we did this really long hike. And then 2 days into the hike, she just had this tremendous crash where she couldn't get up and walk. She was dizzy. She was confused. She couldn't figure things out. And then over time, she just kept losing functionality, like not being able to walk very much, but still like being herself, still working, 20 hours a week or whatever, right? But she just couldn't walk for very long.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, now she can only work 10 hours a week and walk even less. And then she had to stop working and became housebound. And then it was just like these little steps of going from like a fully, functional person, just crushing it at life and traveling the world and doing all of these amazing things. And just, month by month, her world got smaller. And I think that's, to the point now where it's just a room. And that's like kind of the thing you have to visualize with this disease is the sicker you are, the smaller your world becomes. And kind of by necessity, as a result of that, you become more isolated because you don't have the energy to maintain relationships. You don't have the energy to leave. And it's not for lack of wanting those relationships or anything like that. It's just that's what you have to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like there were so many sad milestones or, you know, like different stages of it, because I remember where it was like she could shower, but then she had to rest afterwards. She would still come up to LA to visit friends, but then it was like it would just cost her a lot, or and it was just a slow descent. I remember at some point we were planning on that I was going to make a video for her YouTube channel that kind of as like her substitute, and that she was going to be on a couch in the background and just heckling me.
Oh my god, like, I'd forgotten about that. She did have that idea.
Yeah, because it was also like a weird transition as somebody has such a public job to try to figure out, okay, what does this mean for her YouTube channel and for her work?
And that was really scary, and it's like the added anxiety and pressure of quickly going from being able, from being very successful to not being able to have a job is, and not knowing when you're going to be able to work again. It was very confusing also with like the disability insurance and stuff like that. Like long COVID in the beginning wasn't recognized as a thing that you could get this for, and it was it just felt like everybody had roadblocks and and so it was just hard. It was hard and confusing. And
looking back now, what do you wish that you would have done differently as Dianna first got sick?
That's a great question, and we don't dwell on it because things happen. We knew what we knew at the time, and you can't live, thinking back on it. But advice for other people is, especially if you get COVID, you have to rest afterwards. Like, this is the most common, speaking with doctors who see patients like Dianna, the most common thing is you get sick, you feel better, a few weeks later, you try to do something really hard, and you crash. And you just don't get better.
That's interesting that you say that, because I have another friend who got definitely not as severe long COVID as Dianna, but who got long COVID, and she was on a really strenuous hike and decided to still try to do it. And I was like, oh, is that something where it's like you can't push through it? So that's just very unscientifically based on her experience and Dianna's experience. I've been with anybody, if somebody close to me gets COVID, I'm like, don't try to push through it. That's right. Like, really listen to your body and rest longer than it tells you to. Yes. Because it seems like that might be a factor.
It is. It definitely is a factor. And in my interview later with Dr. Petrino, he talks about how in his practice he sees a disproportionate number of high achieving and athletic people coming through with long COVID, because they're continuing to push despite their body saying, I'm tired and I need to rest. Because all of us have been taught that exercise is good for you, full stop. Yeah. Right? And there's no scenario where it's not. Yeah. But that's not the case with this disease. And pushing yourself after you've been sick, especially in the month, a few weeks after you have COVID, is something that's really dangerous.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. That was one of the key learning points for me experiencing having a brain tumor and recovering from surgery and radiation treatment, was that it forced me to redefine what it meant to be good. Because before, being good was pushing myself hard. It was working really hard. It was being really disciplined and having a lot of duty and kind of being able to push through discomfort, honestly. And when you're recovering from something like that, being good is really listening to your body. And it's kind of tiptoeing it and constantly checking in and being like, did I overdo it? Because I would also get crashes afterwards, and I would overexert myself, and then for a week I would regress a lot. And I think that that's such a good learning to have with you even when you're healthy. That's right. Because there's definitely a call and response between you and your body, even though now I'm because my body will be no, I don't want to work out, and I'm I think you're just being lazy. Because then I work out and it's fine.
Exactly. If you don't have these underlying physiology that makes exercise bad for you, it's pretty much always good for you.
Yeah.
You know, obviously if there's some injuries and stuff you have to let heal, but for the most part, it's great for you.
Yeah, my mantra now for working out is I'm healthy until I'm proven sick. Because sometimes you just feel icky and you're like, but then you work out and you're like, I feel better. Yeah.
And that's what's confusing about this disease is you feel the same ick and then you expect to work out and feel rejuvenated or something like that, especially in the beginning when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And you just end up digging yourself in a hole, and it's really, really bad.
So something that Dianna and astronauts have in common is that people are very curious about how they go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Yeah. So Dianna obviously cannot go to the bathroom by herself.
She can't. No.
And this is something that you have to help her with.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
So again, Raven and I talked about this, and Raven had to do the same thing for a while, which is to use a bedside urinal. Mm-hmm. So we have a bedside urinal, and I help Dianna to use it. She occasionally will do it on her own, but it does take a fair amount of energy to hold it and to, position her body to be able to do that. So almost all the time, I'm in there helping her to go to the bathroom, just hold the urinal, and
I remember that being a really big moment when she learned how to use it herself for a while, because then it was like if you had to leave for a longer period,
it was a lot easier.
It was a lot easier, and that just the fact that she can occasionally pee by herself gives you so much freedom.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a big, big deal.
Yeah. And how does she wash herself, or how do you?
Another good question. I wipe her down with baby wipes every day.
Mm-hmm.
Baby wipes that we have prepared, so we wash them in hot water and get all the chemicals off of them. I know it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But she can't tolerate these fragrances and whatever else is. So I try to get the purest ones and then rinse them out, and then we use them for her. Yeah. And that's what we do.
Yeah. And because she can't even.
But I will say, her skin looks fantastic. You'll go in there, you'll be like, dang, she's not getting sunlight, and you can tell her wrinkles and stuff. She's clear, her skin looks great. So I don't we're doing a good job with that.
Silver lining, thanks for doing her skincare routine for her.
No soap.
Yeah.
No soap at all. She'll wash her hands occasionally. Yeah. Pretty occasionally. Yeah. But just washing, with the baby wipes and stuff, and that's it.
And there's a whole protocol for laundry as well. How do you manage her sheets?
Oh yeah, for a long time I was boiling them. Yeah. Because I'm in a complex here. Mm-hmm. I didn't have my own washer dryer. Mm-hmm. And so it was, if I took them to the public ones, they all smell. Right? So
it's not you using laundry detergent, but that's somebody else has used laundry detergent.
Yeah, if you go and wash your clothes where somebody else is just using Tide with flowers, berries, or whatever, it smells really strong even if you're not using that detergent. Yeah. So we had to find some way of not doing that, and it's just really tiring and time consuming.
Yeah. So what do you do now?
I now have access to a washer that
you can
does not is never having fragrances in it ever. Mm-hmm. So that is
finding a washer that you can be monogamous with that just doesn't mess with other people.
Yeah, absolutely. Only opens this door for me.
Yeah, no.
It's weird.
That is crazy.
You started that.
What? I'm sorry. You were the one who invited me. I can't be held accountable. So, one of the questions that we have from a Patreon supporter, or from Gary and Lars, is what is something that gives Dianna joy? Because once again, this is a balancing act of you can't excite her too much, because then that can cause a crash. So you have to find a perfect middle ground of joy.
I mean, for the viewers who are watching this last interview, and you saw me go in there with Dianna, and I'm just sitting next to her, holding her hand, and we're telling, little jokes and things like that to each other. Or, today she was curious about how everything's going, and she's like, "How are you doing? How's Simone doing? How's are you guys good on camera?" And I'm like, "No, I'm having it." Yeah, like we're doing
fighting.
Fantastic. So honestly, physical touch is the thing that makes her happiest. I mean, she wants a hug from you. She wants to feel that human connection, you know what I mean? And that's, she's in there and she's deprived of it. And it's sad, but she can only take as much as she can handle.
Yeah.
And so me being there to be a source of that connection is the most important thing. Probably second to that is when she's feeling okay, she can listen to some music.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So past couple weeks, she's been listening to some T-Swift.
Nice.
Yeah. And she loves hearing the drama that it's in there. If because she goes on her phone a little bit too, so she'll do some celebrity gossip.
Nice.
Which is, it's mind numbing. It's not stressful. It's just like that. And then she has one, she also does the Paint by Numbers app. So it's this is a perfect app for her because it's a kid, a 6-year-old kid could do this, right? It's really simple. You just highlight a color and you press where it's supposed to go and you make pretty pictures, and it's nice and it's easy. Sometimes we do those together at night, she's like, "Oh, I want you to paint," or whatever, and I'll just go and do that.
She's a big puzzle person. And I remember also at some point in her, as she was getting worse, she was doing a lot of cross stitch.
Yeah.
Or just embroidery.
Ooh, I should grab that.
And,
This was a good one.
No, this was a core tenet of Dianna's and my friendship, was working on jigsaw puzzles together. So I'm not surprised by this paint by number thing.
Yeah.
And that was why. Also, I'm going to take credit for this. This is why I said you should start doing embroidery. I'm fully flaunting my. So
this was her final embroidery thingy.
Yeah.
And you see all this beautiful stuff. And this says "fuck," and she got too sick to write COVID.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is emblematic of long COVID. Her goal was to write "fuck COVID,"
but she ran
out of energy before she could do that.
That's a lot.
I know. It takes away a lot from people.
Yeah.
From us, yeah.
Did she tell you what she misses the most?
It's really hard for her to put herself in that position of wanting, because there's no end in sight. There's not, and healing is not linear. So, she could tomorrow start accelerating. She could tomorrow start getting worse. We just don't know.
Yeah.
And you have to just treat each day as it is.
Yeah.
If she were feeling better, the two things I think she would do is engage with all of her friends and go for a hike.
Yeah.
And that's what I think that she would love to do the most.
Yeah, she always tried to get me to go on hikes with her. And she's like, "Simone, why don't you like hiking?" And I'm like, "It's not that I don't like it. I have a dog and I walk every day anyway."
She loves hiking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'll just keep talking.
Yeah, you keep talking, please.
There's a really useful tool. So this is both to caretakers and to people with ME, CFS and long COVID, who are in this area of not being able to control their lives. This was really, really good advice that was given to me, which is there's something called the Stockdale paradox. This is a mentality that was useful to some military person, I don't know, general or something, who was a prisoner of war.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked, how did you get through this, mentally being a prisoner of war? And it was to hold two things in your mind at the same time. One is that you have no control, and you have to be entirely realistic about how brutal your conditions are.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening here. She's facing a brutal
Thank you.
just like a brutal day-to-day. She has no control over how she's going to feel. So you have to accept that and face that. And at the same time, you have to keep in your mind this unassailable hope, and not even hope, but belief and knowledge that one day you are going to get better.
Yeah.
But you can't put a time frame on getting better, because if you put a time frame on getting better,
you're just going to be disappointed.
You're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
So you have to do everything you can to get through how brutal it is. That means we have to keep investigating medications. We have to keep pacing. We have to keep her from using any extra energy. We have to respond exactly to how difficult the situation is and not flinch. But we also have to know it's going to get better.
Yeah.
And that is a mentality that I keep in my mind.
Yeah.
Because that's, I think, the only way to get through these situations where you have no control.
Realistic optimism. Yeah. Also, there's a reason it's called being a patient, because you have to be so patient. And do you know, like, is that something that Dianna is employing as well? Just
I don't know how well she's been able to adopt it. She's really depressed in there, and it's hard. And what I will say is that my adoption of it is a comfort to her.
Yeah.
Because she will be in there and she will be saying, I haven't gotten better. We've been trying so many things. I'm never going to get better. And I can say, yeah, I know you think that, but I know you're going to get better. I know that we're going to keep trying stuff, and we're going to get you out of this bedroom.
Yeah. And
that's what I tell her. And it's important to, as a caretaker, to phrase it that way too. Not that like, no, don't worry, you're going to get better. That's like, it goes against the logic of what that person is seeing, right? They're seeing themselves not getting better. And that's the truth. That's what's happening to Dianna. But me saying, I know, or I believe this is going to happen, is just saying who I am. Yeah. I'm the person, this is hard, who's going to get her better, And that's the stance I take.
Yeah.
I have to make her food right now, so it's a good time to take a break. And we'll be back. We'll be back to keep talking.
Yeah. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated to the Open Medicine Foundation, who are working on finding treatment methods to get Dianna and other people suffering from this better. I'm sorry that I can't keep it together. It's thank you.
There we'll go.
Okay, so we're back.
Yeah, and what we're doing today is we're live streaming a day in Dianna's life to raise money for the Open Medicine Foundation. I think we hit 70K.
Yeah, over 70K.
Yeah.
Just amazing. So blown away what we thought was going to happen.
Yeah, the initial goal was 10K, and we raised it to 100 because
Dianna's community is badass.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just incredible people.
And we took a break. You cooked some food. I went in to see Dianna for the first time in a year.
Yeah.
And yeah, got a nice shot of my butt as I laid down to hug her. So if that doesn't raise more money, I don't know what will.
Yeah, if you saw that, press the donate button.
Yeah, oh my god. I mean, you were also saying, like, Dianna explicitly wants us to be lighthearted about this, which is like, it's like both ends of the spectrum where it's so sad and dark, but then it's also
you have to have fun, you have to joke, and you see Dianna and I in there smiling often. Like, it's just what we do. We joke and we make each other laugh and smile, and you know, there's other times where it's just absurdly depressing, like beyond imagination, and that's what you have to deal with.
It's all of it. Yeah, but I mean, she's very much still herself, and she's as much as she's really sad, obviously, she can also be really lighthearted and very dark sense of humor about it. So
but you want to talk about food?
I want to talk about food because you go ahead.
What I'm going to say is it's great because unbeknownst to you, Dianna made me make you one of her meals right now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so this is what she's eating right now, and you and I are going to try some. So this is her pudding.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of her meals. It's a vanilla apple nut chia pudding thing. She says it reminds her of like that pudding, like pistachio pudding you get growing up or whatever. You know, like Jello-y pudding or whatever.
Because I was just telling Kyle, this is one of the cooking shows I would watch because you're having to invent meals with like 11 ingredients. And this morning you were making her pancakes. Which is what? Carrots.
It's like the same ingredients. It's just carrots and apples and nuts and chia. But this time, for that one, they're fried into little fritters.
Okay.
And they're actually delicious. I have that for breakfast every day. It's really good.
Well, this is new work opportunity for you.
This one isn't as good. Don't tell Dianna I said that.
Okay.
But it's fine. It's just not as good as pancakes.
Okay.
It's really good for you, though.
I'm going to try it. The color is suspicious.
A little sus.
Yeah.
Hey, right. It's fine.
Exactly. What's the sugar in it?
It's just apple. Dude, we buy fancy apples. I go to the hippie market, and they got like 6 kinds of organic apples. These ones are Envy apples.
Okay.
Really nice and
that's a
sweet.
good one.
Yeah, they're delicious. Fuji
Kyle 10 gives you 10% off of Envy apples. This video is brought to you
at your local hippie market.
It's very baby food coated.
Yes.
Because it is deeply pureed.
But it's easy to eat. It's super nutritious. It's got fiber and protein and all this kind of stuff.
What are some of the other meals that you're serving her?
Her next meal is also pretty good. That's the butternut squash. So I'm doing honey nut squash right now. I go back and forth depending upon what's in season, as one does. Honey nut squash is great right now, so doing some of that at 3. Honey nut squash with pecans, and we also buy listen, this is all she could eat, so we have to buy the bougiest of the bougie things, right? So we buy these pecans from this Texas farm that are just like out of this world. The pistachios, if you have them by yourself, I'm gonna give you some of the pistachios. She
gave me a bag.
Before
last time I was here, which was almost exactly a year ago.
Amazing.
Yeah, she gave me a bag of pistachios because one does become a connoisseur of these things when it's one of few things you can eat.
Exactly. So we buy that, and then she got the butternut squash, which is just delicious, baked with a few pecans thrown on top. And then for dinner, she normally has apple with nut butter. I do homemade nut butter with. I do a pecan and pistachio blend.
And how have you noticed, like, is there a case where she reacts to one brand of pistachios or like one type of butternut squash but not other ones?
That's a great question. So far it's actually been pretty brand agnostic. I was anticipating there to be a little bit more of that, but if she's tolerating it from one company, she'll seem to tolerate it from a different one.
And is it the same with like organic versus non-organic produce?
I don't get her non-organic stuff.
Yeah,
just because.
Not worth the risk.
Yeah.
I mean, she's such a canary in the coal mine because she will react to anything.
Exactly. I'm like, if you might as well try to get fewer pesticides and stuff on there. Like, the fewer random chemicals, the better.
Oh, this goes down surprisingly easy.
Right, it's not bad, huh?
And eating chia seeds on a live stream.
Oh yeah, we better do a little teeth check later.
It's brave.
No, I'm gonna put mine aside for now. You just got me scared.
No, I just finished mine.
No, good.
No. I mean, this kind of nicely dovetails into a question from a Patreon supporter. Thanks for everybody who's on Patreon, which is Christoph, who asks, how did you get this amazing husband? Where can one find such a great partner?
I chose the questions. I'll admit, I wrote it. I said, I can't let that one go.
Somebody's asking, Kyle, who are you wearing today? How did you stay so fit?
Christoph, thank you for this question, first of all.
This is when we realized that your middle name is Christoph. Yeah. Wow.
But actually, I
did you guys meet?
I did want to talk about this. We met on OkCupid.
Oh,
yeah, dating app that doesn't really exist, anymore. Because they all went to like fast swipe. You gotta go through the numbers now. 10 years ago. We met on OkCupid, and then we ended up becoming friends for a year first. So we went on 1 or 2 dates, and we just were like, all right, well, let's be friends. We started surfing and hanging out a lot, and just, she was starting her YouTube channel. She was working at UCSD. She was just doing all this other cool kind of stuff. We just had a lot in common, but for whatever reason, it didn't work out at first. She's dating some other people. I started dating some other people, and then after about a year, she decided she wanted to date me. Cool. And I was like, I'm not really interested.
No, really?
Yeah, because it's like, it was hard because I got friend zoned.
Oh.
It wasn't me that didn't want to date in the beginning. Yeah. Right? So I was like, look, so I had gotten over that, and eventually she like convinced me to take me out for like Korean barbecue. She's like, I'm gonna take you out for a Korean barbecue, and I was like, fine, but nothing's gonna happen. And then we made out,
Yeah.
I was like, we're just as friends, though, but then whatever. No. So and then we started dating. But something I mentioned in my in the interview with Raven was, amazing partners are made; they're not found. We are incredible partners to each other, and we have been. But if this had happened, we've been together like 10 years now. If it had happened like 5 years into the relationship, I don't think we would have had the communication structure or the tools to deal with it. And I talked to there about the importance of, therapy. I'm a big advocate of that, and learning how to communicate through therapy and listen, and, just getting on the same page of how you talk about things. And I'm really glad that we had done that and made so many strides, before she got sick, so we could navigate this really well. And it gave me the, that kind of extra ability to like listen to her and believe her and understand what she's saying and stuff like that. Like there wasn't any, it's just, relationships are hard, and you develop like these, coded messages and feelings and stuff like that, and everything is laden with a innuendo or something. I don't know the right terms, but it can get complicated. But we had worked through that, and I just, I don't know. That's my thoughts on it.
But you also very much stepped up to the task when it happened, because when she got sick, and you were just like, okay, I guess this is me.
It did require some sacrifice there. I, like as you mentioned, I had my own business working as an engineer. I had actually been planning, although I had been planning to work full time for Dianna. I was like transitioning away from my business to work, be a producer for her. But yeah, I've kind of put my career for now on hold, and my job is taking care of Dianna, and that's what I'm doing. And eventually I'm going to go back to doing something else.
Yeah. Great. No, I the support role as a partner of somebody who's going in through illness, like, it is complicated.
It's complicated,
and there's so many ways, because like you can't burden somebody this ill with having to like be a good partner or always looking to your needs. I know that Dianna is like still such a deeply caring person, even though she's going through this. Like, she's still sending me presents. Like, she sent me this necklace that I'm wearing all the time, my coat hanger necklace. And but yeah, obviously she doesn't have a lot to give now to support you. That's right. So it's not.
You just, I think that's also part of that's the benefit of building that relationship beforehand, is that I know that she wants to. I know that she will when she gets better. And right now it is a patience game. Yeah.
How are you looking after yourself?
Great question. I try to stay really active, just do a lot of things. I like to, one thing I can do a lot is just go for a bike ride, because that's like pretty fast and it's easy, so I can just go out and get some exercise real quick. I like lifting weights. I go rock climbing with friends regularly. I have game nights with friends regularly. So I have, one of the most important things is to schedule regular hangouts, because otherwise you get too busy and you get too absorbed in like the trauma of your daily life to reach out, because some weeks you're just not going to feel like reaching out to people because your life is really hard and you can just get in that like whatever depressive state. But if you have things on the calendar that happen, whether you reach out to people or not that week, that gets you out there and being social and staying, kind of healthy that way.
Yeah. I just have to say, as somebody who loves Dianna, and I'm so grateful that you are who you are and that you're the partner that she chose. So thank you for everything you do.
Absolutely.
Let's not get sappy again. We're trying to keep it.
Yeah, we had one cry.
We're recovering from that. So, what are some of her other like daily items that she's doing? I mean, you're feeding her how many times a day?
Yeah, she gets 5 meals a day. She gets like 4 meals and a snack. Yeah. And then we do her medications. We break the washing up into different times throughout the day, because doing it all at once is just like too much like stimulation for her, and it gets her like too tired, so we have to break that up into a few times. A lot of days we'll do the red light therapy, which just consists of her going like this, right? But it's something, and then it'll just be, she has like a little checklist. So it's like of the things she does through the day, there'll be like, one of her checklists is cuddling with me, right? So make sure that she gets the cuddle in. Make sure like she'll count how much time she's on the different apps. So like she tracks like her screen time to make sure it's not too much. But that's like, she's on her phone. That's one of the things she does to keep herself entertained is the Paint by Numbers app and a few other just like really simple things on the phone, and then texting with friends. She does text with friends. She keeps in contact, but it's not much. Yeah. And it's interesting too, because I've had to explain this like to some of her closer friends like you, is sometimes she likes being like reaching out to acquaintances more than friends, because with an acquaintance it's fun, it's easy, it's like it's cool, but with like a deep friendship that you're missing, there can be so much emotional grief. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like I think sometimes she's like, if I want to reach out to Simone, it's like a grief feeling. Yeah. And it's like, I'm gonna reach out to this person that I talk to once a year normally, right? Like a good friend from college that I catch up with once a year. I'm gonna go catch up with them. Yeah. And that's a way easier conversation for her to have.
No, you should
I have to go help her out.
Yeah, we heard the bell ring.
Yep.
And I just want to talk about what we as friends did when Dianna got sick. So her closest friends, we got on a joint text message thread that's just like Dianna support group, where we were sharing information and also trying to take the burden off of Kyle and Dianna to communicate with each and every one of us directly. So if we heard from one of them, we would pass that on to the rest of us. And I think just not forcing people to be an information hub, but for everybody to be like, hey, how's it going? What's happening? And just trying to alleviate people from that. I think of it, I read this thing about when it comes to grief, that you think about it like an onion, and you support inwards and you seek support outwards. So support the people who are closer to the person grieving, and seek support from people who are less close. And I think that's a really good thing to keep in mind of, like, I would not try to burden Kyle, for example. If I'm sad about Dianna, I don't want to burden him with me feeling sad. Like, that's something that I can go to my friends for that are further removed from Dianna, or her other friends. So seek support outwards. Also, I mean, for me specifically, I realized early on that there were a few ways of supporting Dianna that I was uniquely qualified to do as somebody who also has a YouTube channel, and that people online associate us. So I reached out to her team about doing an update video and trying to get people to support her on Patreon, and I scripted that and filmed that and collaborated with Levi, who's behind the camera. And that was honestly such a relief, because I was like, okay, this is a way that I can help out, and this is something that I'm uniquely qualified to do. And also with like this live stream, like, I can't be in there taking care of Dianna because I know that my presence will be more of a burden to her, even though she's excited to see me. But like, this live stream is like, oh wow, this is something I can actually do. So just finding ways to contribute. I remember when I was sick, the thing that probably was the least helpful was people being like, reach out if you ever want to talk. That is obviously my individual feeling, and I bet that there are people who really appreciate that, but you're like, okay, I don't really have that much of a need to talk about it with somebody that I haven't talked to in a couple of years. But then there were really practical levels that people showed up for me that was super helpful. So for example, when I was going through my radiation treatment, one of my best friends made a drive schedule. And each morning, because I wasn't allowed to drive because I was on really strong meds, and also I was a really bad driver at the time. And they made a schedule, so every morning I had somebody pick me up and take me to my radiation treatment. And that was like, you know, half an hour out of somebody's day, but that made such a big difference for me, because instead of me being like, okay, I'm going to go to the oncology center and be depressed, it was like, oh, I get to see Carrie this morning. So finding practical ways to help out, if it's like coming over and helping cleaning, or, you know, like walking somebody's dog if they have a pet, or, you know, I have friends who don't like receiving acts of favor or favors that much, but I know that if I help take care of their pets that they love, that will really be easier for them to receive. So finding practical ways to help out, and like dropping off meals, I know can be really important, but it is a struggle. And as a friend of Dianna, sometimes, you know, there's just a sense of powerlessness of like, there's not anything I can do really to make her better. So whenever you find a way to support, you're just jumping on it. And a lot of it is just also like checking in with Kyle and how he's doing, because he's the most important lifeline right now. So thanks everybody who are tuning in. How many people have? 3,600 people, which is not nice to think about because that makes me nervous. So just to iterate, we are showing a day in Dianna's life. She suffers from long COVID and MECFS, and we are raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation because there are no
standard treatment methods for these conditions, and they are working on it and trying to, through clinical trials, develop treatment methods and also better diagnostic tools. So the donations go to that. YouTube does not take a cut, like none of us take a cut. So all the money that you're donating on YouTube right now is going straight to them. We had initially set a goal for $10,000, but you blew it out of the water because you're the sweetest, and I know that we all really want to see Dianna get better. And we just really hope that she and the other 85 million people who are suffering from this condition will get a better treatment option, because it's basically just laying and waiting for science to figure something out. So we have coming up at 1:30 an interview with Linda Tannenbaum, who is the founder of the Open Medicine Foundation, talking about what they're doing to understand and treat these diseases. I know that Kyle put a lot of thought into choosing this organization, and it was one of their physicians as well who's been working with them and recommended them. And yeah, I think we all hope for better treatment methods, especially as more and more people are getting long COVID. And here Kyle comes back.
I had another thought on caregiving.
Yeah?
That I wanted to share.
What's your other thought on caregiving that you want to share?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm also I think I've skipped over like some of the worst parts of it for me in like this discussion, because I want to be, candid that there were times where this was really like I was in really dark places, right? Obviously seeing Dianna suffering so much and questioning all about my future and everything. So I think that is an important part of the journey that you are going to go through, and you have to, like, it's important to acknowledge that I consider myself lucky because I'm not somebody who is prone to depression or anxiety or anything like that. And that's just luck of the draw, right? That's just your genetics and everything like that. And I am not prone to it. If I were, or if you are, I would, make sure to get the support you need for that, whether that's therapy or, medication or whatever, to make sure that you're maintaining a level state of mind, because it is really hard to really suddenly confront a very drastic future. And I went through that, and I came out the other end, and I had a lot of friends and people I talked to about that. I also, one other thing that was really important for me in my journey was in the last 6 months, I've been doing sort of like a life coaching thing where, I work with somebody an hour a week and make goals for my life and try to just align everything I'm doing with who I want to be as a person. And having a dedicated hour a week where I'm thinking about my personal growth and the goals in my life and everything like that, even though I can't change what's going on with Dianna and I'm limited by her health, having that time, I'm still able to really make progress and grow and feel just so much better about, who I'm being in this situation.
Because of course, there has to be a reaction for you to almost, you've given up your entire identity to caregive for Dianna. Like, your job now is to be her caregiver. Yeah. And the thought that would be an easy transition that wouldn't have like an emotional backlash of anything.
Yeah, it was huge, and there's times, where it's like, just because of the uncertainty with this disease, it's hard not to get caught up and like, this is never going to change and stuff like that. And I always was able to come back to this, like, all right, we're going to get better. We don't know when, this kind of Stockdale paradox I talked about before. It was really important to me. But yeah, dedicating time to personal growth and personal development for me was something that I think, that I've been doing for the past 6 months. And honestly, I feel like it kind of culminated in this live stream. Yeah. like me having the capacity to organize everything like this. And, obviously Levi was huge and instrumental in this, but I was kind of, organizing a lot of it. And I think that added capacity, like not just surviving in this chaos, but like being able to create something out of it, was a culmination of months of effort of kind of like rebuilding who I am. So it's a journey, and I don't want to make it seem easier than it was.
Yeah. Wait, I had a question that I wanted to ask, but now I forgot about it.
Sorry.
No. It was about that.
Okay.
And about
Oh, yeah. Do you think that it's made you a better person? Caregiving for Dianna?
Interesting question. And I haven't thought about that before. I would really prefer never to have gone through this. So that's like, that's a big thing, right? Like, I don't know. I also don't think about stuff like that in that way.
Oh, you're not always being like, oh, look at me, I'm such a good person.
No, it's just like, I talked about this with Raven, was like my kind of philosophy in life is like we're kind of defined a lot of times by I define myself a lot of times by the skills and things that I pick up over time and like the actions I'm taking. So it's like I am skilled at becoming a caregiver. I'm skilled at being a caregiver now. I learned that skill. Yeah. And I am doing it now. I think there's definitely some resilience that I've picked up from it. I feel like if we get through this and Dianna regains, some autonomy, a significant amount of autonomy, like I feel like the rest of my life is going to be really easy in comparison. So I don't know. That's like I definitely have some more skills to deal with this kind of adversity. So I hope that makes my life better and easier moving forward.
I think it will. I was just thinking if you ever end up having children as well, which is obviously not a given, that there is a lot of skills that you've picked up from this and that will serve you in life. But still, like, not the lesson you would have chosen for yourself, but that doesn't mean that there might not be some.
There's definitely some benefits to it. Yeah, there's you get. I got something out of it, and I didn't turn it into something. I didn't let it be something that's only dragging me down. Yeah. I learned how.
When I was dealing with my illness, I remember having this mantra of like, one day this will just be a story I tell. Yes. And that is really the thing that you're like, one day this will be a story you tell. And wow, that was so crazy that we did that. Yeah.
Can't come soon enough.
Yeah. So there's a question from a Patreon supporter that kind of dovetails into this. Neil asking, as somebody who also has an amazing caregiver, what can we do as a patient within our capabilities to make their caregiving easier?
Oh man, I was thinking about this question last night because it's a good question, and I can't remember the things I thought about. It was like I was half asleep, and I was like, "Oh, this is a good question. What am I going to say to that?" And then I don't know. But let me brainstorm real quick.
Yeah. So like, if you're struggling with long COVID and you have somebody helping take care of you, what can you do as the patient to make the job of your caregiver easier?
Yeah, I think for me, some of the things that I like to get from Dianna is like, it heartens me when I see her making a plan, right? And it's like, so I like her. I feel good when she's participating in her future, and that can be hard sometimes given all this uncertainty and stuff that I talked about. But when she's like, feeling motivated, I want her to share that with me. Yeah. Right. Because that makes me feel like what I'm doing is having a big impact. So, and it could be. Sometimes it's like big stuff, like here's how I'm gonna get better, and it could be small stuff like here's like I want to decorate the room this way, and it's like it's just things that are like goals for having an impact on the world, and I like it when she shares those with me, so I can both make those things happen and also just like feel that I'm providing the space for her to have these thoughts and ideas. Like whatever effort is having an effect.
Yeah, because in the same way that the hope that you're holding out and the dedication to making her better gives her hope.
Yeah.
Like, it must go the other way as well. So her being like planning or showing or being hopeful must give you hope.
That's
so
right.
It's like an infinity mirror.
Yeah, exactly. And so just having that kind of like two-way street of like goals and communication and stuff like that is rewarding. And yeah, I like when she throws me little compliments.
Nice.
Like handsome or whatever,
Yeah. No, I went in there and said hi, and she's like, "You're so pretty."
Aww. Aww. So she does little compliments. Those little small touches that are just like, they get overlooked in the hustle and bustle of caretaking. So having throwing out these little compliments and ideas and plans, and like, it's always so nice to get like, oh, I wanted to show you this, or I wanted to show you that. Just things that make you feel more like normal, I guess.
Yeah, and also just reminders of that if she could, she would.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. You got another question?
Yeah, but I forgot about it.
Okay. Well, we can take a little break too. We could let's take a little break.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We're gonna be back with Ian.
Oh wait, are we doing the handoff?
It's soon. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm feeling like
you can hang out for longer. There's no.
I need to go find a car charger so I can drive up to LA. Cool, but let's take a little break and then we'll do a handoff.
I gotta go give Dianna some meds.
Yep.
And just a reminder about the meds, because it's super interesting, right? All of her medication is compounded, right? It's liquid. It's in like this oil, so that this coconut oil, so she doesn't react to it. So you'll see me like pouring stuff out into like a little like eyedropper into a spoon, and it's like, that's her prescription medication.
Yeah,
and it's due to her mast cell activation,
because she cannot take pills because of all the extra ingredients in it. Excipients
yep,
in it.
You got it.
She will react to that, so you're getting the medication in the purest form.
That's
putting
right.
it in coconut oil.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So we're gonna do that. Thank you to everybody who's donated. What are we currently at, Levi? Are you,
I think we're at almost 80,000.
We're almost at $80,000. That is amazing. Thank you so much to everybody who donated. All the money is going straight to the Open Medicine Foundation. We don't take a cut. YouTube doesn't take a cut. And all of that money goes to finding treatment options for Dianna and for other people suffering from this. So thank you. It is literally the most straightforward way you can help now if you do want to help. So thank you so much, and we will be back soon.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back.
Hello everybody. Wait, are you technically hosting right now?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Stop stepping on my turf.
Sorry.
So, I am here with Ian Hecox.
Oh my god, you fucked my name up already. You were like, oh, are we really watching our language?
Yeah. Sorry. Ian Hecox, who's a good friend of mine and good friend of Dianna's, and we are live streaming a day in the life of Dianna as somebody who's suffering from severe long COVID and ME/CFS, and we are raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. We initially set a goal for $10,000 because we were naive as to the support that you were willing to give out. I think now we're at like $80,000 and also $10,000 that people have donated directly to the Open Medicine Foundation, which is a good point that if you're outside of the US and YouTube doesn't let you donate directly on the YouTube page, you can go directly to them. There's a link in the description. So thank you so much, everybody, for your support. It really means a lot. And
speaking of donating on YouTube, I know it was mentioned earlier, but YouTube covers the transaction fees and everything. They don't take a cut, so 100% of the money that you're donating goes directly to the Open Medicine Foundation. So
yeah. Also, I can't believe I said Ian.
Yeah, you were right before she was like, okay, your last name's Hecox. I was like, yeah, you got it. Good job. But I feel like you've said my first name many times before. We've
known each other for years, but honestly, I think it's just being on a live stream for a while, and my brain is just like, my English starts deteriorating because English is not my first language, and it starts Ian, and I would say Ian in Swedish. But I think it's Ian.
Ian.
That was not a weird dick move.
That's
sorry, physics girl language. That was not meant to be a slight towards you, but it ended up being a weird one. So you've been friends with Dianna for years.
Yeah, not as long as you.
Thank you.
I met Dianna in 2019 at this thing called the Creator Summit, which is like a thing that YouTube would do for like the cool YouTubers. I don't know if you've ever been.
I got invited once,
but that's cool. I think I've been invited 3 times. But
nice.
Nobody's counting except for me. I met her at the Creator Summit. And we became friends after that. You know, we go hiking, hang out. She's really cool. She's fun. I get to, absorb a lot of like science facts and just smart people things from her. And then I can regurgitate it to other people so I feel smart.
Yeah.
And that's the best part about having smart friends.
Yeah, no, and I mean, our friendship is the opposite of that, because what I do when we hang out is watch Real Housewives.
Salt Lake City.
Yeah. Salt Lake City.
I'm trying to bring you down to my level. So if you're smart, get dumb friends. If you're dumb, get smart friends. It's a great trade. Yeah, there's a good cultural trade that happens here. Because I think we became probably closer friends after Dianna's illness, because that's how we met each other, was through Dianna.
And I mean, honestly, that has been a happy side effect of this, is that I've become a lot closer to her other friends, and because it is a weird grief to go through, and it can be hard for people to relate to, so like we've definitely become a lot more close-knit in like rallying around Dianna and hanging out. But for those of you who know Ian outside of this live stream, Ian is YouTube royalty, I would say, because you were one of the OG YouTube channels with Smosh. If you've spent any time on this platform, you've probably seen it.
But maybe not, because I think like Dianna and I've talked about this. We have 0 audience overlap.
Yeah.
Like I know before I've like commented on her stuff and there's like 0 engagement. Like people are like, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah.
And vice versa. It's really strange to have like no audience overlap.
I've never seen a Smosh video.
before
That's
we
okay.
became friends, and now I've seen like
And you
half
watched?
one.
Okay, yeah, you're like, not for me.
Yeah.
It's too dumb. That's okay.
No, I don't want to be like I'm shitting
That's
on
fine. I mean, I've seen many of your videos. but-
No. Well, I fixed windows at your house, so we're
That's true.
even.
It's a fair trade. She came over to my house because I broke a little I don't even know what would you call it?
Hand crank.
Like a little crank thing
Yeah.
for my window, and I snapped it, and it's from like the 70s.
Cool.
And then you came over and you're like, yeah, I think we can do it, and then fixed it. Thank you.
Yeah. Glad to help.
Yeah.
So Ian is going to take over from me, and at 1:30 we have the interview with Linda Tannenbaum, which is pre-recorded. She is the founder of the Open Medicine Foundation, and she's going to talk about what they're doing to understand and treat this disease. And yeah,
It's exciting.
yeah,
We love
it is.
we love expert interviews because we are not experts.
We are not. I mean,
This is not a very well understood thing because it's new. Well, long COVID at least, but MECFS also is very understudied, underfunded, under-researched. So yeah, it's cool that Kyle was able to like set up these like interviews that we have throughout the time. We already did who did we do already? We did
Raven, who's another YouTuber who struggled with long COVID and has mostly recovered, talking about her experience, and Dr. David Kaufman, who's a physician specializing in treating complex diseases. And then at 3:30 we have an interview with Dr. David Petrino, who is researching long COVID and also one of the core features of MECFS, which is post-exertional malaise.
Exertional.
Exertional.
It's okay. Your English is failing, but it's okay.
I mean, vi kan göra det på svenska om vi vill. Vi kan göra allt på svenska. We can do it all in Swedish.
Hey.
Run. Hey. Yeah, there you go.
All right, I know Swedish.
Hur är läget? Right, that is a tidbit that you don't know about Kyle, is that one of your best friends is Swedish, right? And so he has some random Swedish lines in his back pocket. Yeah. But Ian, you have been coming down here occasionally to help out because you're also good friends with Kyle.
Yeah.
So I feel like you've had a lot more firsthand interaction with Dianna.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. How has it been for you as a friend to?
I mean, it's definitely interesting. I mean, because the way that Dianna and I would spend time would be like outdoors, like hiking and stuff, and just like talking about a lot of stuff. And I'm kind of. I don't know if you know this enough about me, but I'm very much a tangent type person where I'll just like talk and then I'll tangent. And now, like, my relationship with her has changed so much because obviously we can't do anything outside. Yeah. But also, like, I can't just constantly talk at her anymore because like she'll have to be like, I have to stop. So
we're all learning things, and what Ian is learning is sticking to a point.
Yeah, that I have to shut up and like stay on target with what I was gonna say, and then just like end it there. So yeah, it's definitely been quite a transition of like, okay, I gotta like keep it short and sweet. And then just try to like, help out here, help Kyle, make sure he doesn't get too lonely. Yeah. Sometimes we got bro time in the jacuzzi. Nice. We hit the sauna too. Yeah. Nice. We do movie nights, that kind of stuff. Just try to like keep some sense of like normalcy around the craziness that is, this past 2 years. Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, one of the contexts in which you do not need to keep it short and sweet is a 12-hour live stream. So
I know.
Good luck, Ian. Woo-hoo. I passed the baton.
You did great.
Oh my God. Cool, and I think we can go to
everybody give Simone a round of applause. You did awesome.
Yeah.
And thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
On to the interview.
yeah,
On to the interview.
on to the interview.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for doing this.
It's a pleasure.
Have you been with her for years while she was doing her Physics Girl outreach and all? I mean, have you been with her for years? Yeah, yeah.
So I started out, I was making YouTube videos starting in 2011, and she was emailing me, in like 2012, 2013 of, hey, I want to get into it, do similar things. And so, yeah, we met up in 2013, and I sort of mentored her as she was getting her channel sort of off the ground and stuff. So
That's really great.
We've been friends ever since. So, yeah.
It's such a tragedy of what's happening right now, and as you know, we're in this world, so we see a lot of people like this, and it just breaks our heart that this other quiet, invisible pandemic is happening behind the scenes. And I'm really sorry that Dianna is part of it, and we need to get her better.
Totally. Yeah. I mean,
so outreach and awareness is exactly what's needed right now. So it's just wonderful that you're doing this and that she's open to doing this and open to sharing her story, because that's really what it's going to take to get people interested and aware of it, and acknowledge it and validate it, which brings the whole world together with it. So.
And you had a personal experience with this, which got you into this. Is that right? Do you want to tell me about that?
Yeah, our daughter got sick when she was 16, so she was also very vibrant and healthy, and I literally dropped her off at school at 8 o'clock in the morning, and at 8:20 she was sick, and it was just sudden. We called it sudden onset at the moment, because she was fine at 8 o'clock in the morning, and so she ended up with, at the time they called it chronic fatigue syndrome. Now they call it ME/CFS. And she was sick. She was bedridden, and she was, just as sick as Dianna is now. But hope being hope, she improved over time, and today she's living on her own and doing quite well, and we're thankful for that. Unfortunately, the majority of people don't end up as good as she is, and we hope that she stays there. Because relapse is very, very common, and with whatever's going on in the body, it doesn't seem to go away. It just kind of sits there, and we don't know what causes it. We don't know what it is, but that's what brought me into this. I was not in this before. I didn't ever even heard of chronic fatigue syndrome or, at all. But when she got sick, it was 2006, and there wasn't hardly any research going on. There was nothing going on, no discussions, no awareness, not very much of anything, which is why we'd never even heard of it at all. And so I figured I've got to do something, because, I can't just sit here and watch her stay in bed. It wasn't what I could do as a parent of a 16-year-old that wanted to go out and live her life, So it brought me into this, and I kind of winged it while I started it, because I didn't know what I was doing. And we're 11 years out. And we're the largest in this space, which is like mind-blowing, actually. I was hoping the government would kick in and they would take over, but it's really COVID kicked in, 3 years ago, and brought so many more people to this devastating disease. And so now there's more awareness, but there's still no answers yet, and it's horrible. But we need people like Dianna and you to really, yell this on the rooftops, that this needs attention, and it needs attention now, because so many people are out of the workforce and out of school. And she missed 11th and 12th grade completely, and just, it's invisible. Nobody knows. Nobody knew why she was out. Nobody sees her, so she's just at home, which is what's happening with people like Dianna. I mean, she's home. There's many, many millions people at home. No one knows they're at home. No one knows they're counted. No one knows they exist. And so it's an invisible disease that people don't even know is there. With COVID, people ended up in the hospital. With this, being in the hospital doesn't help you. So they're not counted, And so awareness is the best thing. And so we are really grateful, that you're taking this on, and that Dianna is sharing her story, because we have to have people who are influencers, people who have followers, people who people are listening to. And Dianna is very credible in whatever she's saying and doing, and people know this is real, and it's a physical illness, and she would love nothing more than to get out of bed and go on with her life, and people relate to it, and so.
Yeah. It seems like the really frustrating thing for Dianna is that desire to really do things, and she just wants to get up and get moving, and whenever she feels a little bit better, I feel like she does those sorts of things and then she crashes again. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The other awareness is about this word called post-exertional malaise, which most people don't even know what that word is. But most people don't realize that what they're doing today could cause them to what they call crash 1 day later or 2 days later. And it's because of what they did today. And today could have just been a shower. Or today could have been, I feel okay today, so I'm going to make myself breakfast. And then tomorrow you wake up crashed and you can't get out of bed and you think you just had a bad night's sleep. But what really happened was the day before, you did something and it was too much for your body at the time. And it's called post-exertional malaise. It's a very hard word and terminology that most people don't know. And you don't relate it to what you did a day or two before. But we also want to make that aware to people because they need to put it all together like, okay, wait a minute. I do have to be somewhere in 2 days from now. My daughter's getting married or whatever. I should not do anything for a couple days so that I can do that. I can't just say to myself, I hope I wake up okay. You have to plan ahead if you have this disease, because until we can cure this post-exertional malaise, you need to understand it, that is what might be causing you in a day or two from now to not be able to get out of bed, or to crash, as they call it, meaning exacerbate all your symptoms, Yeah. And it's hard. It's very hard because you have to learn yourself. Everybody's different. Every physical body's different. So you have to learn yourself. What is it I'm doing that is causing this, and how can I do it differently? You may not be able to do it differently, but you just have to be aware of it, and you may have to plan ahead for certain things.
Tell me about Open Medicine Foundation. So you started this thing, and tell me about what was the vision for it, and what are its goals, and where do you want to take this?
That's a good point. I mean, I really started this really trying to find a way to diagnose this, and a way to treat it, and a way to cure it. So initially, day one, it was, we want to cure this, and being naive about it, figured if people start doing research in this, then we can cure this disease like other diseases. But realistically, chronic diseases are mostly not cured, but they're mostly maybe stabilized. And the more we learn about it, there's medicines that happen that may mitigate certain symptoms and all. But I was on a cure path, and hoping that after a few years, we would find out how to cure it. We'd spend the rest of our time building up a foundation for medical education to educate the doctors on how to treat the patients who have these symptoms. We're 11 years out. It's a very complex disease, and even more complex now with COVID. And realizing that not only is research needed, but you have to find out what's going on in the body first in order to cure something. And it's not going to be just a drug that answers a symptom call. There's too many symptoms that happen, and many, many people have different symptoms. So each patient that you talk to, whatever Dianna lists as her top 10 symptoms, the next patient has a different order or a different list of symptoms, yet it defines the same type of disease. However, it's really hard to isolate a particular symptom or a particular cause. So as I built this up, what I learned and realized was, in order to have research happen and answers happen, we have to be the funders of that, so we could make sure that they share results. Openly share results, because in the research world, in the university research world, academic research world, most people do their research in silos and publish what they're researching. And that is not what we want to do here. We're only doing this to find a treatment and a diagnostic way to diagnose it and validate it, a trigger, a target for pharmaceutical companies to come up with some drugs, possibly, hopefully repurposing some drugs that are already out there so we could hurry and get people treated. But what I realized was, as I started raising money, which was hard, which is the hard part, to fund research, if we were the funders, then we could say, look, if we're going to fund your research, you have to be able to share your results and your research, what you're doing, with others way before publications. I mean, discussing it as you're doing it, so we don't duplicate, and so we can all learn from each other, and pull resources and do it as efficiently as possible. So that was the goal. And so we ended up over time, thankfully, being able to raise money in this space. Not a lot for this disease, not a lot in the research world whatsoever. But sadly, from all the people who have this disease and are suffering, they're the ones that are funding this. Yes, it should be the government funding this, and it should be philanthropists that are healthy and wealthy funding this. But what happens is that money is not available, and so the people who are suffering from this are the ones who are funding this research. And so over time, we've raised over $45 million for this in 11 years, which is a lot in this space, but it's not a lot in research words.
I mean, it sounds like a lot of money.
It sounds like a lot of money to all of us until you're in research, and like one small clinical trial we're doing right now is $1.5 million. And so that's not getting it to the patient level yet. That's just one trial to see if things work and how they work and how we can learn about what's going on in the patient. I mean, we're talking about each study is a lot of money. So each of the studies we fund are somewhere from $200,000 to $2 million, $200,000 to $2 million. So it goes very quickly, and so $45 million is huge in this community to raise money in this space. But it needs, billions of dollars to figure out this complex disease. I mean, it really does. But anyway, over time, we wanted to bring in more and more researchers. And so today, we actually have 7 centers that we're working with, 5 universities in 3 different continents. We have centers that we work with at Stanford and Harvard, University of Montreal, Uppsala in Sweden, and Melbourne. And we have researchers that have different expertise in different areas, but we share results. And so if we fund something, they have to share what they're doing, and they have to share their results and share what they're doing and share the data so they can each look at it and share samples. We might collect samples in Montreal and ship them down to Australia and take a look at the same patient on different things, different analytes, different tests. So we realize that we have to bring people together and network them together and move it forward in that way for us to find some answers. And 11 years out, I also realized we have to start working on clinical trials. So we changed the focus a bit. We were looking at the molecular cause. What is going on? Is there a high glucose there? What's happening here? It's obviously not as simple as that, sadly. We've looked. There's nothing simple out there whatsoever. But we're looking at the molecular cause to try to find out what's happening. And then we partnered with a group called Bateman Horne Center, and blew out medical education last year with them, and we're working with them to educate primary doctors, to educate doctors. There's hardly any doctor that understands what to do even to mitigate symptoms. And so if people go to their own doctor, they go, I don't know what to tell you here. I don't know what is wrong with you, and I don't know what to do for you. I can help you with sleep, I can help you with certain things, but I don't know what to do overall. And so now we've partnered in doing a huge medical education resource. We have it on our website if anybody wants to go to that resource, print it out for your doctor, your own doctor, and it gives suggestions of treatments and suggestions of diagnosis and suggestions on what other doctors do that know and understand this space. So that's where we are now. We're really at the point of working with all these researchers, working with all these centers. We have conferences we go to share data. We meet with other researchers at these conferences. We are involved with the NIH with education and webinars and teaching other people about what this disease is, and hoping that we can get more and more researchers involved with this, and hoping that someday we can prevent this. But in the meantime, we need to have treatments to really reduce the symptoms and eventually a cure, but use drugs that are already out there, repurpose them. We're starting this clinical trial and hoping that if we see improvement in patients, that patients can at least start getting some reduction in some symptoms, get their life back, sit up and be able to go back on the computer and socialize and at least get part of their life back, and then hopefully their whole life back and get people better. So our biggest goal is to get people their life back and get back to health and, learn more about this. Half of the people who have long COVID seem to have similar same symptoms as ME/CFS, which is how we all connected here. And so with people that are studying long COVID, we're introducing all the results and data that we have that we've learned from ME/CFS to try to jumpstart this and try to have people that know the trigger now. Now they know. Like my daughter was sudden onset. Did she have a virus beforehand? If she had one, she was asymptomatic. We do not know. Because some people with asymptomatic COVID end up with long COVID. And they don't even know they had COVID until the doctor starts looking like, what is wrong here? So maybe that's what my daughter had. I don't know. But with long COVID, it opened up another area that we know the trigger. We know that SARS caused this. Now let's look what's happening in the body when the virus has hit the body. What is happening to people who got better? What is happening to people who are still sick? What is the difference here? And how can we get a person who's sick back to being healthy?
It's impressively global, this effort. And I know that was important to Dianna and Kyle, to find a movement that's really focused on, people around the world and bringing all these researchers from very diverse backgrounds. Is that something you really look to do, is really, not just make this a local effort, but make it a global effort?
No, it's a good question because I started this globally. I first met somebody in this space that was doing something similar as far as having an organization. She had an organization in Belgium, and her database following basically was in Europe. So when I first started this, it was in the days that you could really go on the internet, pull in information from other organizations all around the world and connect with them. And so we had a database in Europe that we started with and started building the database in the United States and started building a database of people who are part of an organization of some sort and got in touch with all them to start building awareness around the world. And what we found was, there are people everywhere. We have people now in over 100 different countries that are signed up to our database. We went out with a registry that people can sign up for to be part of research that in 2 months we had people from 55 countries sign up for, that they want to be part of research, part of answering surveys. I want to engage, I want to participate, I want to be part of the solution. And so on the patient side, we are all over the world, all over. On the research side, when we go to these conferences, we just went 2 months ago to a conference that we went to in the UK, and from there, people from 20 different countries come, and we all talk about what we're doing in different countries, what we're seeing in different countries. The disease is similar, very, very similar all around the world, and people are doing different types of research. And so we are engaging people from all over. We are global in everything we do. We have the registry that we encourage people to sign up for. And if you're out there listening and you want to sign up and participate, of course, everything is free. It takes less than 5 minutes to sign up. You go to our website, omf.ngo/studyme. It's called OMF's Study Me Registry. But when we went out with it 2 months ago, we had 2/3 of the people who signed up outside of the U.S. And then 1/3 is U.S. So that's our reach at this point. So it's global from the get-go.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I want to go back to the beginning with Dianna, because I don't know, it feels like not even that long ago. We were at her wedding last year, and then she went to Scotland for the honeymoon, and it was just all so beautiful and amazing. And then I know she got COVID on the honeymoon, but then all of a sudden, it was like something shifted. It was like, COVID wasn't even that bad for her, but it was some period after that when things really took a turn. So how did you first learn about what Dianna was going through?
I was deeply saddened when I heard about Dianna's story. I heard it from my staff who had actually been following her as physics girl. They knew about her before she got sick, and she's been out there in the science space in a wonderful, lovely way. And two of members of our staff, and we only have 5 on the staff, 2 of them knew about her and already, and then started hearing stories that she was sick. And since we're in this space, they started listening. Gee, this is COVID and long COVID, she's not getting better with this. I mean, it was heartbreaking to see someone so vibrant and engaged being hit so hard by this condition. And so they started following her as well. And her story resonates strongly with us because it mirrors so many of the individuals that we already talk to and already their families and already connect with all the time. Her story resonates with so many people.
Do you know what to tell people who are around someone who's suffering from a disease like this? Because I feel like I'm in a really tough spot where I don't even know, like, should I even message her? Because I know that maybe she's not checking her phone or that's just like there's too much stimulation going on in her life. And so I feel like I'm in this weird position where I really want to be supportive and I want to do something to help, but I can't really figure out like what is the most helpful thing I could be doing at this point. I know, I stopped by her house and, they're like very conscious of any sense or, foreign material of any sort, like anything that could, I don't know, she seems very sensitive to almost any substance that, we would just normally consider as nothing. But there they are, boiling the towels and not even using detergent, things like that, just because she's so sensitive to it. So I don't know. Any thoughts for people who are supporting someone with this condition?
It's a very, very important and good question. And there's different answers. And I just talked from my personal experience. When our daughter was sick, we had, when my niece would come over and literally just sit with her. Okay. She couldn't sit up and she would just sit with her in the same room at that time. Okay. And that was really significant because she was seeing nobody, talking to nobody, and having no social. And she was 16. And that was really significant to this day when she talks about when she was so sick. When she was able to sit up a bit, we ended up putting puzzles in her room because she couldn't really talk a lot or communicate a lot, but somebody could sit in there and do a puzzle with her and just be. If you can't have somebody in the room, which some people can't have because of sound and light and all, if you send her cards that her husband can read her or she can just look at the picture, would be lovely. And a message would go to her husband that he can read her when she's able to listen and hear him speak, if she's able to hear him speak. And he could read those messages to her. I think it's really important to keep engaged. And I think just sending cards, funny cards, nice cards, not just I hope you feel better cards, because this is her life right now. We want to get her well tomorrow, but unfortunately it's not tomorrow. So even just sending her some cards that might have nice poems or inspiring things, or just telling her what is going on in your life, kind of thing, to get in touch. I think keeping in touch and not feeling like you've lost all your friends in communication and social world is really important, more than anything else, truly. Just that you're there for her. And since she has her husband, he can relay that information.
No, those are great ideas. I'm glad to have that sort of input from someone who's kind of been there and knows what to do, because I've often just felt a little bit sort of helpless and
sure.
wanting
sure.
To, but...
you don't want to send flowers. You can't, because they have scents to them. And, you can't send food because she's probably eating something very simple that's not bothering her. So all you can do is just kind of be there for her.
Thinking about how Dianna's story has gathered this attention, why do you think that is? And, why are people maybe mobilizing a bit behind this?
People trust Dianna, and people have a problem with trust these days to a lot of people. And Dianna comes with a lot of credibility. And most people know somebody who's sick but don't know why. They go, oh yeah, my aunt hasn't gotten out of the house in a year, and we just thought that was her problem. And they can relate to whatever is being told about Dianna, even though Dianna herself can't be online right now. They relate to it because they trust her, and she has this following of people who adore her. And I think it's important because she has a voice, and she's talking to people who listen to her and want her to get better and wish her well. And so I think people like Dianna can really change the world in a way that she'll never even realize at some point that she has really changed somebody's world there, because they feel that she's an honest person talking about what's going on. And I think that's the most important.
Yeah. I've always been so impressed with Dianna's authenticity, her ability to be herself in front of the camera. You know, I had been doing it for many years before her, but I'm sort of in awe of her ability to just bring her lively self and all that energy to the camera, where I often feel like I sort of censor myself and sort of get self-conscious in front of the camera, but she's always just been, you know, the same person that I hang out with. That's the person who shows up on camera. And I think that's what people relate to, this authenticity, genuineness, just like, you know, curiosity. And, you know, she just really wants to get her hands around everything. And she's just so genuine and capable of sharing that, you know, on camera, which I think is a really special skill.
Now people are seeing her and she hasn't practiced what she's saying. She's living this at this point. She's living this experience, which other people can have empathy for, but understand it and want her to get well and just wish her well.
So this question about long COVID and ME/CFS, do they seem like the same thing, or does one trigger the other? Where does long COVID stop and ME/CFS start? Is there any way to really distinguish those? How should we think about it?
It's a good question. So there's a lot of people that have what they're calling long COVID that is also cardiac problems, pulmonary problems, neurology problems that are in that area and being treated as such by those types of doctors, by those types of rehabilitation and other problems that happen when because they had the virus. There's other people, and it seems about 50% of them, of the people who are still sick, that have this disease that is looking like ME/CFS, meaning that it's continuing on and starting to have symptoms that are very similar to ME/CFS and or the same as ME/CFS. And when we say the same, we really mean the clinical picture of it, that the person's complaining that they have brain fog, that they have trouble concentrating, trouble thinking of words, trouble processing, these sensitivities that you're talking about, this orthostatic intolerance, like they have trouble sitting up because they get dizzy and their blood pressure drops and their heart starts racing, and they have this post-exertional malaise that we talked about, you know, and this fatigue and this unrelenting sleep, meaning they go to sleep at night and however long they sleep, if they can sleep, they wake up and feel like they haven't slept. So those types of symptoms are the same as ME/CFS, and so it's being defined as they had COVID, now they have ME/CFS, or they had COVID, now they have ME/CFS-like symptoms. And so in the research world, we want to find out what's causing those symptoms so we can cure everybody, whatever you call it. I mean, even ME/CFS is a defined word of a group of symptoms. Okay, long COVID is a defined word of people who haven't gotten better from COVID. And so it's in the middle right now. We're all new at it, and you know what is going on there. Is something different going on? Is the same thing going on? All that's known with COVID is we know the trigger. With ME/CFS, many people, 70-80% of them, know that they had an infection and didn't get better. Epstein-Barr virus is a real cause, a trigger of ME/CFS. Okay, the flu sometimes is. Other types of infections are. So it's similar that it's a post-infection type disease, chronic disease. Okay, and manifesting in the same way. So the good thing is that since it's similar enough, we have some data, research, that can be pulled from the research that's been studied from the other diseases that are caused by infections and viruses and all. And it doesn't really matter if it's different or the same, but basically we're looking at people who just got sick, people who are within a year, 2 years and not getting well, compared to people who, like with ME/CFS, We know so many people who've had it for 20, 30 years. And the hard thing is the disease does change over time. Dianna probably has different symptoms now than she had a year ago. It changes because your body has been in chronic disease, chronic inflammation state. When that happens, she's been in bed. When you're in bed for longer, you have more symptoms. And so the disease changes over time. But we're pooling it together so that we can really study it and try to find an answer quickly. So it's important for us to link them together at least. And in research, we have been funded from some research projects looking at people who have long COVID, which is basically people who are just recently diagnosed as ME/CFS, versus people who've had it for 4 or more years, and looking at the differences and the similarities, and looking to see what treatments help both of those symptoms. So there's a benefit in it not just being by itself a new disease. This is new, no one knows about it. It's not new that no one knows about it. People do know about these diseases that happen after an infection. So that's good to relate to ME/CFS.
How many people does ME/CFS affect worldwide?
You know, without really serious epidemiological studies, we've always used the number 20 million before COVID, 20 million. Some others have looked at numbers and said 35, 60 million, because there's no real numbers, because in other countries they don't call it ME/CFS. They might, some countries do, some don't. Some call it CFS, some call it ME, some call it CFS-ME, but realistically, a lot of countries just call it fatigue, and somebody's in bed and they have fatigue. And so we don't have real numbers, but the number we've been using before COVID was about 20 million. Now at this moment, the number that people are using, our CDC, Center for Disease Control, using numbers of people with long COVID is about 65 million additional. And so around the world. And so you're talking, wow. In the United States, the number that was being used was about 800,000 to 2.5 million in the United States of ME/CFS.
Wow.
And again, with long COVID, could be anywhere additional from 2 million to 9 million. They're in the middle of looking at numbers in the COVID world, not in the ME/CFS world, but in the COVID world. But we're talking, this is not a rare disease. It's just been a quiet, invisible disease because people are home and not out. And when someone is out, they don't look sick. They're not limping. They don't look physically sick. They don't have a broken arm. And so when they're out and about, they don't look sick. You don't know that they're so sick. They might be in a wheelchair if they're lucky enough that somebody is caring for them and helping them. There's millions of people that are suffering from this.
Yeah, it's such a prominent disease, and yet one that, as you say, you can sort of be oblivious to, and they're not in the hospitals, and they're not necessarily, visibly showing some particular symptoms, but it's just the experience that they're having where, so much of their life is sort of taken away, that they have to just be in bed and just be resting so much.
Yeah.
What is the status like in the field? How are the researchers feeling? Are there any clues, any sort of directions that are looking promising? What is the research looking like?
There's a lot of research going on in different areas. There's areas that they're looking at in the immune system. There's areas in people looking at microclots, some clots that are happening to people. So they're looking for certain treatments for people who may have that. There's a lot of problems that they're looking at in the in metabolomics and proteomics area, which the metabolism and the metabolites that your body produces. There's a lot of things looking at neurological issues. So they're looking in the spinal fluid. What can they find? Are they seeing viruses persist? Are they seeing parts of viruses persist? They're seeing a lot of inflammation. They're seeing so many hosts of different types of issues when they're really looking at different types of issues, looking in the muscle, looking in the blood and the body fluids to see if there's anything that stands out. They're seeing people that have structural issues that are making them structurally having trouble, that they may need some intervention in that area. There's some people that have autoimmunity when they're looking at autoimmunity. And so there's so many different areas. They're looking in genetics to see if there's any genetic predisposition. Is there any predictions there? They're looking in gene expression to see what genes are turned on and which ones are turned off, and see if they can learn anything in that area. There's so many different, because it is new with COVID, they're looking in all different areas to see what it is. What they do see is a lot of abnormality, and confirmed that this is a definite biological problem, that so many people have different abnormalities in the research world. If you go to your doctor and have a lab test, the normal lab test that you and I would go to our doctor at a physical, most of those look normal. So when they test the liver and the kidney, normal types of tests that you have done in a doctor's office laboratory, let's say, most of those look normal. But in the research world, when they look at the immune system and they look at like I said, the metabolites and the proteins, and they see a lot of abnormalities. But we're trying to look and see if there's any signature, any commonality, any common problems that are happening. And they're all over the place because these different tests change through time. It's different if you've eaten, it's different if you woke up, it's different if you hadn't slept, it's different if you had a crash, and it's different if you had a good day. Some people have a good day and a bad day. We call it good day, bad day. Is today a good day? Is today a bad day? So it's really hard to find a signature or something that stands out, but we're still looking. But all this research is happening. We have a number of conferences that people are talking about what research they're looking into, what research they're doing and sharing, and trying to figure this out. But there are a lot of people that are in this space, and they really talk and are confident that we really can and will find a way to treat this. And so the researchers really do feel like there will be a path for that. They're not throwing up their hands with it. They think that we just got to keep looking and we're going to find it. They're very optimistic. It's just we have a lot more to look at.
It's good to know that there's hope out there.
There's hope. There's hope, which is our logo, because we have to share the hope. But there is hope. There is hope. It's not false hope. There is hope. The researchers do feel like they're onto something, that we have learned a lot so far about these diseases, and we need to learn a lot more. But they feel that someday this will be treatable.
And do you think part of that is that there hasn't been enough research on this sort of up to this point, and long COVID is sort of a trigger to take this research into these sort of longer term diseases into sort of a next level, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only silver lining of COVID is that it's really helped the ME/CFS and post-infection disease world really bring in more funding, bring in more researchers, and have a really in-depth look at what's going on. So yes, it has, and there is a lot more research happening because of this, and because everybody knew COVID.
It's become more prevalent.
It's become more prevalent. Yeah.
Are there any indications about why some people improve versus others, or how to start the improvement process, or what that looks like? Are there any signs like that?
We're looking a lot to study people who have improved versus people who haven't improved, to see if we do find something there in the research world. As far as people themselves, it's people try all different things, and people respond all different ways. So someone may respond to an intervention that doesn't do anything to the next person, or even makes the next person worse. So you have to be under a doctor's care if you're going to be trying different things, because like I said, some people try something that they heard somebody was really improved with, and it makes them worse, and so they have to be really careful on what they're trying. Some people change their diet completely, and it really starts improving some of their symptoms. Some people, try different vitamins and supplements and different things that the doctors may recommend to them, and they may feel a little bit different and a little bit better, hopefully, with certain symptoms of theirs. Most importantly, people need to learn to pace themselves, and most importantly, they need to learn about their own body. And over time, with their new normal, until we find a treatment really, learn how to prevent a crash. And if you can learn how to prevent a crash and you stay away from that, then at least you can not feel as worse as your worst bad day. But so you really want to avoid crashes, and that takes yourself trying different things and learning different things and not doing certain things, and knowing that, you could brush your teeth, but you really can't go downstairs and make dinner for everybody. You need to learn these things and yourself, and each person is completely different and may change over time. And people that have support from family members and people who understand that they are sick and help them at home, or even help them just emotionally as far as supporting them, then it really helps with their feeling of themselves and helps them hopefully reduce their crashes. And if someone can help with some of their chores and some of the things that they can do for them, it helps them avoid crashes and hopefully start on a path to getting better. But there's no path that I could say you begin here and you end up here. It's different for everybody. It really is personalized medicine at its core. People ask us how they can get involved and what can they do, and loved ones ask, what can they do to help their person who's living with this experience, and I wish there was more, but this registry is a big thing because it's very minor, and Dianna's husband or family can sign her up and encourage others to sign up for it, because we're trying to show how many numbers of people are out there suffering like this all over the world. Our goal is 100,000 people. We have about 4,500 signed up in 2 months. That's a lot in 2 months. But our goal is to just show the world at large, the governments, the pharmaceutical companies, the commercial companies that we want to be in the space to help find a diagnostic, how many people are out there that really want to help with the solution. And so we encourage people to sign up and be engaged that way. OMF, which is Open Medicine Foundation, omf.ngo /studyme brings you into the registry. omf.ngo brings you into our website, which also has a lot of resources to bring to doctors and caregivers, and just a lot more about what's going on with this disease and with long COVID, with ME/CFS and these other diseases. Just to give more information, and also all the research projects that we're doing all over the world if you're interested. And since you've been following, Dianna, the physics girl, you might be interested in some of these research projects that are there. And the other way to help is really sharing your story. If you're the one suffering, Dianna, the best thing that she's doing is telling her story. And it really helps with the community, and it helps other people understand they're not alone. Other people are suffering like they are. And you're building awareness to people who aren't sick. And of course, donations, because that's the only way that we're doing research here. So if you know anybody who is interested to help us continue what we're doing as far as donating, of course, you can go to our website and donate. And any amount helps. Any amount helps, because it keeps this all going in the research world. And so all of that together is really the kinds of things that at this point we can ask people to engage and help with.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for all that you're doing, and for talking to me and following along with Dianna's story, and continuing to be supportive of everyone who's going through this. It's really an awful condition, and
it is awful. And we want you to give Dianna our best and thank her for helping share her platform to get the word out as much as possible, so that people can get better and get back to their own lives. We want her to continue doing what she was doing so well, and she wants to continue doing that, obviously. So we want to help as much as we possibly can. So thank you for doing what you're doing.
No, of course. It's frustrating that there's not more that's known at this point, or more that you could say of like, oh, it's this,
Someday we will. This is it. I don't know if it'll be an it. It'll be a bunch of few things, but it doesn't matter. We just need some answers here.
When I was a kid, I knew, I think, one person with chronic fatigue syndrome, and I think she had Lyme disease or something.
Yes.
Bitten by a tick or something, and then after that was suffering chronic fatigue. And
that's a very good observation there, because Lyme is an infection that can also lead to chronic disease if it's not responding to treatment. And the symptoms are very similar to ME/CFS and chronic fatigue syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was like in the 90s, and it was just, no one really knew. It was a friend's mom, and it was like, well, what's happening with her? And yeah, it was very confusing about, I don't know, because it's one of those diseases where you just, it's so hard to put your finger on what exactly is wrong. In limbo disease, right? It's like...
It is. It is. It's so complex. I mean, it is. It's just one of these really, really complex diseases, which is why nobody really wanted to research it.
Right.
It's just, people like to research something that they're going to have an answer. Doctors like to treat when they know they can make you better. If they can't make you better, they're not interested. It's just that's the hardest part about this whole thing. We want doctors to treat symptoms if you possibly can. If we can't get rid of it, at least help the person. So that's what we're trying to educate right now. So.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much.
Hello. Welcome back. It is now Ian Hecox and Kyle.
It's a change of energy around here.
Sorry, it's going to be a little less professional. I mean, you were the one that was like, "Hey, you want to do this?" I was like,
I know.
It's up to you.
I know. Yeah.
So, yeah, if you are just now joining, or if you recently joined and you're like, "Why am I looking at a live stream of Dianna in bed?" Today we are showing you a day in Dianna's life. Dianna has severe ME/CFS, also known as chronic fatigue syndrome, and various things that fit in the catch-all of long COVID.
Right.
Is that fair to quote long COVID? Because it's like kind of a broad.
It's very
term.
broad. It's basic. It's a cluster of symptoms, right? You get sick, you get COVID, and you just never quite recover, and you have all these. And then different people have different symptoms: brain fog, nerve pain, a lot of like neuropsychiatric stuff, depression, all this kind of stuff, fatigue, post-exertional malaise. People get these cluster of different symptoms, and we call that long COVID.
Yeah.
And it's probably different sub-diseases underneath it, right? So somebody who has like only brain fog is probably suffering a different internal set of things going on than somebody who's suffering nerve pain, or somebody who gets a lot of post-exertional malaise, or somebody who has MCAS. They're all
it's all within the cloud of long COVID. Yeah, which is why, like, whenever people ask me, like, how Dianna's doing, or like when I'm telling somebody about her,
right?
Generally, I'm like, if I don't want to sit there and try to explain what's actually wrong with her, I'll just be like, well, she has like really bad long COVID. And that's kind of like an easy way to like, and I think most people have a general idea of what that can mean, because I think I think a lot of people probably that are watching the stream know at least somebody who has been affected by been affected by COVID in a way that has lasted longer, like, oh, I used to work out with this guy and now he can only like make it out to his mailbox, and that kind of stuff. So
you hear a lot of those stories.
It was Dianna's idea and your idea to do this stream, show everyone what a day in her life is, because she is bedbound. And has been for over a year and a half.
That's right.
It was, you guys thought it'd be a good idea to kind of like show what that's like, because I think.
Sorry, I got something.
That's not okay.
Right when I was going to interrupt you. No, I'm good now. I'm good now. She just... Well, one of the things about the disease is it's so isolating, and everybody feels like they're going through it on their own, and they have their own symptoms, and they... it's a lonely disease, and being part of a community is nice. It helps people feel not alone. And when people see Dianna, I've been told this by, friends. Like my high school friend texted me and was just like, hey, I have a friend who has ME/CFS, and everything that Dianna's doing helps her feel not alone.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is like somebody I don't talk to regularly, and they just hit me up and say that, and it's just like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, I have another friend. I didn't even know that she had ME/CFS, and I think she did talk about it. So I'm not like revealing anything, but Alana Pierce, who's in like the gaming community, she was a games journalist. She also works at Santa Monica Studios, but she also has chronic fatigue syndrome. Yeah. She was diagnosed like back when she was in school.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's affected differently. But it's one of those things where like I think there's not a lot of understanding around it from the general population.
Right.
Where it's like you get a lot of just people like either they don't believe you or they just don't understand it, so you're not met with that much empathy towards it. So I think a lot of people don't even bother bringing it up, because if you're like, oh, I have chronic fatigue syndrome, they're like, so what, you get tired? You get tired? And I'm like, I get tired too. And it's like, bro, it's different.
It is different, and you know, just whatever. I'll take all of my soapbox moments today, right? Because I can. But I think there's, you know, we equate output with morality a lot of times, right? If you're a good moral person, you're productive, right? This is like this is the society we live in. It's
that's why we're doing a 12-hour live stream.
Oh yeah, a lot of productivity.
We're very productive.
Yeah, so there's this like, you know, relationship, maybe not morality, but at least like between somebody's worth and how productive they can be. And that worth is not just monetary, but that's like how they're perceived. And this is a disease that takes away somebody's ability to be productive through no fault of their own, and it's hard for us to fit those people into society and into how we think about treating them. Like you know, we do have to work hard in our lives, and seeing somebody that's like, oh, I'm too tired to work, that can be, you know, jarring, because it can trigger our own traumas with having had to work hard. Right? And then saying, oh, well, I have to let this person not. So there's just a lot of complicated psychology with this disease, which is why it gets ignored, because those tough psychologies are very easy just to turn away from.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, the point of the stream is to show what Dianna is going through, but also to shine a light on the people that are doing work, doing the research towards trying to understand this disease better, because it's been acknowledged as a thing for like what, 50 years, longer, but it's never, it's always been kind of an invisible illness because it was so misunderstood. It was not believed for a long time.
That's right. Well, I have the statistic for you. So when you analyze by, you know, how much funding a disease gets versus the disease burden, meaning how many people are affected and how severely those people are affected. That's the disease burden. It's sort of like the collective burden on society from people being sick. If you look at ME/CFS historically, it's received 7% of what it should based on its disease burden in society.
Got it.
So like it should be getting, what's that, 13 times the funding that it's getting right now?
Got it.
Is that math right? 14? I won't ask you.
My dad's a math guy, not me. So I chose YouTube comedy.
I have a math degree, but it's pure math, so it's not very applicable in this situation. Okay. Yeah, I need letters.
Fair. That sounds about right.
Yeah, so it's vastly underfunded historically, and just now with COVID, is funding starting to get pushed into these diseases, and so we hope to see changes soon. And part of what we're doing now is raising money for the Open Medicine Foundation. They do clinical trials, which is really important to be doing that now to get drugs to patients really quickly. They help provide resources for doctors so that they can learn how to treat patients now, because you know that's important that doctors have someplace to go to get knowledge about how to treat patients with ME/CFS and long COVID. Yeah, they're a great organization. If you can, please donate, please help us, support them, and find a cure. They do fundamental research into ME/CFS as well, so they're really hitting all of the things, which is why we chose to support them.
Yeah,
and you just saw the interview with Linda, the founder of that, and she was talking a bit about that.
The top dog.
The top dog, yeah.
And the donate button is on this screen. If you're watching on desktop, mobile, it should also be there somewhere. 100% of what you give today goes to the foundation. YouTube does not take a cut. They do not charge they pay for the transaction fees. So every cent, every peso, every yen, every whatever you're putting towards it actually goes towards funding research. So Super cool.
And if you're in a country where the donate button is not working, because there are some, I don't know the rules, but you can donate directly through the Open Medicine Foundation. Link is in the description.
Boom. Yeah. So like right now, there's an amount on the screen, which is what are we at now? Like 83, 91.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So officially, because
yeah,
because okay, all right. Well,
break the news.
I mean, you should break the news. This is your stream. I'm just some guy.
Yeah. So, anyways, officially, we passed our goal. Give me a high five. Boom.
Let's freaking go. So I don't need to be here anymore.
No, you still.
I can go home, right?
No, I cannot do the rest of this by myself.
I think you got it.
So the Open Medicine Foundation let us know that through direct donations on their website, they've raised over $10,000, putting us just over 101,000. With our goal was 100,000 for the day.
Yeah.
We started with 10,000 as our goal.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I told you that wouldn't be.
You told me it wouldn't be enough.
I was like, that's low.
Again, I didn't know. Just like, I mean, I just can't.
Yeah.
The dedication and love coming from Dianna's audience is just incredible, and this stuff just makes such a difference.
Yeah, I mean, you like all you guys at home that have been supporting us on this stream, but also supporting Dianna on our Patreon. Like, I mean, has completely. I mean, I've witnessed that Patreon has allowed you to be her full-time caretaker, and try get all these meds that are not,
I mean, we should talk a little bit about the finances, because this is actually a huge issue in ME/CFS. Is so many of the medications have to be used off-label. Mm-hmm. What that means is your insurance provider is probably not going to pay for you to receive these medications because you don't have a diagnosis that matches the medication.
Yeah.
So the insurance doesn't pay. That means the patient has to pay. So again, what is the value of having a clinical trial? It's matching the diagnosis, long COVID or ME/CFS, with the medication.
Right.
So once you get that, then you can get insurance to start paying for patients' medications.
Yeah.
So it's not just the fact, because there's some medications that we know that anecdotally they've worked for a lot of patients, but without a clinical trial, without a formal clinical trial, insurance isn't going to pay for that for patients, and they're left just with this phenomenal financial burden on top of not being able to work.
Yeah.
I don't know how people make it happen.
I don't know
it
either.
Blows my mind.
I mean, I think like the unfortunate reality is that some people just can't afford it, so they just don't get better. And and there's been people that will just live with severe ME/CFS for decades. I think one of the things that Kaufman was saying that's in Dianna's favor is the fact that we're starting these sort of treatments and trying these things early. Like, she's still young, like she's still healthy, and we're starting early enough. It's there's some people that would come to him and they're like decades.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also one of the unfortunate things with not having enough awareness about the disease.
Yeah. Is
that people will go for 5, 10 plus years without getting a diagnosis.
Yeah.
They'll just be bouncing from doctor to doctor, not knowing something's wrong with them, but not having anyone capable of diagnosing them.
Because the doctor will just like take your blood pressure and be like, no, you look pretty good.
Okay, and just be nice to doctors.
Oh,
be nice to doctors.
I got a thing against doctors. This is my time to just rail against doctors.
Be nice to doctors.
No, I know.
But they have they have very specific guidelines in terms of how to treat patients. They have evidence-based stuff that they have to use, and there's no diagnostics for ME/CFS. There's no diagnostics for long COVID that they can quickly turn to and use. So there's not a lot within their power as a physician to be able to do, unless they go outside of like the normal routine or whatever practice of how you care for them.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge with getting care.
And I mean, and I think you spoke on this earlier with Simone, but trying to get regular care for this kind of stuff can also be damaging for somebody with severe ME/CFS. Like back when we talk about when she went to the emergency room, and
very hard experience. And then even other stuff, just like some physicians, due to their insurance requirements, like in order for like their own insurance to like work, you have to go into their office. So they can't see you without going into their office because of these, like rules. I don't know what else to call them, right? There's just certain rules that they have to follow in order to maintain their practice. And one of them is that they have to see you in person. Now, for somebody like Dianna, that's a huge burden. Yeah. Like her going into the doctor's office, let alone talking to the doctor, which she's unable to do for more than a minute, is going to set her back and cause all this stuff. So there's not a space for her in the current infrastructure, which is the challenge. And sometimes doctors will make exceptions and work with you, and sometimes they don't, and it's just really hard and it's really frustrating. And it's like, I get it. If you're a doctor and a patient is coming into your office and they're like, oh, I'm too sick to see you, then they have good reason to be like, well, you probably shouldn't be coming here, then you should probably go to an emergency room or something. But if you go to an emergency room, they're going to be all your tests are normal, you should go home. Right. So there's this gap in the system that people just can't get treated. Yeah. And again, like I think it is a systemic thing. I think it needs to be changed at a high level. It has to do with how insurance and hospitals are organized. But it right now is something that's damaging patients' lives every day. Yeah. And I don't know how to fix that. People, there's some questions in here about, what can we do? I want to figure out ways, on this channel to facilitate more kind of like civic engagement, I guess I would say, because I feel like maybe that stuff has to change at a legislative level. I'm not sure, but these are things I'm thinking about. So like, again, this is, I want this to kind of be an open conversation that I'm thinking about. I'm just kind of throwing this out into the world right now, is that like, we want to raise money for research, but we also want to change the way that this top level stuff is organized. And those are both important things to do. Yeah, for sure. I don't know how to do them all. I don't think anyone does, but we got to have that vision.
Right. That makes sense. I think it's really important, like especially in the US where, insurance is so important, like, getting approved treatments that are covered by insurance would make a massive difference, because I've seen a little bit of like, what you guys have to pay for some of these treatments. It's absurd. And it's like an ordinary like American that now, also if you were the breadwinner of the family and you were the one that got sick, like, it's like,
like you're saying, people have to go without medications because you can't afford all of them. Yeah. That's so the bottom line. It's
just kind of like, it's crazy, man. So to bring it back around, you guys, like the help that you've given Dianna on the Patreon is like truly like incredible.
It's life-changing for us.
And we talk about it all the time. Like, we're so grateful for you guys for supporting her. And I think Dianna feels like a little like, I think maybe there's like some guilt there. Definitely. And I just have to like reassure her. I'm like, you've like shared your excitement about science with like so many people. This is like their way of like giving back,
and this is why people are here today, giving to this research. And this is what she wants to do, is to just support other people getting better too.
That too. I think when and y'all have talked about, and like obviously like our focus is on Dianna getting better, and also this this stream, but I know that Dianna, when she talks about when she gets better, she wants to continue
absolutely
supporting others that are battling ME/CFS and long COVID. So this is just the start, really, I think, and our focus is obviously raising money for Open Medicine Foundation, but also getting Dianna better so that she can get back on her feet and one day return to YouTube. And but then also help others that are dealing with this, because she knows firsthand, and you as well know firsthand, like how devastating this is. And when you see the numbers, like 85 million people in the world that have ME/CFS, some form of it, like that's crazy.
Yeah, so it's 80, and these are, the estimates are really hard because it's such an underdiagnosed disease. So 85 million, but of people with ME/CFS, it's also estimated that 25% are bed or housebound at some point in their illness. So not many people become as sick as Dianna. She is exceptionally ill. That's the truth of it. It's terrible. But a lot of patients become house and bedbound at some point in their illness. And obviously you're not able to work. You're not able to take care of yourself, do all of your activities of daily life at that point. And that happens to a quarter of those people.
Right.
Which is a huge number.
Yeah, I have a family friend that also has ME/CFS. And yeah, there was years that I didn't really see her. Yeah, because it will be like that. There will be a few years of somebody's life that are largely taken away, and that's what's happening with Dianna right now. Is these years of her life are just gone, completely gone, and we're just trying to minimize the number that get taken away. Yeah. What are we at on numbers? What are we at?
You're asking me too recently.
Sorry.
I think we're at almost 93 on this.
I'm just eager.
Yeah, we got it.
I'm trying to beat Simone's number, guys. We gotta beat the number that we raised when Simone was hosting, so that I could prove that I'm better than her.
Yeah,
because I can't really prove that I'm better than her.
Well, what we gotta do is we gotta go back, because I did it until 8 a.m. and I actually by myself, and I got quite a bit. Just right. Me.
Okay.
So.
Okay. This is really about my rivalry with Simone.
Okay, I'm not really important here.
No.
Okay, good to know. What I want to do right now is I want to do some comments. I want to open it up. I think we went through a lot of this stuff today. I'm sure there's more questions that we can ask, but I want to open it up to the audience for a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're going to do some comments. Levi, I think you can make small in screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go to Dianna and we'll just kind of
make us small.
Comment over her so you can see her in action right now.
Great. Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know what you got the comments on.
Just waiting for them to come in now.
Sweet.
But I'll answer the name that I can see here.
Oh, we got comments on. Thank you so much for doing this. We need this awareness. That's what this is about. Absolutely.
Boom.
Yeah. So we're really proud to just be contributing to the visibility of this. Thank you. I've had ME/CFS for 12 plus years. This gives me hope. That's awesome. I am honestly hopeful right now too. Because there's so much amazing research. I'm going to talk again about some research in a little bit, but there's so much energy and research and everything going on in this world right now. So
I like this one from Stains on My Couch. It says, what's Dianna's favorite thing to talk about when she does?
That's a great question.
She makes up silly songs.
Yeah,
she'll make like little parody songs. I can't think of what. Sometimes they're just about.
Honestly, she loves celebrity gossip. I think that's one of her top things. Is just like she'll go on her phone for like 5 minutes and then be like, "Kyle, I have all of this celebrity gossip to tell you."
It's true, yeah, because she has, or she'll like use her like Apple Watch to like scroll through like little tiny like articles. yeah, I give her, I keep her up to date on like any YouTuber gossip, because there's always some drama going on there. Yeah, it's the important things, really.
I actually have to step away. I got to give her meds real quick.
Oh my gosh, you're leaving me alone.
We can pause the comments. I think we should pause them while I'm gone.
You're afraid of me?
I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of what's going to happen. There's some here you can answer in my absence.
I saw one question that says, "Is she okay?" I feel like that one's a safe one to answer.
Oh my god, sorry. It's okay.
Oh no, Levi's gone too. It's just me and you guys. All right, I'll try not to get into trouble here. Raisa Patel says, really glad to be able to make it to the live stream. This awareness is super important. Very much agree. Let's see. I'm trying to answer comments that aren't going to get me in trouble.
Some people asked if she's able, even after we told them how much she can't do anything, they still keep asking if she can read a book or listen to an audiobook.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. So I don't know if you guys heard Levi there, because I don't know what this mic is picking up. But I guess some people have asked, like, if she's laying in bed, is she able to read books or listen to an audiobook? And that is difficult for her. She reads like small little tiny articles or like news updates, that kind of stuff. Audiobook, it's too much. Like a lot of the times it's like too much to like deal with, like too much sound. A lot of times she's in there with earplugs, just because like regular sound is sometimes too much. So yeah, she has to be really careful with just like stuff. So she can't watch anything. She can't sit there and like watch a show or a movie. I did manage to get her, I think I managed to get her to see the I'm Just Ken bit from the Barbie movie, because I thought she would really enjoy that. And I think she did. But even that is like, okay, like you're going to need to like rest for a while after this. Yeah, so reading is a bit tricky. She can't, I mean, like if she were to like read a book, she would have to read like a few pages at a time, which is not fun. And audiobooks are kind of out of the question.
A lot of people ask too about her sleep. How is she able to sleep? Does she get good sleep? Does she dream? Is she up at night?
Yeah, so questions about her sleep. She sleeps a lot. And she takes like small naps throughout the day, especially because like sometimes she doesn't get good sleep, like so she might be up for hours in the middle of the night, and then she'll like wake up in the morning, feel kind of crappy, and then have to like take little naps throughout the day. But yeah, I mean, I would say she spends probably, what do you think? She spends like probably half her time sleeping? Yeah,
I'd say that's about right. About 12 hours a day. She overheard us talking about sleep.
Okay.
And she said, tell them about my dreams, because she has like super vivid dreams, like almost regularly these kind of like delirium fever dreams. Like if you're sick or something, you can have these like really vivid kind of dreams sometimes that are happening to you. Like if you have a cold or fever or something. No?
I don't know.
Okay, this is a thing though, like the fever dreams,
Yeah.
sick
Yeah,
stuff.
no, I believe it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm so bad at remembering my dreams.
So she has these all the time, and so she'll wake up and just tell me like these just like crazy weird dreams she has all the time, and apparently this is common, especially for people with like MCAS and ME/CFS, because there's so many weird sleep disturbances that they get really vivid dreams, strange dreams, stuff like that. She doesn't have like nightmares though, which is good.
That's good. I do see one comment that I think is a good question. Are bed sores a difficult issue to overcome?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. So luckily Dianna has enough energy to roll from side to side during the day, so she's never gotten a bed sore, which is fantastic. And we do, you know, a really good job of washing her every day. Well, I do, I guess. I, you know, like I talked about earlier, I use the baby wipes that I've, you know,
they say like they're like 99% water,
and I get that last 1% out
because I think you had like tried it with like, you're like, 99% water. It's like there's no chemicals or anything. Try it, and then she reacted to it. So they get boiled, and then they get like, you know, strung out multiple times, rinsed, and then put in the fridge.
And typically it's like me doing this and Ian just like playing Zelda or something when he comes over to help.
Civ 6.
Civ 6. Oh yeah, Civ 6 these days. That's right.
Mm-hmm. And Baldur's Gate 3. I gotta play that again on this. But
I enjoyed watching that though. I kind of want to play that sometime. I mean,
I get your own account, bro.
But I have your account on my Xbox.
Yeah, but don't screw up my game. Jeez, I'm working on a romance, okay? Don't screw that up. Let's see.
There's actually something here I want to address. The
brain retraining.
Yeah, Danny asked, have you tried brain retraining? I haven't started yet, but from my research, it's the only thing that's helped some people. I think this is a great question. I agree with you. It is one of the only things that's helped some people. And my take on this is that there's a small percentage of people for whom it can be very helpful to help calm the autonomic nervous system and to, just help your body feel better. However, I think for the vast majority of people with long COVID, this kind of retraining of the autonomic nervous system doesn't help address the root cause of the symptoms, which is often, co-infections with different things, or it could be these autoimmune conditions. So you're not able to do enough with brain retraining to, you can't fix it. So one of the misconceptions with ME/CFS is that things like physical therapy, brain retraining, stuff like this is going to make you heal. And that's not the case. If you fix the underlying condition, which sometimes just happens through time, then physical therapy, rehabilitation, brain retraining will help get you to that next level of like normalcy. So that's why I think we see it as something that people say helps them, because it does help them, but I think it can only help after these sort of underlying conditions are met.
Makes sense.
We tried it to no significant effect. I mean, some of the exercises were nice. They helped relieve stress.
But it's one of those things, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. So Danny, like if you're thinking about doing it, there's no harm in trying it, right?
The only harm comes from like, some of them pay lots of money to do it. And then so you don't want to put yourself into financial duress doing this. And most of the stuff can be found online generally. So I would advocate for doing meditation exercises, stuff like that. It's a good practice no matter what, but it doesn't cure if there's like an underlying infection or something like that that's driving what's going on with you. That's not going to fix it.
Is Dianna playing paint by numbers right now?
Is she right now? She could be. Oh yeah, I see her on there.
Yeah, she's probably tapping away. I just want to shout out a couple donors.
It moved. Oh, nice.
Ion donated. I don't know what kind of currency that is, but 1,000
of them. Thank you.
Something. I think I saw one. Tom Heister donated like $100. Oh, wow. Weary Traveler 20. Thank you so much. Engage Loft donated 20 pounds. Thank you very much. These donations are awesome, guys, and they're going to a good place that'll hopefully make everyone's lives with ME/CFS better in the future.
So I like this question too. Can you explain how chemicals in foods cause a reaction? and what that reaction is. So I talked a little bit earlier about one of the diseases under this big umbrella of ME/CFS is called MCAS, and that stands for mast cell activation syndrome. Mast cells are cells that are all over your body. They're involved in your immune response and inflammatory responses. So if you are, if you eat something that you're allergic to, your mast cells will do what they call degranulate and release all of these histamines and other inflammatory molecules, these cytokines, into your system, and it'll prompt this giant inflammatory response from your body. In mast cell activation syndrome, that degranulation, that release of inflammatory molecules, happens all the time when it shouldn't. So, and it's very, very unpredictable. And that's a big challenge with treating Dianna's disease. So if there's a food that she's not used to, she eats it and she gets symptoms, not all the symptoms, but a lot of the symptoms that somebody with anaphylaxis would get, which would be, she doesn't normally get shortness of breath, which is great because that's a lot more concerning, but she gets chest tightness, flushing, sweating, dizzy, increased heart rate, heart palpitations,
stomach aches,
sometimes neuropathic pain, stomach aches. So that's a reaction that would be caused by her having like a blueberry. I talked about blueberries earlier. She can have a blueberry and her face will turn bright red. She'll be sweating, she'll be dizzy, and she'll feel terrible.
Yeah.
It's really a messed up disease because it could also come from her trying a new medication. Like, here's a medication that's supposed to help her. We try it, and she'll just say, I'm having a terrible reaction to it.
And I feel like it's been a pretty large roadblock.
Huge roadblock. In
her road to recovery, because there's all these different things that, the amazing doctors that work with y'all have been suggesting, and it's like, try this, or like you'll find something and it'll be like, okay, we'll try this. And then she has a terrible reaction to it, and not only is it like, okay, I guess we can't try this for a while, it also sets her back. Like, that could trigger the post-exertional malaise.
That's right.
Which could then essentially leads to a crash, which is like, then it's like, okay, now we gotta wait a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before we maybe try that again or try a different thing.
So Innocent Nemesis commented, I think this sums it up, MCAS is so exhausting, broken heart.
Yeah,
it is.
It's and I feel like more and more people are starting to learn about MCAS, and like, it's this crazy roadblock to Dianna's recovery, because without MCAS,
it's a lot easier.
I feel like it'd be a lot easier. So I think, I mean, like, I don't want to speak to the specific treatment plans, but I think like you guys have tried to tackle MCAS first, right?
Through a few different angles. That's right. And so far we haven't broken through enough.
Yeah.
And her symptoms are better than when we started, but still not open, not good enough. Let's see here.
To Be Strifeless donated $50. Thank you very much. Anonymous, £50. Thank you.
So much support for
€50. Somebody said, "Who are these boys?"
I love them.
This is Dianna's husband, and I'm just some YouTuber.
It's Ian. No, Ian.
No, don't you dare.
Still sore about that.
What things does Dianna use her smartwatch for? Does it monitor some of her vitals? I've been seeing her looking at it often today from Wayne.
Yeah. Great question. Absolutely. Yes to both of those things. So she uses her smartwatch to communicate with people. So she'll text on it. It's got the nice voice to text, which is great. So
she's always hitting you up on that.
Way easier. Yeah, exactly. And then it does monitor her vitals too, which is nice. So we can, it doesn't really help that much in the long run, but it does kind of say like, okay, what's the resting heart rate, and if she has tachycardia and we're trying medications to help with that, we can see if they have an effect, which is really nice. And then there's like a heart rate variability thing, which can have some indicator of how your autonomic nervous system is doing. I don't know like how important that is, but we do monitor it. So yeah, great question.
Joseph Lankard asked, will you post the individual interviews? I would love to repost Dr. Tannenbaum's interview. It described what I'm going through with long COVID. And I actually saw that mirrored by somebody else earlier saying they're listening to what Dr. Tannenbaum was saying, and a lot of things line up with what they're going through.
Wow, that's awesome.
This whole stream will wind up as a video at the end.
And I would like to post the interviews as well. Yeah. And we'll announce that. I'm not sure. The only thing is like it's Dianna's channel, so I get permission from her before I post things to it. Yeah. You know, we got the algorithm and things to worry about. But yeah, anyways, this whole live stream is going to be available, so you can go back and watch that at your leisure. And we should add the little chapter marks, so you can easily get to it if you want. I've seen a few people asking about the tick-borne disease and underlying infections, Lyme, stuff like that. And I guess I want to talk about right now just really how difficult treatment is, because I would phrase it like this: if we knew that, you know, giving her a 2-week or 4-week course or whatever of antibiotics was going to fix her, of course we would do that. But there's so much uncertainty in this whole disease. So you talk to some doctors and they say, oh yeah, you know, her tick-borne disease is the driver, we got to fix that. Other doctors will say, okay, this is not the underlying cause, we got to fix some other stuff, and eventually we'll get to the tick-borne disease. And, you know, other doctors are like, well, the tick-borne disease didn't come from like a CDC lab, so I don't even believe it's real. So this is the space we're in, where there's simply, the science isn't there to give concrete answers about what's happening. Yeah. I freaking wish I knew what would happen if we treated her with antibiotics, and then I would make a decision. But the fact is, we don't know, and she's so sensitive to medications, and some medications that are supposed to be relatively easy for her will cause just like a month or multi-month long crashes. And because of that sensitivity, it's like, is it, you know, the question of when it's worth it is really hard to answer.
Especially with something like antibiotics that is completely
pretty hardcore antibiotics. Yeah, and long courses of them to get rid of tick-borne diseases. So again, you know, you talk to, you know, 10 different doctors, you know, get 10 different recommendations in this area, and it's really confusing. So that's just transparently something that we struggle with, and yeah, that's bottom line.
Weary Traveler asks, does Dianna say that she thinks...
Oh, sorry. I don't know where it is.
They're basically asking, does Dianna say that she thinks about a lot of things when she's laying there? Or is she too tired to think about things?
Most of the time, she's too tired to think about anything specific. Most of the time she's in there, she's letting her mind wander. And if then she wants to think about something or have like a more detailed thought, oftentimes you'll see her write some stuff down. That's when she wants to capture what she's thinking. Yeah.
Cool. Stefan asks, could you describe how a crash affects Dianna?
So a crash is a prolonged period of time where her symptoms are really, really bad. That's what a crash is. Your symptoms get worse, and they stay that way for a week, a month, something like this, sometimes multiple months. Yeah. Dianna's had some multi-month crashes, which are really, really difficult to go through. And for her, what that looks like is every symptom she has, which would be like her heart rate, you know, she has increased heart rate, so her heart rate will go even higher. She has some chest pain, so her chest tightness will increase. She gets brain fog, so she'll be super, super out of it and confused. She gets stomach aches, so she'll be just have insane nausea for like a month. There's just so many things that that happened like this. Do I have a live thing over my head right now?
You're getting Mike Wazowski'd. Oh no, that's just.
That's just not. They're not seeing.
Yeah, they're not seeing that. It would be funny if you just been getting Mike Wazowski this entire time.
I don't know that reference, but I don't like it,
bro. Come on.
Is that an internet thing?
This guy's so far off the internet.
I'm so far off the internet.
It's crazy.
But I'll tell them something. I literally hadn't seen a YouTube video until I met Dianna.
What?
Like,
I'm sorry, what?
No, it's not. It's a lie. Like, I think I had seen one or two, like, as like a tutorial for like how do I fix this thing on my car or something like that. I had seen, I think, 2 YouTube. I didn't know it was a thing.
That hurts me.
Yeah, that's why. Like,
wait, what year was this?
This is 10 years ago. So like
2014.
2014. Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
I know. And then when she was like, when she made friends with you and was like, oh, I made friends with Ian. He's like this like OG super famous YouTuber.
You were like,
and I was like, yeah, I was basically
no clue that guy is.
I love going to YouTube events because there'll be like all these famous YouTubers, you know, and we go to these YouTube events and like so many people are so excited to meet all these people, and I'm like, I've literally never seen or heard of you.
Yeah.
And the one time I fangirled was when she did the video with Rodney Mullen.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I used to be a huge skateboarder. I grew up skating. I freaking love it. And she's like, she came home one day. She's like, do you know who Rodney Mullen is? And I was like, Rodney Mullen, the professional skateboarder?
Well, and she did you ever meet? Because I thought you also fangirled over Carrie.
Oh, Carrie Byron too.
Carrie Byron.
Yeah.
But also not a YouTuber.
Also not a YouTuber, just Mythbusters. But yeah, we met her at Comic-Con. That was awesome.
Yeah. But everyone else, you just could not. You just have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, that's okay. That's like, YouTube's so huge now. Yeah. I'll meet somebody and be like, I have no idea who that person is. And then I like check out their channel. It's like, oh, they have 15 million subscribers.
I want to answer this question at some point. I don't know. It's a long one though.
Sure. Monica Wynn wants to know, will this live stream stay up? Yeah. So once the live stream is over, then it turns into like a regular YouTube video, and we'll add chapters and stuff, so it's a little easier to navigate.
Within the next 2 days.
Within the next 2 days.
Okay.
Levi needs time. He needs time to cook. Also, if you're just now tuning in, because it's been a while since I've said this, today we're here showing a day in Dianna's life. Dianna is suffering from ME/CFS, also known as chronic fatigue syndrome, and a litany of other things that were caused by, that were triggered by COVID. So, long COVID. And we wanted to show that many people that are dealing with chronic fatigue syndrome can't live a normal life. Many people like Dianna are bedbound. Dianna has not left her bed in about a year and a half.
Yeah.
And we wanted to shine a light on, this situation, because I don't feel like people have like a full grasp of like how severe this illness is and how misunderstood this illness is. So we're doing this stream today to raise funds for the Open Medicine Foundation. That's the name, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Okay. And they are doing research, clinical trials.
Yep.
And in the hopes of getting approved treatments out there for people with chronic fatigue syndrome.
Yeah.
Because there exists none today.
That's right.
So there are certain treatments that have worked for some people.
We should call it ME/CFS though, not chronic fatigue syndrome.
Okay, sorry. I'm speaking layman's.
Yeah.
But I'm wrong.
ME/CFS is better because it is chronic fatigue is like does not capture really the intensity of this disease, right? What Dianna has is she's tired, but fatigue is not what stops her from getting out of the room and doing stuff, right?
That's the ME part.
The ME isn't the whole naming. There's this whole controversy of the name. The name ME/CFS isn't good nomenclature. No. It's part of the
they need a branding expert.
They need a branding expert
because nobody's gonna learn
myalgic encephalomyelitis.
Guys, come on.
Yeah.
We need new branding on this shit.
So yeah, everybody knows we need new branding, so it's best just to call it MECFS for now. Because it's the idea is that encompasses this whole range of things, and most notably post-exertional malaise. Trying to do something, overexerting yourself, and then paying back, 10 times what you put in, right? And just getting ruined because you tried to do too much.
I think that's also like an important thing to point out, because I've seen a lot of comments and because so general wisdom is like when you get sick, or like when you, like, let's say you got cancer or something and you're recovering and you're encouraged to exercise and get outside and get sunlight, and that's a kind of the general wisdom of like how to get better, like exercising, physical therapy, getting outside, getting sunshine, getting fresh air. That is antithetical to recovering from MECFS.
That's right. So for most people, the vast majority of people, there's some other diseases that where exercise is contraindicated as well. But for almost everyone, exercise is essentially, the best medicine there is. And so, but when we look at MECFS patients, and coming up at 3:30, I have an interview with Dr. David Petrino, an amazing researcher, and we basically talk for an hour about all of the science behind post-exertional malaise and why exercise is not appropriate for somebody with post-exertional malaise, and also when it does become appropriate. Right, which is essentially after they fix like the underlying problem with what's going on. So that's going to be like a super interesting discussion. I was so stoked to be able to talk to him for that. So definitely that's in 20 minutes about.
You said that's a good one.
It's fantastic. I got him on the on whatever the screen, and I was just like, "What's up, dude?" And then he just starts going off. It's fantastic. And he's super knowledgeable about it. He's involved in some of the most cutting edge research going on. So stay tuned for that, because that really explains why exercise can be so detrimental to some patients with MECFS.
You said there was a question on here that you wanted to answer, but it was going to be really long.
Oh, yeah, that was, there was one question about the science I'm excited about, which I'll talk to. I want to revisit that. Someone asked, what's the difference between post-exertional malaise and a crash, and kind of how I define that. That's a great question. So this is just for me. I don't know if there's more formal things, but for me, post-exertional malaise would be a shorter duration. So if she is, she does something on Monday and then Tuesday afternoon she's feeling sick for a few hours, that's post-exertional malaise, but she gets over it. A crash typically happens when she's overexerted herself for too many days in a row. And sometimes you don't see the post-exertional malaise for a few days. So maybe Monday and Tuesday she's doing too much. And then Wednesday she feels a little bit sick, but she still does too much. Then on Thursday, what's going to happen is she's going to crash, which is basically she's going to get really bad post-exertional malaise. So worse than she had felt the previous day. And now it's going to last for a week or 2 weeks or a month, something like that. So that is what a crash is. It's this worsening of symptoms over a longer time period, and it doesn't just get better with like a few hours of rest, like a lot of post-exertional malaise might, where it's just like you have to rest for a day and then you'll feel better again. That's PEM, that's post-exertional malaise. And a crash to me is something that's longer duration and typically a little bit more intense.
Let's see.
People asking a lot about masking. This is something that I want to touch on again. We talked about this earlier with Simone. The point with long COVID is that the more times you are infected, the more chance you have to get long COVID. I've had COVID acute twice, and if I get COVID again, I could develop long COVID.
Right.
And that's just the way it is. You don't get immunity from it from having had it previously, like everybody can get long COVID.
Right.
And so it's important to limit your exposure to that. And masking, especially two-way masking, is really, really effective at doing that. So
when you say two-way, you're saying when both parties are wearing masks.
Exactly, when both parties are wearing masks. Yeah. So there was a study that I had cited earlier where it's like they looked at plane flights, and who got sick on different plane flights. And in one, basically they looked at unmasked, and they were basically
which is most flights now.
And they said that flights longer than 6 hours had roughly a 25 times higher risk of transmission than short flights. So if you're on like a 6+ hour flight, your chances of getting an infection go way up, like 25x.
Yeah.
They looked at flights that had two-way masking. So basically flights that had masking in force. So everybody had to wear a mask.
Yeah.
And in those flights, there were no recorded cases of transmission.
Wow. Yeah.
So it is something that works. It's really effective.
Yeah.
And the point is that like as a society, we have to be open about discussing this, because we have a solution that helps people, but is also uncomfortable and inconvenient. Right? We're not wearing masks because we want to be able to have our full facial expressions and everything out.
Right.
We took COVID tests, obviously, but we're navigating this, and it's really hard. So as a society, you have to make that choice. Something that I do, which I really enjoy, is I have friends come over here for game night regularly, and we mask. And the nice part about that for me is it's my friends, they're supporting me, they want to be able to hang out with me and have zero guilt that, they could get me sick, right? They don't want to be thinking about if I get you sick, then what will happen to, get Dianna sick and blah, 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 right? They don't want to experience that. And so we mask.
Yeah.
And it's a nice facilitation of socializing for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So... masking is definitely something that's really effective. It's important, and I think it should be more prevalent. I think we should be more open about it. And certainly, if you see somebody masking, it's their choice, and they're trying to protect themselves, and that's that autonomy is super important.
Yeah, and I think there are very few people. Especially in the U.S. and most areas of the world, that cannot afford to get this sickness. They cannot afford to get long COVID. Most of you at home cannot afford to get this. So if it takes masking to avoid getting it, why not? And it's to me it's a mitigation thing. You can do you have to live your entire life wearing a mask? No. But it's maybe, if you're going to an airport,
yeah. Definitely mask in an airport, definitely a mask on a plane.
It's if I know I'm going to a place that has a ton of people, especially people that for my friends, I'll take a risk because they're worth the time that I'm spending with them. But if it's a bunch of strangers, come on, man, I'm not going to risk COVID for a bunch of strangers.
Plus, he would just get recognized and the crowd, would just be. He can't go in public like
that's
that.
That's not going to happen. But it's I definitely mask at airports and airplanes. If it's a small party of friends, I don't. But yeah, I think I agree. Masking it's been proven to work. It helps, and none of us can afford to be as sick as Dianna is. You cannot work for potentially years, and then you do become an economic burden to anyone that is close to you or that's helping you. So it's purely do you think you can go 2 years without working and be fine? If so, then yeah, sure. Like, don't mask up. But like those are the risks that you have to consider.
All right. So moving on from that, we're going to do this interview with Dr. Petrino in about 10 minutes. And I'm going to talk a little bit about neat science that I think is going on in the world.
Cool. Let's talk neat science.
So, Levi, can you pause the comments, since we're not going to be responding to any more for a little bit. We're going to do comments again later after the next interview. I'm going to bring Dianna in her food, and then I'm going to talk science for a few minutes.
Ooh, science. Is it on them now?
It's on all of us.
Oh.
All right. So, anything we want to address there, you saw?
Well, somebody said do Brosif says do a backflip.
That's tight. I used to be able to do backflips. I used to be able to do standing backflips back in the day.
Whoa.
But I can't.
Never too late.
No, it is too late.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be wise.
I'm pushing 40, bro.
Yeah, and also like being her primary caretaker, like I don't want to risk you hurting yourself.
Yeah. So thanks for that comment. I did used to do backflips, but not this day.
Yeah.
All right. So stuff I think is cool going on in science. So I talked about this before with Simone, but it bears repeating because this is like the most crazy research. They took antibodies from people who had long COVID. Are you with me, Ian?
Sorry.
Are you with me? Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry. You got to be with me.
I'm back.
All right. They took antibodies from patients who had long COVID.
Okay.
And they drew their blood. They isolated the antibodies, and they put them into mice.
Cool.
Little antibodies into mice. And what happened?
Mice got sick.
Mice got long COVID.
Crazy.
That was stage 1.
Okay.
Stage 2 was there was 2 different research papers. The second one, they separated the people with long COVID by their symptoms. So, like brain fog, nerve pain, fatigue. They separated them by symptoms. They injected the mice with the different cohorts, and the mice developed long COVID that mirrored the patient group that they were taken from.
Yeah. So was one of the things that they didn't like cheese anymore. That
they couldn't smell the cheese.
One of the long COVID things. They're like, oh, this mouse isn't attracted to cheese.
That's funny.
Sorry, I'm making stupid ass.
So what I do know was that for the patients who experienced fibromyalgia, which is nerve pain, the rats had increased sensitization to pain.
Okay.
So they experienced more pain.
Wow.
And they were more fatigued from the fatigue groups and things like this. Probably worse at the mazes and stuff like that. I don't know how they test mice that well.
That's crazy.
But yeah, you can take antibodies from patients with long COVID, stick them into mice, and those mice will develop long COVID.
So if we have enemies and we take some of Diana's blood,
you got to get the antibodies. Yeah, antibodies out of there. Yeah.
So we need to buy like a big lab kit.
Yeah, probably some centrifuges. And,
okay,
and
I think we could do
that.
this.
Yeah. And then, but how do we do the injection? Is it like just in the movies where you walk by somebody and you just
just do it KGB style. You know how they tricked that guy with like the umbrella, and had like a little was a little piece of like plutonium or something. We could do that with Diana's blood. I'm pretty sure it's homicide, but okay. Crazy.
So, this is crazy. So, again, anybody's watching, long COVID is a very, very real thing. Dr. Petrino's team was involved in that second study. He doesn't talk about it in the interview. We weren't talking about. We didn't have time to go into that. But just so you know, he's a great researcher, and this was one of the things his team did. Diana's calling me.
I'll be right back. Let's see. While he's gone, I'm going to go through some more comments.
I did see one question that was, what is Diana's favorite Smosh video?
What is Diana's favorite Smosh video? I don't know. I could ask her right now. I could go in and ask her. Hey, Kyle, ask Diana what her favorite Smosh video is. A lot of people in the comments, also with MECFS and long COVID. Marianne K, diagnosed in 2017. Wishing you the best. Robert Tite asks, is the audio off in Diana's room? Yeah. Yeah. There's no audio in Diana's room. You wouldn't hear much. She doesn't make a lot of noise in there. Wayne asks, Kyle, what is your favorite board game? I know we played Magic the Gathering once, and that was my first ever time playing Magic the Gathering. But we've also played Carcassonne, we've done Dominion. What's your favorite board game?
What is? Yeah, I've probably played Carcassonne or Dominion the most, right? Like we have those here all the time. Play them a bunch. She said she likes Ghostmates or something.
What?
The most Ghostmate, and then but she said when you came back, the Taylor Swift tickets won.
Okay, yeah. Ghostmates. That was the movie we did.
I don't know.
Did she really see that? I don't know if she's seen it.
Maybe she's thinking of something else.
Maybe.
She was. It seemed like it was a lot for her to think about right then.
Yeah.
She was just like, I don't know, man. Let's see here. Oh yeah, but dude, Carcassonne. So let me tell you about this. Like, Diana and I played Carcassonne.
Yeah.
For the first 6 years of our relationship, and I did not win a single game. She is good at Carcassonne, and like finally I started to like win by like playing really, really dirty. And, and then I finally got like a couple wins, and she got pissed. And she's like, no, we then we started playing again, but
that's why she got COVID.
And that's why she got COVID. Yeah.
So she could just blame it on the COVID. So like, I can't play anymore.
I can't play Carcassonne. I got long COVID.
Yeah. Let's see. I am Puzzleman asks, can she sit up in bed?
So she can sit up in bed, actually. She doesn't do it very often because it can trigger post-exertional malaise. It can be too much effort for her. But she, on her good days, on occasion, she will sit up, and she normally just like props herself up on an arm and just kind of sits up and like looks around for a bit like this, and then she'll lay back down. So she doesn't do it often.
Isn't also like POTS like also a thing?
Yeah, exactly. Her POTS is pretty under control right now, so I don't think it's a big it's a big issue, but I think just the exertion and stuff like that it gets to her. So before she had her most recent crash, she was talking about that she wanted to start sitting up every day. And then we tried new medication. She had a bad reaction to it, and it led to this crash, and now she's resting again. So sitting up is something she wants to do, but it's actually is a little bit out of reach right now too.
I'm just trying to... Zach Street says, yo, is that Ian? Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know. Just trying to see if we missed any good ones.
Any other interesting science I got here? We talk about the causes of long COVID. One idea is that it could be due to viral persistence, and there's been some interesting research coming out lately showing that the virus can persist in the body for at least a year. So that's like a live virus. You get infected with COVID, and you have the SARS-CoV-2 virus in your body for at least a year. And there's been even more recent research looking at where that is in the body, and just gathering more evidence around that. So I think that's really interesting that we're we're starting to get a better idea of what's causing long COVID, which would be this combination of like these antibodies creating some sort of like autoimmune thing going on. Probably a lot of people have persistent, at the very least, they have persistent viral RNA. Whether or not they have persistent living virus is a little bit more of an open question, but it seems like it's definitely plausible because they're finding that in some patients. Let's see here. Oh yeah, women are almost twice as likely as men to develop long COVID. So that sucks.
Damn, keeping the patriarchy alive.
Exactly. But yeah, so it's 3:30. We can switch to this interview.
Okay.
Is there anything?
No, not for now. But we can get back to comments, questions later.
Yeah. So this interview is going to be fantastic. This is with Dr. David Petrino. He's really going to dive deep into what we understand about the physiology of post-exertional malaise, what's happening on the cellular level, what patients are experiencing, and why that's important. So yeah, I really hope you enjoy this, and I look forward to talking about it more and answering a few questions.
Yeah. Sick. See you guys in a sec. Keep getting those donations coming through. What are we at right now?
I think we're almost there.
We almost there?
Yeah. 97.
Wow.
97. Tell you what, guys, if you get us to 100K before David Petrino is done talking, Kyle will do a backflip.
Can we just like
in Minecraft?
Yeah. I was like, can I do it on a trampoline somewhere and then just record that? Because
we'll just edit. We'll just have to go like this, and then we'll just cut to Simone Biles, and then back to you going, oh.
99,000.
Oh, jeez.
Frick yeah.
Well, all right. We're gonna get there. Backflip. I'm getting backflip ready.
Keep those donations coming in. They're going to a good place. And here's Dr. David Petrino. Take it away.
Dr. Petrino, thanks so much for joining me today. I'm really excited to discuss, this is one of the most, important kind of topics in long COVID. And it's also the thing that I get asked about the most with respect to Dianna, which is exercise and long COVID and how they fit together and why Dianna isn't exercising. So thanks so much for joining me today to talk about this. And I'm just really excited to hear what you have to say and what the research is saying about this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
So I was looking you up, online, and you have a lot of titles. So you are a physical therapist with a PhD in neuroscience. You're an official medical provider for Red Bull athletes. You are the director of rehabilitation innovation for Mount Sinai Health Systems, and you are also a professor at the School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. More recently, you've been involved in a number of high-profile research projects studying long COVID. What did I miss?
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not a big fan of titles, but I think that that's a pretty good summary. I would say in general, my clinical training was as a physical therapist or physiotherapist, as we say in Australia. I worked clinically in Australia, and then I moved to the US to be a researcher. My intention was not really to ever return to the clinical fold. My role is 100% research and administration. So I work on research projects, and I lead my center, which is called the Cohen Center for Recovery from Complex Chronic Illness, or the CORE for short. And we work with a multidisciplinary team to better understand, long COVID and other infection-associated chronic conditions like chronic Lyme disease, myalgic encephalomyelitis, which is sometimes called ME/CFS, and even joint hypermobility spectrum disorders like hypermobile EDS. From the outset, I want to start off, since we're talking about energy and we're talking about exercise and we're talking about these conditions, one of the things I want to start off with is the fact that you mentioned my background working with Red Bull. At Mount Sinai, I run a human performance center. So we work with high performance athletes, we work with elite military. A lot of my history before COVID hit New York City in 2020 was really understanding high-level athletes, how to push them to their limits, how to push them beyond their limits, and how to structure exercise in a way that was going to optimize their performance on a daily basis. So I come at this topic with a deep respect for what exercise can do for a healthy body and a long history of optimizing activity levels for really high-performing people, as well as people living in disease states. So people who are recovering from COPD, people who are recovering from heart disease. Back in Australia, that was a big part of my job as a physical therapist. My work does tend to run the spectrum of performance levels. And when COVID did hit New York in 2020, and my team got sort of just got thrust into the middle of this, long COVID pandemic, that was when we started to sort of say, okay, how are we going to manage this? And we took off small bites. We looked at patients who were coming to see us and we said, well, this kind of looks like concussion. And we treat concussion. And concussion is autonomic dysfunction a lot of the time. Post-concussion syndrome tends to be dysautonomia, where the part of your nervous system that controls things like heart rate and blood pressure and body temperature suddenly gets knocked out of balance.
Right.
And okay, well, we know how to treat that. So we started to treat it the same way we treat a concussion patient. And all of our patients got worse because we noticed that the level of intensity of the rehabilitation was way too high, because often autonomic rehabilitation can look too much like exercise and exercise therapy.
Right.
And having this conversation, it's probably good to start off with a couple of definitions, and so I'm going to call exercise any physical activity that you are using to improve cardiovascular fitness. So if I'm doing physical activity, if I'm moving my body and I'm moving it at an intensity that is designed to make me fitter, and that can look like different things for different people. For someone with chronic lung disease, that can be stepping out of bed and walking down the hall.
Right.
And with someone, who's an Ironman, that can mean doing an ultra marathon. So anything that is designed to improve cardiovascular fitness, that's exercise. And then there's rehabilitation, which is physical activity and movement, but it is not set at a level of intensity that is designed to improve cardiovascular fitness. It's set at a level of intensity that's designed to rehabilitate the system that you're targeting. So, for instance, if I have a stroke survivor sitting in front of me, I might engage in rehabilitation that will improve them moving their wrist, independently. Now, the rehabilitation that I set for them is not going to improve their fitness, their cardiovascular fitness in any way, but it's still rehabilitation. It's just it's physical activity with a different goal. And that's the way we think about autonomic rehabilitation for people with long COVID who also have dysautonomia, is physical activity, but we're not trying to improve cardiovascular fitness. We're trying to rehabilitate the autonomic nervous system, which in the case of long COVID starts off at a very low level. Sometimes we start off at breath work, and that is all that people can tolerate for many weeks at a time. And as we start to think about, okay, now we've got this intersection of dysautonomia, rehabilitation for the dysautonomia. And as I said, we started off, we were like, these are concussion patients. We know what to do. We got this. People started getting worse. Okay. We're still able to measure that they have dysautonomia, but they require much more gentle autonomic rehab than what we would do for someone with concussion. Okay, let's step it right down. So we started with this extremely gentle autonomic rehabilitation program, where the physical activity, you were laying supine, you were gently moving your legs, you were doing breath work.
Yep.
Okay, people started to respond, people started to get better. However, and this is a really key point, we also lost a few people, and I think when we start to delve, and this is a long conversation, but when we start to delve into the controversy that exists about the role of exercise and long COVID, the role of exercise and ME/CFS, where people say, oh, you're just deconditioned. What you really need is to get up and go for it. Most of the people who have had good results, and they claim to have good results with their patients, these are the folks that don't check in on the patients that drop off. Because at that point where we had pared down the concussion rehab, we had people laying on their back, we had them doing, really gentle breath work and really gentle movement, and they were slowly improving, and we could get better function out of them. If we had just said, you know what, we've got a wait list that is 500 patients long, we don't have time, to follow up on every single person that decides they don't want to do this protocol.
Right.
If we just left it there, we never would have heard from the 20 to 30% of people who were like, even that level of activity made me so sick I couldn't continue.
So this is really interesting to hear, because Dianna and I was in contact with you during the time period where your clinic was, kind of doing this, you had told me to start doing this leg stuff with her.
Yeah.
And we had tried some exercises like that, or I don't even want to call them exercises, right?
Yeah.
Because there's this differentiation. And I think I want to go back to that. Super, super important. But there is these leg movements meant to rehabilitate the autonomic nervous system, help calm her body, stuff like that. And I was going to talk about this later, but yeah, she got a lot worse. We've had 2 sessions of physical therapy in this sort of year and a half that she's been bedbound. Once about 6 months in, and one about a year in. And both those kind of, physical therapy, efforts lasted a couple weeks and ended in a few months of being crashed.
Yeah.
And the most intense exercise or movement that Dianna did would have been something like the leg drag. It's really interesting to hear you say that people did drop off because of that. There are other people for whom that level of movement was detrimental. So thanks for sharing that. And do you have any idea like what's going on, what's making those patients different than other people who are responding to this?
Yeah, this is where we started to realize, and we started to learn, I should say. I don't want to even imply even remotely that we discovered anything here, but these were folks who had severe post-exertional malaise. When we read into the 20 or 30 years of literature in the myalgic encephalomyelitis world, we start to learn about post-exertional malaise. I don't want to come outright and say that these terms are interchangeable, but they are often seen rolling together: post-exertional malaise, post-exertional neuroimmune exacerbation, and post-exertional symptom exacerbation.
Mm-hmm.
And this sort of cluster of a disease state of when you expend energy, your body seems to then get pushed into a state that is almost universally bad. Unlike people who improve from exercising, I'm going to just contract everything down to post-exertional malaise. People who experience post-exertional malaise, there's something going on with their energy production system where as they expend energy, they pay for it afterwards. This, I think, is something that is distinct from many of the sort of like other manifestations of long COVID, like autonomic dysfunction. I think that there are folks with long COVID who got hit by COVID, their vagus nerve got out of control, just like in a concussion or something like that. And we have been able to successfully get that vagus nerve back under control, and they get discharged from our clinic, they shake our hand, we never see them again. And then there are folks with long COVID who experience this severe post-exertional malaise. This is something that we're trying to understand why it happens. We have hard physiological data now.
It just cut out for a second. So you said you have some hard physiological data about post-exertional malaise?
That's correct.
Okay.
You know, David Systrom out of Harvard University has published some really wonderful work where he showed that in people with post-exertional malaise who engage in cardiopulmonary exercise testing, he sees early preload failure in their heart. So their heart actually goes into a form of heart failure as they're trying to be pushed to a certain exercise level, because it's actually not able to produce the level of energy necessary to keep up with the metabolic demand, distinct from being unfit. This is not the same as being unfit. This is heart muscle failing to produce the power that it should be able to produce. We also see wonderful work coming out of Rob Woest's lab in the Netherlands, where he has shown that people with post-exertional malaise, when you ask them to work their muscles, the waste products that start to form in their muscles, these amyloid deposits, start forming in actual muscle tissue. Now, these amyloid plaques, these are kind of, you can think about this as just like a trash can overflowing in your cells. You know, these are waste products that usually your cells have the ability to take and move away and dispose of and break up and metabolize. In people with post-exertional malaise, our bodies have lost that ability. And so every time you exercise, more of this waste builds up and it starts to affect, you know, your ability to vascularize yourself because it gets in the way of blood exchange. It starts to affect immune function. It starts to affect your ability to, you know, push, you know, continue to work your muscles. We definitely think that all of these different things could be related to mitochondrial dysfunction. We know that people with long COVID and ME/CFS frequently experience mitochondrial dysfunction. The mitochondria are the parts of your cells that produce energy. So they take in nutrients and they convert nutrients to ATP, which is basically the building block of energy that your cells trade on. And as with anything, you know, and I think, you know, physics, a physics scale would appreciate this. You know, you don't get anything for free, right? So if you produce energy, there's a cost. And in the case of mitochondria, the cost is that you produce waste products. And so you produce heat and waste products. And so what often happens in long COVID and ME/CFS is that the mitochondria just stop working correctly. Now, there are lots of theories as to why this may be. One of the prominent ones that makes a lot of sense is viral persistence. Viruses do not have their own mitochondria. In fact, what they do is they infect our cells, they latch onto our mitochondria, and they leach energy from the mitochondria to replicate, which is kind of ingenious and kind of evil at the same time.
Yeah, definitely a bit evil.
And so now if you have persistent pathogens in your body, suddenly you have this situation where your body is producing energy for two. You know, it's producing energy for you, but it's also producing energy for the virus that is infecting the cells. And your body's ability to do this isn't, you know, produce energy is finite, you know. So you start producing waste products. Your body goes into what's called oxidative stress because you get the waste products that we create are called reactive oxygen species. They start circulating through your body and they're actually toxic to our cells. So they damage your mitochondria, they damage your cell, and they damage surrounding tissue when they release. What I think, you know, something that I think is you know, really important to note is, to a small extent, all of us probably have experienced this before. I think one of the most relatable experiences of post-exertional malaise is that moment when you're just getting over a viral infection. So you've been sick for a couple of days, you've been in bed, you wake up and you're like, I can take on the world. I'm finally feeling better. And then you sort of push yourself, and by about midday, you start to crash. That is happening because the virus that you thought you were over, but you weren't quite over yet, was sort of just starting to get beat up by your immune system, but was still in your cells. You're feeling better. You push yourself. Your mitochondria are already in deficit. So all of these reactive oxygen species start emerging. You get weakened. The virus kicks in again. And then you're sick for 3 or 4 more days because you pushed yourself too early. Often when I'm explaining to sort of the family members of people with long COVID, that's one of the most relatable examples, because I think that that is the closest analog to what is going on, just on a much more extreme basis. It very much is, you know, a similar feeling, just, you know, on the milder spectrum of what someone with long COVID experiences day to day when they have severe PEM.
I like this analogy of we actually have experienced PEM. Not even an analogy, like it's, I think, the truth. Most people have experienced it in their lives, but not in a chronic state, like you said. You can get sick, you can think you're better, start to exercise, bam, you get hit by it again, and that's PEM. It's probably more mild than a lot of patients with severe post-exertional malaise experience, and it's also not chronic, going on for years, decades, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if persistent pathogens, and as we also see, you know, not just the persistent initiating pathogen, SARS-CoV-2 in this case, but also other pathogens, we see co-infection. This is something that my amazing colleague Akiko Iwasaki and myself published late last year in Nature, where we showed that people with long COVID have all of these co-infections as well. They have Epstein-Barr virus getting out of control. They have CMV. They have any other virus that they may have been exposed to in the past that was laying in wait, is kind of rubbing its hands together now. And also getting involved, we see tick and vector-borne pathogens emerging in testing. It seems almost impossible that everything people who are very severe with long COVID, everything you test them for tends to come back positive, you know, to the point where conventional docs will say, well, the test must be wrong because surely no one can be this sick, you know. And I really think because of that, because of these discoveries that we're making, we need to completely reimagine this field of medicine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to resonate for a lot of people who have, you know, firsthand experience with long COVID. Just this feeling that the paradigm of modern medicine doesn't fit with their reality. And I want to kind of share a little bit about Dianna's story because it really fits into that. I've told a lot of doctors who friends of friends, you know, coincidences, things like this about Dianna's story, which I'll share in a second. But it's like a lot of their first responses is either like, oh, wait, so she must be deconditioned at this point. That's why she can't move. Or they ask, well, do you think that like what she's experiencing is, you know, like a side effect of the medication she's taking, right? Those are the first two questions they ask because they haven't seen anything like this before. They haven't learned about this in medical school. There's nothing that they've seen or heard of that mirrors what I'm telling them is happening with Dianna, which is like, oh, she would move, but if she moves, she gets really sick. And that explanation is, it doesn't have the same weight of seeing and experiencing somebody going through this. And so I've never really been able to, in my mind, convince a doctor or somebody like that who is not experienced in, you know, post-viral infections that, oh, wait, this is a real thing. And it's not some combination of being tired and depressed and that kind of stuff. Or deconditioning. So I want to kind of like zoom back out to talk about this concept of deconditioning and how that fits into this, you know, this whole story of, you know, long COVID. So when Dianna was getting sick with long COVID, so this is post-infection in the months after, you know, well, even before that. So Dianna was a fitness person, right? She was doing like, she would go to the CrossFit type gym. She was doing Pilates like religiously, you know, all about the core strength and all this kind of stuff to prevent injuries. We ran a half marathon 2 months before she got sick. We were training for a 100-mile hike while she got sick. So like a very, very fit, active individual. After she caught COVID, in the months after that, it was just like, you know, we could see her functionality decrease, you know, almost week by week, definitely month by month. It was like, you know, a few months after COVID, she went from being able to hike, you know, 15, 20 miles to being able to go for a 20-minute walk. And then the next month she could walk for 10 minutes. And then the next month she was housebound. All during this time. And you're like, it's hard to explain, like, why was she housebound? Why couldn't she walk more? And it was just like, she would get too tired. She would feel too sick afterwards. You know, these things were happening, but the whole time, even when she could only walk for 10 minutes, she would try to squeeze in a few Pilates exercises, right? She would try to do some stretches. She would try to do all of these things because at this point in time, we had never heard of ME/CFS. We had no idea what post-exertional malaise was. All we knew was that exercise is good for you. Even though she's not able to do the activities she wants right now, she wants to retain some sort of strength and flexibility and, you know, be able to, when she feels better, go back to doing the things that she loves. She was not able to get out of bed and having me stretch her because she didn't want to lose her flexibility. Like, this is her level of dedication to, you know, her physical fitness. And so her being in bed was never deconditioning, but it's really hard to get that point across. So what is the difference between being bedbound and being deconditioned?
Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head right there. Is the people who push graded exercise therapy and they claim that it's just mindset, you just need to push through it and get moving. What they miss is the gradation of loss of activity and loss of ability move for people with long COVID and ME/CFS goes in the opposite direction. It's exactly what you just described. I think Dianna's story is very aligned with the story of so many others that I've worked with, where high performing individual, very dedicated to fitness. Not to say that, you know, folks who didn't do a lot of exercise don't have a similar experience, but the point being, we have a disproportionate amount of folks who were highly athletic before they got sick, and as they continued to get worse and worse, they continued to fight it. They continued to try to push through. They continued, and despite their best efforts, they went from highly active to moderately active to low active, you know, to housebound to bedbound. And when we think about all of the people who are arguing, let's look at the arguments of people who are arguing the opposite. It's deconditioning, let's get you up and about, right, so on and so forth. I'm an evidence-based person. I'm a scientist. I follow the science. The science that they cite is, they say, look what happens to people. You know, they always cite the same study. It's somewhat predictable. Look at all these NASA astronauts that we would put in bed when we were trying to study what anti-gravity would do for people's bodies. We would just put them in bed for a month. And after a month of laying in bed, they developed POTS, they developed low bone density, And I'm like, yes, that's true. That's what happened to people when you put them in bed for 30 days. And guess what? They really responded well to graded exercise and gentle recovery therapy, because the issue was not their physiology. The issue was the fact that you had them in bed for 30 days.
Right.
When you look at the people with long COVID and ME/CFS, it's the direct opposite mechanism. You know, they start off highly active and their physiology is stopping them until they are bedbound. So you're 100% correct that the citations that these people make to justify graded therapy as a cure are completely irresponsible and completely irrelevant to the clinical and scientific reality of people with post-acute infection syndromes. And also, you know, it doesn't take into account the person's lived experience, which if they would stop and listen for a moment, the person is telling them, look, I wasn't inactive, you know, like my COVID, because often the justification is, oh, well, you were in bed for 2 weeks with your COVID infection and that's enough to trigger deconditioning? Well, first of all, any exercise person, like myself included, will tell you that's nonsense. 2 weeks of mostly being in bed but getting up to go to the bathroom and things like that, it isn't enough to trigger these sorts of vast changes in your physiology. And second, in many cases, including Dianna's, that wasn't the case. They never, never went to bed. They never rested. They were up and around doing a million things because they're busy, successful individuals who didn't want to be slowed down by an inconsequential virus, which is the feeling at the time. And so these deconditioning arguments do not hold water when viewed through the lens of lived experience, which is what is so often missed when we're just looking for a neat explanation for why we should minimize and ignore patients who are this sick.
It is interesting the amount of, I would say, like human psychology involved in figuring out treatments and working with patients and everything like that. I think having been a caregiver for someone who's so severe, there's a lot of different weird psychology at play. There's caregiver. As a doctor, you feel like you have a duty to do something to get somebody better. And with Dianna, I know that I was one of the sources of pressure to say, all right, let's start a little bit of movement. Let's start, doing these leg drags, these, a few stretches. Like, you gotta do something so you can get out of this state. And I felt so much pressure as the person responsible for her care. I think, and now I know that those activities hurt her, but I was just trying to do the best I could. And that's one aspect of it, I think. And so I guess, what advice would you give to, caregivers, someone who's in, taking care of somebody who has post-exertional malaise?
I think the best advice that I would give is really deeply familiarize yourself with pacing and what pacing is. Understand that what we're dealing with here when we're talking about long COVID, ME/CFS, chronic Lyme disease, we're not talking about an illness you can think your way out of or fight your way out of. Susan Sontag, who's an amazing author who passed away, a few decades ago, wrote a beautiful book about how we, amongst other things, the first thing she said, which I think is very apt to long COVID, is she said, we metaphorize illnesses we don't understand. So she was talking in relation to cancer, which she was diagnosed with, where she was told this was the 80s, she was told she had a cancer personality, and which was a thing,
infuriating.
right up until the 90s. It was like, wow. Oh, if you're type A and highly competitive and so on and so forth, you have a cancer personality, you're going to get cancer. And she sort of went back in history and she wrote about things like tuberculosis, where before they had germ theory and didn't understand that people were getting tuberculosis by sharing close quarter housing, it was, okay, well, tuberculosis is the disease you get if you're sensitive. Artists get it, and it was like, yeah, wow. Artists get it because they're broke and they huddle together in these little places. Right. She talked about AIDS and HIV and how we were told that it was a disease of morality and lifestyle. There was an AIDS lifestyle or an HIV lifestyle, not a virus.
A virus.
I feel as though long COVID, ME/CFS, and chronic Lyme and other infection-associated illnesses also get painted with this brush. There's a certain personality type that gets these illnesses. There's a certain, as opposed to really delving in and understanding the illness rather than metaphorizing the illness, which is, in medicine, we've been wrong so many times before by doing that. So she wrote really beautifully on that topic. The thing that we need to really keep with us is the other thing that she wrote about was that we've evolved medicine to think about it in military terms. We attack a tumor with chemotherapy and we tell people that they've got to be good soldiers and that they've got to fight through it. And a lot of our medical lens is built that way. In the cases of illnesses like ME/CFS and long COVID, sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes fighting is going to make things worse. So I bring up Susan Sontag to say that we're not the first humans in the world to have these realizations. People have been writing very beautifully about this for decades and decades. Largely speaking, they've been chronically ill individuals who have been writing about this, because it's a philosophy that I think needs to be embraced, because it's missing in conventional medicine. But then the other piece of it is, of course, what can we do and what's scientifically proven? Pacing. One shout out I will give is definitely to Long COVID Physio, because they have produced, I would say, the most comprehensive free guide to pacing that's available on the internet, and it's available
link that.
Available in many different languages as well, which is really wonderful. The only thing I'll say on pacing as an energy conservation technique is it's not lifestyle advice, right? It's not like take it easy and live a healthy life and have a good work-life balance. That's lifestyle advice that we can all live. Pacing is sacrifice. And so pacing is sitting with your partner, if you're a caregiver, and saying, you have 3 units of energy to spend today. And I know that showering will take all 3. So that will be the only thing that you do today. Or we can brush your teeth and we can put you on the commode, and that will be the only thing that you do today. But so long as we stay to 3 for a week, you'll stay at having 3 pieces of energy. Maybe you might even go to having 4 pieces of energy. But if we exceed 3, you're going to have 2 pieces of energy for the next 3 weeks. And that is an incredible sacrifice, and understanding that may be the reality that we need to sort of just face with many people who are severe until a treatment is available. Is a real hard pill to swallow, but it is something that, you know, caregivers and people with long COVID and ME/CFS probably need to hear more often than not, because it can really stabilize a lot of the fluctuations in symptoms, which is why I often check in with you as well. But, you know, which is why caregivers need a community and peer support as much as anybody.
And as a caregiver, I want to kind of expand a little bit on one part of that. Is I think for me, one of the biggest shifts in sort of like facilitating this, you know, me helping Dianna, was to participate in limiting her energy output. And that was a powerful shift when it went from me wanting her to do more to me collaborating on how she could do less. She has such little energy, even a conversation can wear her out for the day. So, you know, if I talk to her if I have a fun story I want to share, I can't just do that. And I have to be aware of that. And I have to think, okay, how do we want to spend, you know, the 10 minutes of conversation we have for the day? Do we want to spend it talking about medications and treatment management? Do we want to spend it talking about, you know, our friends and family, fun stories? Like, but kind of participating in this, like, how do I help her manage her energy? And if I see her spending a lot of energy, say, hey, is that how you want to be spending your energy today? And in that way, it sort of becomes collaborative, because I know that that's ultimately what's going to help her stay more stable, is if she doesn't overdo it. And as a caregiver, you can be a collaborator in that and a support for that for your partner, because not doing something is a sacrifice. But if you don't know, it's an invisible sacrifice. It can look like giving up to the uneducated person. And I think that's what's really hard, is sitting on the sidelines. But if you start to take a more active role in that sacrifice, and you start sacrificing things for yourself, like maybe hearing my story about something silly that happened to me isn't what Dianna wants to spend her energy on. And let me think about what sacrifice I'm going to make to make her day better. So those are my kind of thoughts on that as a caregiver.
I think it's incredibly important that people hear that. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's not easy. It's not easy, and you know, you're carrying it really well.
There's so much interesting stuff with what's happening on the cellular level. This whole idea, you know, I had read that research paper by Worst talking about like all these plaques developing and stuff like that. I found that fascinating. And it's like, okay, I know we don't know, but it's like, oh, this is like a plausible mechanism by which continued post-exertional malaise can make somebody weaker, because you get more and more waste products build up. You have more and more damage to, you know, oxidative stress to the capillaries and the delivery system, right? And if you keep that going, you get all of these, you know, reactive oxygen species, and just damage just isn't
compounds.
Compounds. We don't know that's the case because we don't know anything.
Yeah,
but it's possible, right? So
it's a plausible theory, and most importantly, it matches up with the lived experience being reported, as opposed to alternate theories, opposing theories that do not match up to lived experience. You know, as a you know, admittedly new researcher to this field, it just keeps coming back. What keeps coming back to me is what most accurately links up with what the people with the illness are telling me.
Right.
And get up and exercise for someone who used to be an Ironman, or someone who used to be, you know, an NBA level or WNBA level athlete doesn't match up. You know, that's not what it is. There needs to be something else. And if we just have the curiosity to look beyond the bias, we just might find it.
Yeah, very, very well said. The question I wanted to ask is, like, you know, I think we've answered, which is, are we focusing too much on PT as a treatment? And I think the answer is yes. And I asked that question, of course, because so many people ask me about, what about physical therapy for Dianna, right? It's not an appropriate treatment for her. And so I want to ask, when does it become an appropriate treatment? And also, do you look at it as more through the rehabilitation lens than the exercise lens? Because one thing I had heard, you know, from another physical therapist who works with patients with post-exertional malaise, is he prescribes essentially no physical therapy until someone has already regained essentially all of their ADLs, as they call them, their activities of daily living. If you're not able to take care of yourself, brush your teeth, take a shower, this kind of stuff, then doing an exercise is going to actually make you able to do less. So now, because you did a physical therapy session, now you can't cook breakfast, or you can't brush your teeth, or something like this. What do you think of that viewpoint on this?
Yeah, I think that's a really solid viewpoint, and it makes a lot of sense. It's similar to when I talk to physical therapy clinics who are trying to do autonomic rehabilitation for folks with long COVID, but they won't offer virtual PT. So their PT entails someone laying on their back, gently moving their leg, just like they're supposed to, according to the AAPMR guidelines that are out there for long COVID and rehabilitation. But they still ask the person to get on the subway, get to the PT clinic, you know. And so it's like, at that point, it's moot. You may as well put them on a treadmill if they've done all that work to get to your clinic. And similarly, if someone is at a point where they need to pace just to be able to perform their activities of daily living, adding in autonomic rehabilitation is not a good strategy. You know, in a patient who is at that level of severity, we will initiate, and I should say that level of severity, meaning able to do some ADLs, maybe even all ADLs. We will initiate things like breath work if we notice that autonomic nervous system dysfunction is present. So we do, you know, a test of the autonomic nervous system. If we see dysfunction, okay, breath work, parasympathetic breathing, or in unusual cases, but cases that occur, sympathetic breathing because they have too much parasympathetic activity. We will try out vagus nerve stimulation, things that don't involve even physical activity. So no,
Right.
exercise is off the table, but things that don't even involve physical activity, but might dial in your nervous system to the right level that it needs to be to make you get a little bit more activity tolerance. Even things, this sounds a little bit out there, but even things like music therapy that involve humming. There's some wonderful publications out there to show that humming, when you led by skilled music therapists, will increase NO levels, nitrous oxide levels in your blood by 15-fold, right?
Whoa.
So, and nitrous oxide improves vascularization and improves gas exchange in blood vessels. So again, for someone who's very severe, humming probably isn't going to save them, and humming is going to be exertional. But for someone who's able to do their ADLs, it may give them a little bit of a boost. So, but I think that's very wise advice from the physical therapist you spoke with, of if you're only scraping by, just able to do your ADLs, don't take up one of those energy units with doing exercise or doing rehab, either or. Focus it on continuing to do your ADLs and see what little tricks like breath work and humming and vagus nerve stim, red light therapy, mitochondrial supplementation might be able to take you to that next level.
Absolutely. I think that about wraps it up. Like,
wonderful.
That was a really great conversation. I think we covered really well just like the physiological and biological basis for post-exertional malaise, how harmful, I guess, going beyond that energy limit can be for a lot of patients, and that for those individuals, movement-based interventions or energetic mental energy, stuff like that, these kinds of interventions just can and will do a lot more harm than good for them, despite how frustrating that can be, and really the value of pacing and making sure you don't exceed that.
In fact, the only thing I would say to add to that, because I think that was beautifully said, is anything that causes your body to expend energy, can be a problem and should be built into a pacing plan. And when I say expend energy, digestion expends energy, processing light expends energy, processing noise expends energy, sensory experience, buzzing and vibration expends energy, because for in each of those things, sensory receptors need to light up because they're being stimulated and communicate with the brain and say, hey, this thing is happening. And we often don't think about sensory input as being an energy drain, but it's an incredible energy drain. Cognitive exertion, emotional exertion, digestion, these are all things that expend energy, and they should be built into a pacing program and controlled as able.
Yeah, thank you for adding those. Those are super, super important points. Ones that we are well aware of with Dianna and how we plan her day. Obviously, she's in the dark most of the time. Whenever she feels up to it, we'll open the window if she wants to look outside. But she's very conscious of the effect of both noise, processing language, music, all that kind of stuff. Any sort of, like you're saying, sensory input. It is just remarkable how much energy it takes up and how unaware the rest of us are about that. And like you said, food as well. I was looking at your other interview where you talked about people eating salads and stuff with a bunch of fiber, and that takes a lot of energy to break down. When Dianna first got sick, we transitioned to a ketogenic diet because that can have less upfront energy costs for the digestion. Works for some people, doesn't work for others. I think these are all kind of individual things, but and like you were saying, sometimes processed food can be the way to go for some people because it's the energy in there is so readily accessible. So many fascinating things here, and I guess I just am really thankful that you and other, teams, so many teams like yours are working on this, and just looking at it from this really, biological scientific basis, like you're saying, not making it into a metaphor of battling a patient, but like, what are the different chemicals in the body doing? You had done work on these hormones, antibodies, like, you're looking at every aspect that you can of, how the cells and body systems are responding during long COVID. And hopefully we can find some, real interventions, which I 100% believe are going to be, pharmaceutical drug-based interventions to actually change what's going on at the cellular level, and take that responsibility away from, the patient having to either exercise or change their lifestyle or whatever, towards we can actually have a treatment that's going to reset their physiology so that they can then take over control of their own lives again and start exercising on their own, which they freaking want to.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me, Kyle, and also big love to you and all of the other caregivers out there, because I really enjoyed your share about caregiving here as well. It's often not spoken about, and I really appreciate hearing it. So thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that interview with David Petrino. Welcome back. I am Diana's friend, Ian Hecox. I also have a YouTube channel called Smosh, and this is Kyle, her husband, who is also her caretaker full time.
Yes.
So if you're just now joining us today, we are giving you a little window into Diana's life, what Diana's life has been for about 1.5 years. She is bedbound due to ME/CFS and other things under the umbrella of long COVID. So we wanted to shine a light on what her sort of daily life is like. And we're also raising funds for the Open Medicine Foundation, who are using these funds to then support clinical trials and find approved treatments for ME/CFS. Throughout the day, we've had interviews with a bunch of other experts, so you could just go back and watch those if you missed that later on.
The schedule's all in the description too, so you can use that to help navigate. We mentioned this before, but the live stream is going to be available. Like it automatically saves or whatever, so it's going to be available. I don't know how soon, but at some point after this, you'll be able to go back and watch anything. It'll be on Diana's channel.
I think it's immediate. I'm not totally positive, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty immediate. But yeah, so if you're just now joining, welcome. If you are already watching, hey, what's up? We're still here. Earlier we had Simone Giertz, who is Diana's friend as well, also has a popular YouTube channel. She was hosting in the first half of the day, and now you're stuck with me. Sorry. So yeah, all the money that you're seeing here is going to the Open Medicine Foundation. YouTube does not take a cut.
0.
I don't take a cut, although I really was trying.
He was negotiating. We said, no,
like, come
Ian,
on. Well, at least buy me lunch. And also, YouTube covers the transaction fees as well. So 100% of the money that you're giving goes to the Open Medicine Foundation to support clinical trials and finding approved treatments. So that is great.
And if you're somewhere in the world that you can't pay directly through YouTube, because that happens, you can click on the Open Medicine Foundation link in the description and donate directly on the website that way if you want to support.
Exactly. And we are over 100,000.
Dude. Boom.
To you guys.
Yeah.
Our goal initially was $10,000, and I think we hit that in 30 minutes. Or you guys hit that in 30 minutes.
It was just incredible, the support. So thank you so much. And if you have the means to support, please do so. I want to keep going though. I want to talk about that interview we just had, because I think it's super important. It was really, really important to me to have that discussion with someone like Dr. Petrino, who's just been dedicating the last few years of his life to studying this disease and figuring out what's actually going on in patients. And there's just been, a lot of research that he referenced there, examining what happens at the cellular level in patients who have post-exertional malaise. I found really fascinating. And I guess it's just really validating to see the science catching up to the lived experience of Dianna. I mean, from a personal point of view, what I experienced was, I saw Dianna experience post-exertional malaise before I had ever heard the term.
Right.
Like, we didn't know what was happening, but she was exercising and then feeling super sick and confused and brain fog and like all of these things we didn't have words for. But she was, crashing after exercise super hard.
Yeah.
From a few weeks after getting sick. It was just insane. And then afterwards, we started learning about ME/CFS. And we saw post-exertional malaise, and we're like, oh, this is the name for the thing she was experiencing. So we've been familiar with the concept. She's lived this phenomenon for 2 years now, and we're just starting to see the science now come in, and it's identifying, what we talked about, these different plaques and waste products that can't get out of the muscle fibers. And you can assume that something similar is happening in the brain because people get post-exertional malaise from thinking too much. This is why Dianna is often wearing the dark goggles so that she doesn't have to process a lot of light. She has earplugs in often, so she doesn't have to process the noise. All of those things take energy, and when she doesn't have enough energy, she just has to go, kind of blank slate.
Yeah, which is why watching the stream, you're seeing through most of the day, she's just laying there. She's not sleeping. And she can't, read a book. She can't watch YouTube. She can't watch the stream, although I know she wants to. It's very riveting. Exactly. And she can't listen to music.
I think she's putting the earplugs in right now. Yeah, we're seeing it live.
Yeah, she's tired of hearing our BS.
Boom,
from the other
earplugs in.
Yeah, we got to give a play-by-play.
Yeah, but there's like a delay.
Oh, there is a delay.
It's gonna work. Yes.
No, you're right.
So other people were asking, those are earplugs. They look like they have a cord.
Correct. They're corded so she doesn't lose them.
Yeah,
but they're just
somehow like she still loses them a lot though, right?
Yeah, she's always just like, where are my earplugs?
Yeah, but yeah, so those are just earplugs. They're just on a cord because she's always taking them on, putting them.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking them off, putting them on. So, so she spends most of her time, day after day, just kind of laying there. Like there's not, you can't occupy yourself.
Something else I wanted to mention was that on the stream, it looks like it's light in there, but we have the ISO way up on the camera, meaning that it looks a lot brighter in there than it actually is in real life. So, you can actually see her a little bit better. So it is darker in there, and it's not as bright as it looks on camera.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys want to do a fun Dianna simulator, go lay in your bed and do nothing. Do nothing for 3 hours, and you will go crazy.
Yeah, you can't distract yourself with your phone.
There's nothing, no music, nothing, no talking to people. And now multiply that. Like imagine doing that for a year and a how and that's where she's been. So just to try to give you an idea of how terrible that is, and many people are suffering just like her. So that's what we're supporting.
Let's knock off a few questions.
Let's knock off a few questions.
Boom. Go through.
You want boom boom boom?
Yeah, let's go fast.
Okay. You said in the interview that you did PT before. What did that look like, and what happened?
Absolutely. So, just briefly, we did 2 stints of physical therapy. Each one lasted for a couple weeks. And when I say physical therapy, this is like mainly passive movements, me moving her with a few active movements. So like we talked about, the leg drag on the bed, just, dragging your heel towards your butt, and maybe a few like isometric squeezes. And that was all we did. That was the maximum we did in either time, and each stint of physical therapy that lasted a few weeks then led to a month or more of a crash. After that, her health deteriorated. And not only that, was during the physical therapy, we didn't see any increase in her strength or performance. She never got anything out of it, and we were just like, it's got to work at some point, but it just wasn't. It was triggering too much post-exertional malaise, which there's a lot of evidence now. Basically, if you do that, you're just damaging your muscle fibers more than healing them. Because what happens in regular exercise is you damage your fibers, and then they repair themselves. What happens in patients with post-exertional malaise is you damage your fibers. All the waste byproduct builds up, doesn't go anywhere, and then if you do it the next day, you just get more damage. So you don't have this repair cycle. And the science here isn't 100% accurate, so like I'm not saying this is exactly what happens, but this is kind of as close as we know what happens right now. So,
and isn't there something with like anaerobic, like what's the deal with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember this enough off the top of my head to go into it, but
there's something. But there's something to the degree of like any exercise that she tries doing, it's
pretty much all anaerobic,
right? So it's essentially it's like when you say run a marathon. And at the 20-mile marker, that's usually like when people gas out because they're like aerobic exercise through, and now you're just kind of like eating through yourself. She's like that all the time.
Exactly.
It's like any slight movement is like her doing a marathon. So it's tough. Anyway, Jorge asks, my biggest worry
this is Patreon. So everybody, they're all Patreon.
So these are Patreon questions. Thank you for the patrons for supporting Dianna on this journey.
And thank you for the great questions. Like we asked the patrons for questions, and it was just like phenomenal list of questions that I'm really excited to answer today.
So Jorge asks, my biggest worry is muscle degradation. What steps do you take in her routine to minimize that? I feel like you were kind of touching on that.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to keep this question in here is because I just want to paint the picture that, she's in between a rock and a hard place. Mm-hmm. Like, does she get muscle degradation? Yes. Big time. Like, she has, like, almost no muscles left in her legs right now, and that's just... There's nothing we can do about it because exercise will damage those muscles even more. So we have to fix some of the underlying, pathology of whatever's going wrong in order to then do the rehabilitation and hopefully after that exercise. So there's no intervention we can do right now that's going to be able to restore her muscles without making her muscles weaker.
So we need to solve the MECFS, we need to solve the MCAS, we need to solve all that.
Yep.
And then we're gonna put Dianna on like a Marvel kind of like diet, steroids.
Dude, I've been looking at all that stuff, dude.
Get her so jacked up. Yeah, we're gonna turn her into what's that one dude's name? Kumail Nanjiani.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're gonna Kumail Nanjiani.
Dude, it's gonna be performance enhancing Dianna drugs.
Yeah. She's gonna come out of this like year after she recovers. She's gonna be yoked. You guys are like, what the hell happened?
That's my dream. Yeah.
She's gonna have to change her name from Physics Girl to Swole Girl. All right. Don asks, is there a relationship between CFS and TBI, traumatic brain injury?
Yeah. So I thought this was a great question because Dr. Petrino talked about this during the interview, was that initially they treated their long COVID patients like concussion or TBI patients, and TBI, traumatic brain injury, and that's because their presentations are very similar. What isn't similar is the underlying pathology, right? So if you have a concussion, your body physiology still works. Like if you do exercise, it's still good for you. If you are somebody, and so what he was saying was they would do these, kind of like rehabilitation things that were like in the exercise realm, and those were too intense for patients and they were making them worse. So while some patients, long COVID patients, can regain functionality from TBI style rehabilitation, it's really only appropriate for those patients who don't have post-exertional malaise, because it's too intense otherwise. So it's a really interesting question, and some people can benefit from it, but if you have post-exertional malaise, it's probably not appropriate for you. It just has to be something that's why you want to work with a skilled physician to figure out what kind of interventions are appropriate for you.
Yeah. Well, Jared asks, my wife suffers from clinical depression, and I feel that while the symptoms are different, chronic fatigue syndrome, or MECFS, is stigmatized / misunderstood in a similar way. How do you deal with this, and what can people do to help educate others on it?
Yeah, that's a great question too. So
you have to qualify everything as a great question.
Oh, shoot, I should have. You were the one
that
I chose them,
okay.
but the paper
that's a great
came up with them.
That's a great question that I obviously selected because it was a great question.
Well,
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, jeez. I'm not a professional YouTuber.
It is a great question. Continue.
All right. What was the question again? Okay. I got it now.
Yeah.
So I wanted to address this here because in this section, Dr. Petrino really dove into what we understand about the physiology of long COVID and what's happening, at the cellular level here with different patients. And it's important because it really establishes that like long COVID is this, it's a biological disease. Depression is a biological disease. They are similar in that way, and we try to, as a society, historically, we have tried interventions that put the onus or whatever on the patient. So the patient, in order to get rid of depression, has to go through these different types of therapies, and the patient, in order to get rid of ME/CFS, has to do physical therapy and stuff like this. And a lot of time, or most of the time, like those things aren't appropriate. I'm not an expert in depression, so I don't want to say like I know how to treat it, and I know that talk therapy can be a component of it, but I also know that there's a lot of just like purely biological things going on with it.
Sure.
And it's not just like something that's in the patient's head, and
there's not one cure.
And there's
either.
not one cure.
Yeah.
And so what I want is that this shift in medicine to be more towards like not asking not just saying, here patient, you need to get better this way, but just how do we work with people to get better? It's like if somebody has depression, again, I'm not an expert, but let's just say the first line treatment is talk therapy. If talk therapy doesn't work for that person, that doesn't mean they did talk therapy wrong. That's what I want the default to be. I want it to be, okay, here was a treatment, it didn't work. That means something else is going on with this patient that we haven't understood. So maybe we need this combination of medication.
You could get a better therapist.
Right, but I don't think, anyways, I don't know that much about depression, but I think the mindset needs to be similar in terms of like, if something isn't working, or if it's persistent, the burden has to be on the physician and not the patient. If you're not, as a physician, you're not able to cure depression, that's because either we don't have the tools or you're not using the right tools. And it doesn't mean it's like your fault as a physician, but like it is the job of the physician to determine how to treat these diseases. That's my stance. And yes, there are lifestyle interventions that can help.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we need to be doing everything we can to support patients without placing any blame or burden on them.
And I think when you tell outsiders about these kinds of things, you do face similar stigma, where a lot of times if you hear, like, let's just play like a little, like, imagine your friend is like, oh, like I'm depressed. Is it gonna really like help them for you to suggest that maybe you just like go walk more? Like, it's like it's those kinds of things where maybe we're better off listening to these people.
And that's a great point.
And maybe not just off the bat. And I have this issue as well, because I'm very much a problem solver type person. So I always want to like give my piece of advice or whatever. But like, we're not experts. We don't know these things. It's like the famous line of like, have a sip of beer, go for a walk, depression cured. So it's like, I did read a study though, and they did a bunch of tests on like different effectiveness of ways to treat like clinical depression, and dancing was one of the most effective.
Don't come for us for medical advice. Especially about depression.
I mean, talk therapy was up there, exercise, SSRIs, those are all up there too. But I was like, dancing? It's those things. We just don't know. So, so if somebody tells you they're depressed, maybe listen. Maybe listening is better than just telling them to do something. Am I not asking?
No. You're asking great questions.
Okay,
great questions.
Great questions. Do you want me to ask you another great question?
I don't want to do this one right now.
Fair.
I like this one.
We just did that one.
No, number 6.
Oh, don't do?
No, do number 6.
Yeah. Oh, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this is the first time you heard this question. Christopher asks, even when I am fully healthy, if I lay in bed too long, I feel like crap. We all do. While I'm not claiming her symptoms aren't real, I worry if it could be self-sustaining, like a destructive feedback loop. Is this also what causes her light sensitivity?
Yeah, I think this is a really fair question.
It's not a great question. It's a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's somebody who's earnestly trying to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm saying one thing, and he's saying, well, do you think, could it be this? Based on his life experiences, right? And I think that's a super fair thing to ask.
I think so. I mean, we've all had that experience of laying in bed too long, and you do feel like crap.
Exactly. Yeah. And the difference is really kind of what Dr. Petrino was talking about, where it's like they took these astronauts, they put them in bed for a month, and I'm sure they felt like crap at the end of that month. And when they started to move, their bodies responded really well to this therapy because they had normal physiology, like you or me or maybe Ian. I don't know.
I have superior physiology.
There you go. Yeah. So you can, if you feel like crap and you have normal physiology and you move and you exercise, you're going to feel better. Exercise is, the best medical intervention of all time, except for a few cases.
Weed.
No.
I'm kidding.
Except for a few cases, and people with post-exertional malaise is one of them. So the other thing about this is, from my experience, I'm surprised how much this doesn't play a role, because I thought too, I was like, okay, if she is just in bed, she's just never going to be able to move again. And that's not what we see. When she's feeling better, when her symptoms go from up here to down here, she's like moving and doesn't want to stop moving, and she's like, and she has to limit herself so she doesn't get post-exertional malaise.
Yeah.
So like, it is really just, her movement is dependent upon this illness, like 100%, maybe 99%, maybe 1% of it she feels bad because she's been laying down for a year and a half, right? That's reasonable. But what's stopping her from getting up and moving is not this feeling of like lethargy or tiredness that you and I would normally experience from this. It is the fact that when she tries to rehabilitate her body, these real physiological processes go on that will make her muscles get even weaker, that will make her just systemic inflammation go insane, that will make her react terribly to foods. It's just like this whole cascade of stuff that happens when she tries to exercise. So like I said, super fair question.
And on the second point, is this also what causes her light sensitivity?
And again, no, it's not, which is really interesting, because when she is feeling like good, she's having a good day, she wants to look outside, she's like, open the blind, I want to see the light. It doesn't bother her on the days when she has enough energy to process light. On days when she doesn't have enough energy to process light, then yes, light bothers her, but she's not desensitized, or she's not, hypersensitive to light permanently. It's not something.
It's not like she's not a mole person. Exactly. It's not like she's like, oh god. I am curious what it's going to be like for her when she is finally able to like go out into the sun.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you're gonna have to like slather her in sunscreen. Like, dude, like.
Well, she probably can't tolerate sunscreen for a while, so
we'll see what happens. True.
But, long sleeves for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to get her
glasses. Like she'll like Hollywood movie star, like you can't see anything. Not like the revealing ones, but like the hidden in plain sight ones.
Yeah. Yeah, we can get her like a full thing.
Yeah, hat and long.
We just put a bed sheet over her. Just poke a couple eye holes. Just looks like a ghost walking around.
That's on the table.
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Because she's probably, when she first goes outside.
Do you want to keep going with this?
Nah, I can tell it is a funny image in my head, but.
All right, so there's more questions, and I also want to do some more comments again.
Okay.
But what I'm going to do right now is
I'm going to shut up.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to wash her face.
Okay.
And then I am going to put the red lights on her because she wanted to show that this is something she does.
Okay.
She normally does it naked, but obviously she's not going to get naked. Right.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. So we're going to put the red lights on her. It's weird.
That'll be on Patreon.
Yeah. Highest level perk. So yeah, we're gonna go do that. It's just something that she wanted to show. It's, you know, one of these interventions, Dr. Petrino talked about it. It can have some stimulating effect on the mitochondria.
Which is the powerhouse of the cell.
Right, ATP and whatnot, right? Yeah, so there, again, it's interesting science you can read about. It's good for your skin.
That's what I've heard. Like people with acne and stuff. It's expensive though.
Yeah,
those red lights.
I know.
They're not cheap.
You have to have a lot of them to get like enough like brightness and energy for like the whole body. You know, so it's a lot of them.
I want to try it.
Yeah. Someday.
I want to be like
I'll bring it out here for you. So I built this little stand for it, so it like goes on your bed. Like you can buy the stand, but like I didn't want to because it was like $500, and I was like, I'm gonna build one
with PVC pipe.
PVC pipe, bro.
Yeah, this is what you know. Marry an engineer because they can save you money in the long run.
Yeah,
that's my advice to you at home. Just find the engineers.
So I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I guess you can just hang out for a bit.
Okay.
And then I'll be back, and then we'll do some comments, and I think we're gonna be done after that.
Yeah, sure.
So probably one more, like, you know, read this or whatever, you know, while I'm gone.
I can read. Sure. And okay, great. Well, hello everybody. If you're just now joining us, there are 2,800 people, 2,800 of us watching Dianna laying in bed. If you're just now joining us, we are showing you a day in Dianna's life. Dianna has long COVID, and now I'm getting all burpy. I don't know why this happens. Long COVID and ME/CFS, which is
myalgic
encephalopathy.
That name isn't good either. Just say ME/CFS.
I'll just say ME/CFS. You can look up the name and try to learn it for yourself. They got to work on their branding. Some people may know it as chronic fatigue syndrome. That's kind of like layman's term that doesn't quite cover what exactly it is. But yeah, she's got a lot of things under the umbrella of long COVID. She's been bedbound for about 1.5 years. She's had long COVID and ME/CFS for about 2 years. In that first sort of 6 months, she slowly declined to how you see her state now. Dianna is one of around, I believe, 85 million people in the world that have ME/CFS, so it's not that rare, but it's not a very visible disease. So it's wildly underfunded, and there are no approved remedies for it. We're trying to change that today by raising funds for the Open Medicine Foundation. You can do so by clicking the donate button that is on the page, or if that's not available for you in certain countries on YouTube, we have the direct link to donate to the Open Medicine Foundation in the description below. We've raised over 100,000 on here. I don't know what we're at right now.
About 105.
105? Oh, dang, dude. We're about 7 minutes away from the hour. Can we get to 110? Can we do it? I mean, I think that'd be pretty cool. If we get to 110 by the end of the hour, Kyle's going to do a backflip. I can't promise that, but So there's no approved treatments for long COVID or ME/CFS, and the Open Medicine Foundation is helping fund research and clinical trials. One of the big issues is that there are certain treatments for ME/CFS or certain things under the umbrella of long COVID. However, they aren't approved. So if you're in the US, and it's like, oh, I heard about this treatment. You might be able to get it, but it won't be covered by your insurance. And a lot of these things that you're paying out of pocket for are thousands and thousands of dollars, potentially thousands of dollars a month. So it's not something that most Americans or most people in the world can afford, which is why this is so important. There are people that go through that have had ME/CFS for decades, and most people can't afford the treatment, so they're just living like Dianna is, and it's just kind of this invisible illness because they're inside all day. You're not seeing people on the street with ME/CFS. So yeah, we're just trying to raise the visibility of this illness, raise funds to help get some treatments approved so that people like Dianna can get back out into the world and make some sick YouTube videos. This is why I'm doing this. I'm doing this just so Dianna can make videos again. That's all I care about. That's all it is. Let me think. I'm trying to think of what my favorite physics girl video is. I did really like the moving rock video that you guys shot in, was that Death Valley? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I had heard about those rocks that they're like moving across the basin, and they like just figured out. How long ago was that when they figured that out?
Figured out after 2010. After
2010, yeah. But it was like 100 years, and they couldn't figure out why these rocks were like moving across the desert. Turns out it was a little bit of ice and wind over the course of a long time. So, yeah. But yeah, Dianna and I have been friends for about 5 years. We met at a YouTube convention and became friends since then. We go on hikes and stuff. She's probably one of the most like physically fit, healthy people that I knew. It was always I think my eating habits changed after seeing how healthy she was. She's probably one of the healthiest people that I knew, and this happened. So really nobody is, not to fearmonger, but nobody's really safe from getting this. And every time you get COVID, you raise your risk of getting this, getting some form of long COVID. It's kind of just a roll of the dice. So, it's, I don't want it. I don't think you guys want it. But yeah, throughout the day, we had multiple interviews with different experts, so you can go back and watch those later. I think even on the live stream, you could just like hit back, right? Yeah. At 8:30, we talked with Dr. David Kaufman, who's a physician specializing in treating complex diseases. He's somebody that's worked directly with Dianna, but he's been an expert in this field.
Turn that back on. Can you come adjust it? So, she's going to do the red lights right now. I got her set up. So cool. She's got to come adjust the camera once I turn that.
Cool. He's gonna. They're setting up right now to turn on the red light therapy just to show you guys one of the things they do. I can't explain exactly how it works because I do comedy online. I am not a scientist. I am the dumbest person that has been on this stream so far. And they've left me alone on the stream. That's ballsy. But yeah, so 8:30 we talked to Dr. David Kaufman. At 11, we talked with Dr. Raven Baxter, who's a fellow YouTuber who also had severe long COVID but has recovered. And she shared her experiences with long COVID. And then at 1:30, we talked with Linda Tannenbaum, who is founder of the Open Medicine Foundation. And she talked about her foundation, what they're doing to understand and treat the disease. And also, I believe, her experience with the disease herself. And we just finished the interview that Kyle did with Dr. David Petrino, whose research into long COVID is shifting our understanding of how to diagnose this disease. And they talked about core features of ME/CFS, which is post-exertional malaise, which is the reason why Dianna is not moving. So yeah, a whole big day of learning about this not well-known disease. I think we're about to see this red light go on.
Oh,
or maybe it already went on.
It's red. I think you should make us big and then him or her small.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoa. It's so funny because so I've seen from out here when they turn on the red lights, and it looks like you opened a portal to hell.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you see this red glow underneath the door, and it's scary.
Yeah, it's super funny.
So we're
all right. So we're
oh, did we hit 110?
Did we seriously?
I don't think so.
Oh,
come on, guys! Come on! I said he would do a backflip if we got to 110 by the end of the
doesn't
hour.
matter. Doesn't matter.
It does matter. I wanted to see you do a backflip.
We raised a ton of money today. It blew my expectations out of the water, and I just want to finish up. We're probably going to finish up a little early. We said we're going to go to 5:45, but I think we're just going to do another 20-30 minutes here and answer some people's questions. So I'm going to get a quick drink of water. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let's turn the comments back on.
Cool.
And let's just have a little Q&A, and anything that we didn't cover or any closing thoughts or questions, let us know. And I just really hope that you guys, you enjoyed it, you learned something. If you have ME/CFS or long COVID, that you feel like we presented and shared what it's like to have it, and maybe that you feel more seen in the community. If you're a caregiver, I hope that, same thing, that you were able to experience just some sort of that's our life, and it's hard, and it's nice to be represented out here. So and if you just hear learning, that's amazing. Thank you so much. We need the community to be obviously bigger than just the people who are sick and affected. So yeah, we're just out here raising awareness, and thank you everybody for tuning in today.
And I think the more you guys know, the more you're able to go out into the world and spread this knowledge. And whenever Dianna posts stuff, there's always some crackpots in the comments, so it's nice to see a lot of you guys come in with the actual information and be nicely well, no. So the more people that know what's going on, the better and more empathetic we can all be towards her situation and other people that are experiencing this situation. So let's get into these commentos.
Do a little interaction with the audience.
So here we go. Seen some donations coming in.
I can see why red light therapy would be done with no clothes.
yeah.
It should be. She normally does it on her whole body. She's wearing a towel and stuff right now, but she just wanted to kind of share this is what she does,
Yeah, but if you guys want a $5,000 Patreon tier where you see her red light therapy without clothes,
that's not.
Kyle will consider it.
That's very inappropriate.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Someone asked where you can find good info on red light therapy for ME/CFS. I don't know off the top of my head. I wish I could point you to something good, but it's more just been recommended to me by a few of the different doctors that I've seen, and they've told me that they've read a lot of studies on it, so I just took their word for it.
Because you talked to Kaufman, right?
Yeah, Dr. Kaufman.
And he was like, I don't know, but I do it. Right?
Something like that, yeah. So that was funny.
Got a lot of donations from anonymous people coming in.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you have to try to avoid making her smile? I like this question. Yeah. Sometimes, yes. We have to limit her energy output, and that has to be collaborative. So sometimes, if I have a joke or something funny to say, like, it's just not the right time. And so, yeah, you just have to kind of read what she's able to do. And it might just be you have to wait 5 minutes and she'll be ready for it because she's just like needing to be more, more with it or something. So, yeah, it's a great question.
Somebody asks, has she tried a weighted blanket?
Oh yeah, we had one of those in the beginning, but it takes a little extra energy to breathe now. Like she has such little energy. She used to like a weighted blanket, but then her post-exertional malaise and energy level just went down over time.
This one's good. I like this one from Cynthia Johnson. How did you get Dianna diagnosed with ME/CFS? When did you first learn about ME/CFS?
Oh yeah, so Dianna was the one to bring up ME/CFS because she's just like this super curious person, and it was like there was these weird things going on with her body. And this was about probably like 4 months into being sick. She started talking to me a lot about ME/CFS and was like, "Oh, I think this is something that I might have." Mm-hmm. And it took about 10 months to get a diagnosis on that. Wow. Because we had to wait in line to see specialists, and there's just simply not enough specialists, especially after the pandemic. There's not enough doctors to treat the number of patients that have it. So
right. There's a kind of a similar to that from Sky Sure says, been dealing with MCAS since COVID 2 years ago. It's been a rough journey. Not one doctor around me has any idea about it and has given me hardly any time with them. They are quick to send me elsewhere. Do you have any recommendations on, or any resources that people that are dealing with this kind of stuff can get?
Honestly, if you feel like you have one of these diseases, I would get on a wait list for a doctor that will see you remotely just right away. Yeah. So, yes, your local doctors are amazing when they know what you're dealing with. A lot of doctors are not familiar with MCAS, unfortunately. But MCAS is a pretty new, like it hasn't been recognized for very long, 15 years or something like that. It's pretty new, and so it's not surprising that your doctors haven't heard of it. What I would do again is find somebody online who's licensed in your area and get on their wait list while you continue searching elsewhere. That's the best advice I have right now. Don't be shy. Like, these diseases take a long time to treat. So if somebody has a 6-month wait list, you're going to end up wanting to see that person in 6 months, right? So get on the wait list now.
This is kind of interesting. You guys tried this one. Do you want to? Oh, yeah. So John Anderson asks, what effect would regular therapy in a hyperbaric chamber have on Dianna's condition?
So when Dianna was declining but still able to walk around and things like this, we did hyperbaric oxygen treatment, and we did probably 10 plus sessions of it, and it didn't seem to have a marked effect. She thinks it helped her feel a little bit better, but we were doing it while she was still getting worse, so it wasn't enough to turn the tide, or however you want to say it. Like, I think there's I haven't seen a lot of good evidence for it since the beginning of COVID. Like, in the beginning, a lot of people were like, oh, we think hyperbaric oxygen could be something good. And I don't think that's the case. I think what we're seeing is that a lot of patients actually have good blood oxygen levels, but that nutrients and oxygen isn't getting all the way into the tissues and organs that they need it for whatever reason. This could be like, there's the theories of microclotting, or like, whatever's happening at the cellular level, the viral, machinery is taking over the mitochondria. Whatever's happening is just not letting it go there. So I don't think the lack of oxygen is something that's actually playing a role here, but it was definitely, I think, worth experimenting with, especially when we didn't have any other options and it wasn't like a huge energy sink.
Yeah. Bunfetti Cake asks, what can we do to help make care for long COVID accessible? Do we harass the insurance companies into covering care like we do with politicians? Half joking.
God, I wish I knew. I don't know. I know that the insurance companies are going to play a role in this. I know that a lot of this is going to have to be an intersection of politics and government and healthcare, as and insurance, as healthcare is right now. It's already living in this intersection. So obviously the way you vote makes a difference. Beyond that, I wish I had better information, and I know that, they say write your local politician. I know that will make a difference. I wish I had more resources available, and in the future, I hope to be able to provide that and facilitate that as part of something like this. So thank you for asking that question.
This may ask about mold. I don't know if you want to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, we tested the whole house for mold. We didn't have any here. We used to have some at a place where we lived before. We did all the sort of blood, urine, mycotoxin tests, and she was remarkably clear of anything. She doesn't have, as far as we can tell, there's no mold in her body, anything like this. So
she's not moldy.
She's not moldy.
Okay, that's good. We don't like moldy scientists.
Envy apples, which we feed Dianna, are originally from New Zealand, and now they grow them every damn where. Super sweet and delicious and bougie. Oh, yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And thank you, New Zealand.
Well, yeah. So, as far as I know, Dianna has become a freaking apple sommelier.
That's right.
And you go to these hippie markets.
I go to the hippie market, man.
And they have
only
these
organic.
So I feel like you should give people a tier list of apples because there's some bangers out there. Honey, get out of here, Honey Crisp.
Honey Crisp has no place in this house.
Honey Crisp is so last generation, bro. There are some freaking hitters out there.
There are.
Envy's up there.
Envy's up there. I had a sugar bee.
Yeah.
That blew my mind.
Yeah.
But it's like this. I've been chasing the dragon ever since.
Yeah, it's hit or miss.
It's just been I had it and I hit nirvana with this sugar bee, and everyone since then has disappointed me. It's that first taste, you never get it again,
Yeah. Cosmic Crisp.
Oh, Cosmic Crisps, yeah, all the time. Cosmic Crisps, yeah.
Pink Lady.
I'd probably go a sweet Cosmic Crisp right now is basically the top because they're really tangy, but if you get them too tangy, then they're too much like a Honey Crisp, So, but we'll move on from apples.
We don't have to.
No, I want to.
Okay. VR asks, as her caregiver, how are your energy levels? Let's ask a question about Kyle.
Pretty good, and that's because of the things that I've done. I had. When Simone was here, I talked about how I had a long period of, being more depressed, being just, so much chaos in my mind and so much loss and everything like that. And it's really taken me a year to get my life back on track. And I'm so thankful for the support on Patreon so that again, I could not have this financial stress while I focus all of my, work time on taking care of Dianna. And then I was able to eventually start trying to do projects of my own, re-engaging with my friends, setting regular hangout times, exercising. But it was a journey. I mean, this thing knocked me on my ass, and it was hard to get up. And I was really sad and depressed. And obviously, seeing my life just kind of felt like it was slipping away, like my future with Dianna was slipping away, and I've had to readjust. And it took a lot of support from you guys, and it made a difference.
Danny Stormborn says, my doctor doesn't do anything but refer me out to specialist after specialist to rule other things out. It's been 2 years. What kind of doctor, or how do you find one that knows about it?
Oh man, this is a really hard question.
Because I guess if you have and this is like American insurance stuff, but if you have like an HMO, right, you have to like go to your primary care provider and then they refer you out to other people. So how does that even, well, I don't know.
Most specialists who treat like complex diseases like ME/CFS are not in the insurance system.
Got you.
Just flat out. Doesn't matter what insurance you have, they're not in there because Dr. Kaufman talked about this. He's not in the insurance system because he spends, something like 3 hours on your first visit, like in total, right? He spends this much time reviewing the notes that you send over. He spends 90 minutes meeting with you, and he spends, the 45 minutes, writing up everything that he learned. Mm-hmm. And it's like something like 3 hours. So that kind of care does not exist in our current insurance system. So, but that's a little bit of a tangent. How do you find a doctor? Honestly, all I can say is to Google, try to find centers that treat complex illness. There's a handful out there. They have insane waiting lists, and I'm sorry, they do. And that's, like I said, it's worth it to get on those waiting lists. So that's all I can say. You'll sign up. It'll say we can see you in 4 years. You might as well sign up. And I wish I had better advice, but it is just really difficult to get care right now.
Justin Torres.
Oh, I think the red lights are off. I gotta go get that.
Yeah. Justin Torres said, I like moldy scientists. Penicillin is incredible. Funny. Yeah. Wait. Wait. Sorry. Cammy said, "Well, I didn't know this was a stream at the end." Yeah, I don't know why I'm here. I just wound up here for some reason. Yeah, so the red light therapy, I believe she does about 10 minutes. So it's on a timer. When the 10 minutes elapses, then the light goes off, and then Dianna calls Kyle and is like, "Take this off of me." John Anderson said, "Chicken's done." Yeah, it's a crazy light, right? That thing is bright. I realized because she's got a fish in there, and I was like, oh, is that bad for like fish's eyes? And we were like, oh yeah, it is. So whenever they turn
Can you put a small real quick? Yeah.
Whenever they turn the red light on, then he puts a towel over the fish bowl so that right. Neptune doesn't go blind.
Little toonie pie, as Dianna calls him. So Diana's tired. She's too tired to be on camera, so she's gonna go ahead and wave goodbye. So I had him put him on the big screen, so I'm gonna go in there and tell her to wave goodbye. She's just so thankful to everybody for.
Let's get dark in there.
Yeah,
because
we
just didn't adjust the ISO.
That's fine though. It's what it is. We're gonna turn it off.
Thank you guys so much, by the way. I know we're going to be wrapping things up, so I believe this. I mean, the donation link will be here for a while, after the stream. So if you're watching this after the fact, after the stream, you can still donate. I believe the fundraiser is going on for like a month, right? So you still have a chance to donate even if you're watching after the fact. And even after the fundraiser is open, that link is still going to be in the description. So there will be the ability to donate to the Open Medicine Foundation, which supports research and clinical trials towards ME/CFS, so we can start getting some approved treatments covered by insurance for the people that can't afford this stuff out of pocket. Any other questions?
Let's see here
that we want to close out on?
Oh, it's kind of jumping around.
But yeah, I mean, we originally set this goal at $10,000. You guys smashed that out of the park immediately.
So I want to the WB asked what FDA approved medications was she treated with before you decided to seemingly only treat her with alternative medicines. So again, I'm not going to discuss any of the specific medications that Dianna has taken, but there are no FDA-approved medications for long COVID or ME/CFS. There are none. So you only have alternative medications because, like, you know, any medicine you can imagine, ibuprofen is not FDA approved to treat long COVID, right? There is no medication that exists that's FDA approved to treat long COVID. So that's the world we're living in right now, and that's why we're doing this fundraiser, because we need clinical trials that show medications to be effective, so that those become FDA approved, and that patients can get insurance to cover, you know, those medications.
Yeah.
And that's it. So that's one of the things that we're trying to do with raising these funds. Is that's how we can directly support so many people who are suffering, is through something like that, which is a financial thing. Again, the Open Medicine Foundation also helps train doctors, which is fantastic, and provide resources so that, again, you know, something else that may be helpful. It depends on your doctor if they respond to this or not. So people are asking about, how do I find this doctor? The Open Medicine Foundation has resources for doctors. So if you can say, hey, you know, if you find a doctor who wants to help you but is not, doesn't have the knowledge base, you can give them these resources. So again, I know that can be difficult because of, you know, the dynamic with doctor and patient sometimes, but that's definitely worth a try. If you're sitting on a wait list and a doctor is not, you know, this doctor who's a specialist isn't going to be able to see you for 2 years, talk to your doctor and be persistent, be open, be empathetic, be understanding that they don't know what's going on. They don't have tests. Their entire infrastructure, their entire hospital that they work for is essentially against them treating you. If you can understand that that's the pressure they're under and be like, you know, hey, I know this is really hard for you, you know, and try to get that human to human connection. Can we try something that other doctors are trying? That's worth doing. Again, I know it's difficult and frustrating, and I'm sorry that this burden is placed on you as a patient, but that is honestly the best advice I can kind of give right now. Someone else suggested seeing like holistic doctors, and this actually can be a good option if there are some like naturopathic doctors who are licensed to prescribe medication and can treat you according to these different protocols. That can be an option for some people. Again, that's going to be something that you're going to have to decide that, you know, if this is not a traditional MD that you're dealing with, is that something you're comfortable doing? But it is a way to gain access to the medication. So, you know, with Dianna, we consult with a variety of types of doctors, and we get different perspectives and try to make the best decision that way. So that's our approach.
Yeah, I think obviously, like, the alternative medicine gets, like, you know, there's like I'm trying to think of the word for it. I'm blanking on it. But that word's kind of tainted because you assume it's like, when you hear like alternative medicine, you're like, oh, it's like, you know, essential oils and that kind of stuff. Yeah. But it's like no, this is decades of research from doctors that are working on the cutting edge of this kind of research, and like, it has been proven to work for people, but there have not been these clinical trials. That
is part of it too. There are interventions that have a lot of evidence, but nobody's been able to put out the $10 million or whatever it is for a clinical trial sometimes, and that's a barrier as well.
Yeah. So
somebody put on here, like, they were in Australia. They said Australia can't donate. Why? On the YouTube button, some places can't donate, but you can click on the Open Medicine Foundation website and the link and donate directly to them, and they keep us updated when people are doing that today.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
And because everything's upside down there.
Yes. All right. So what else we got here?
Stigma. That was the word.
Stigma.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, stigma.
Thank you. Thanks for looking out.
Someone said 110. Bro,
let's freaking go.
You did it, Ian.
Let's
you did it.
Go. You know what? It's all me. I did it all. You're welcome. But yeah, I understand. You know, people are gonna hear alternative medicine and think it's like a, but like, come on, Diana's a scientist. You're also very much that as well, and yeah, they're believe me, I've seen what they're doing, and they're doing all the right stuff. And you can take that from me, I'm a scientist. But yeah, it's see anything else that's good? I don't know if I missed anything.
A lot of really nice comments. I mean,
yeah,
this is fantastic.
There's a did you see that documentary? Is it Unrest? What's it called?
Oh yeah, Unrest. Yeah.
Is that one that you would recommend people watch?
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
Because I was just like, I can't emotionally handle this. Right? It was too triggering for me. I like to read the science, but I just couldn't watch somebody suffer for that long.
Yeah, there's a documentary. It's popular in the CFS community called Unrest. I think it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube too.
But I think it was like one of the first kind of like documentaries to like really cover it well. So if you want a little bit more of an insight in, because it kind of I think it follows a few people within the CFS. So if you want more of a window into the life of somebody with that.
This is an interesting question. Can you get diagnosed with long COVID without ever testing positive for COVID? I am not a doctor, so I can't like answer this definitively one way or the other. Someone said backflip. Bro, I know, right? Anyway, so back to this question about can you get diagnosed without ever testing positive? So I would imagine that it's really challenging, and you could get diagnosed for post-viral illness, because if you were sick, like if you have sort of the clinical workup that says, okay, you were sick with something, let's say you didn't test for what it is, you just got sick. That's how most things are. You just get sick and then you started to recover and then you crashed and then you never got better. And then you're getting this, POTS and MCAS and these other types of COVID symptoms going on. You might have a post-viral illness. And in that case, but you probably wouldn't be able to know, at least right now. I don't think we have tests that can indicate whether this is long COVID directly or not. Again, I could be wrong about that. I know they're not like widely accessible tests, or maybe some specialty ones to look for COVID antibodies, blah, blah, blah. So it's, long story short, it's complicated. It's an interesting question, but it would be a big challenge, and you probably won't be able to know whether it was COVID that caused your post-viral illness.
Yeah.
In Diana's case, she took like 6 rapid tests, all of which were negative. We were on our honeymoon, and so we know that it was COVID as a trigger.
Yeah. Claire Higgins asked, does she ever have a good day, bad day? If so, what does it look like?
Yeah, there are good days and bad days, but for her, the trend is a little bit slower. It'll be like building up to like good days, and she'll have a few good days, and this is where she's talking more and joking more and just feeling more vibrant and full of life. And then she'll start to go down, and then she'll be, more depressed, but also just like having a lot more symptoms, a lot more stomach ache and chest pain and stuff like this. And it's always just like those are good days and bad days. It's just she's in a lot more pain some days, and then some days she has a lot more energy.
Yeah.
And just goes.
Dragon Grandpa Gamer says, so can I donate to PayPal or something besides Google? Try to bank card, blah, blah, blah. If you want to donate directly to the Open Medicine Foundation, you can do that as well. We have a link in the description. If Google, YouTube is causing you issues on your payment, probably do that and probably avoid that issue. If not, just mail me some cash, and I'll make sure it definitely gets to it.
Let's see here. Someone said, I think they responded, I was diagnosed with long haul without a positive test. Interesting. It took months to narrow down via test, and it wasn't other things. Or it took months to narrow down that it wasn't other things, and they got sick right at the beginning of the pandemic. That's interesting. So here's a story of somebody who was diagnosed with long haul COVID without a positive test. Thanks for sharing that story. Let's see here.
Oh, how does this one's a good question from David Strom. How does she feel compared to a year ago? Is the trend upwards?
That's a great question. It's pretty level, to be honest. Like there were times, I would say this, there were more worse times last year.
Yeah.
But she hasn't regained any significant functionality of now versus then. So she can't do much more, but she's not in as much pain or having as severe of symptoms. Like we were talking about, this nausea and fibromyalgic pain and brain fog and stuff like that. Those symptoms are less, but when she tries, but she can't do more now without getting still really severe post-exertional malaise. So maybe you can say very slightly up, but not enough to really make a difference to, her big quality of life changes.
Yeah, I would, from an outside perspective, yeah, like last year, like a year ago, was scary.
Yeah.
It was like really scary. She maybe hasn't gotten totally, like, she hasn't gotten, like,
well, actually, a year ago was good, but like 9 months ago was really scary.
Yeah, sure. It was,
there's been a lot of ups and downs.
So it's been like, yeah, she hasn't had to like go to the hospital.
She hasn't had to go to the hospital. She hasn't like, she's just been more stable. Like we've gotten to a more stable place, and we hope that over time that stability is going to facilitate some healing, but it's really slow and it's really unpredictable, and that's kind of the reality we're in.
And Aaron, this is kind of connected, asks, is there any idea of time scale for long-term recovery?
Yeah, most patients, are recovering. Well, actually, I don't even want to answer that question. I don't think we understand it well enough. You see stories of people, between this like 6 month and 2 year mark making, recovery to like, let's say 80%. And a lot of people still have symptoms 3-4 years on. So like there's something underlying that's persistent in people with long COVID, and it seems to be lasting for years. Of course, some people make a full recovery, but the time scales are all over the place. And
Carly Weldon right here says ME/CFS only has a 5% recovery rate. Some people have been sick as Dianna for decades, which is why we're desperately in need of funds for research.
Amen.
Yeah, that's a 5% full recovery, because most people don't have a full recovery, but people are able to return to a life that they can live, essentially. And I think that's ultimately what we're aiming for. Like, for Dianna to be well enough to get outside and be with people. And
this is a great question. Nine Nails asks, how is the research on this outside of the United States? So one of the reasons that we supported the Open Medicine Foundation is that they're an international nonprofit. So they have research arms in a few different countries, and they gather data from patients from like 110 countries right now. So that's an international effort. A lot of Dianna's audience comes from outside of the US, and we wanted to be clear that this research is going to help other people, not just in the United States.
Crash Organism says, I'm an Ultraviolet member on Patreon. Is there any way to send more cash to help out personally? I don't want to speak for you, but I think your support as an Ultraviolet member is very much appreciated. Yeah. If you feel like helping more, that's what we're doing this for.
That's right. That's exactly
it. Yeah. It's the support that Diana's getting on Patreon has been excellent. It's been an absolute lifesaver for you guys. But if you feel like giving more, give to this foundation, and you can help a lot more people than than just Dianna.
And and something that's interesting is like there are, a lot of people who have phenomenally more money than we do who cannot get their ME/CFS treated, right? This disease, like there's a famous, like there's some billionaire or whatever, I don't want to name something, whose daughter has ME/CFS. Mm-hmm. And this is like, she has it and all the money in the world can't cure it because there's no treatment, and that's why you need sustained research effort over a long period of time. So for us, the holdback for everybody, the holdback is the science, is the understanding and the testing of different drugs and clinical trials and stuff like that. We don't have enough data to diagnose and treat this disease. It doesn't matter who you are, if you have money or not. Like you're in the same boat. Well, if you don't have enough money, we talked about that before, you can't even get enough medication to treat your symptoms, and it's awful.
Stephen David Ruffles says, are you going to do another fundraiser?
I would love to do another fundraiser. I have actually other researchers in mind and other organizations that I would like to support. And I've had other researchers reach out and be like, oh, I'd love to do an interview, and there's like so many questions that I want to keep asking, and I want to keep keeping people up to date on what the heck is going on with everything. So I'd absolutely love to do another one. I thought this was so fantastic, and I'm just blown away again by how much support is here. But it won't be for a while. I gotta recover.
This is Kyle's first live stream, guys.
Number one.
12-hour live stream. I'm like, dude, you don't even know.
I've been like an extra in a YouTube video before. Okay, that's like it. I'm like on screen for like a minute. Max.
Cami says, is she currently sick with COVID, or does her illnesses have nothing to do with the COVID virus itself, but the COVID allowed all those things to infect her / pop up?
That's actually great wording. One of we actually don't know. So there's a theory that people with long COVID often have active COVID virus lingering in their body, but it's really hard to identify that. We see some evidence of that I talked about earlier, where like we can identify some viral RNA in patients with long COVID years after they've been infected. And that viral RNA is evidence that there may be active living COVID virus. We don't know. But we also do know that like this idea of other things popping up is that existing infections, like EBV, which causes mono and stuff like that, Epstein-Barr virus, CMV, cytomegalovirus or something like this, these things will pop back up, as you're saying, on tests, and people and these what they're called co-infections reemerge after the initial COVID infection. And like Dr. Petrino's research team has been seeing and tracking this. So it may be for Dianna, it's possible that she doesn't have any active COVID virus, but the other existing viruses, tick-borne infections, stuff like that, have been reactivated since the initial infection. That's entirely possible. We don't know. There's no real test for that right now.
I don't know if you want to answer this one.
No.
Okay. John Anderson asked another interesting question. How do you stimulate Dianna's mind?
Yeah, totally. It's a great question. Let's see here. So we're pretty good at just like chatting and making each other laugh. I mean, that's a form of stimulation. The thing that she craves the most is, human contact. Today's actually been rough for her because I haven't been able to spend much time with her. I'm in here. It's not terrible. She's not like crashing from it, but she's texting me right now, basically saying, let's wrap it up. So that's perfect timing. I gotta go spend some time with her, get her ready for bed and all this kind of stuff. She goes to bed at like 7. So it's, Wow.
Okay. Well, let's wrap it up.
That was a
then.
live stream. That was it.
You did. You survived it, man.
Yeah,
you did it.
Thank you so much for coming out and hosting with me.
We had a pretty consistent between like 2,500 and over 4,000 people watching throughout the entire stream. Which this is your first ever live stream, but those are good numbers.
Yes.
Nice. What's our total? 108,000. So then on top of whatever went directly to
10K.
So
nearing 120K.
120 maybe.
Wow.
So
thank you so much.
This is big. Like this exceeded anyone's expectations.
I love all the hearts coming in.
Yeah,
keep them coming. I love that. It feels good. It's a long day.
All right, well, don't get too.
I'm addicted to the dopamine, man.
Yeah, you're like, we got to do a live stream tomorrow, and just put that in. But no, this live stream is great. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Simone for being a better host than me. Thank you to Levi behind the camera for. I mean, Levi's been running this channel. He's been
crushed it.
Running the socials during this whole time. He's been a ride or die, so really appreciate it. He also cooks our meals sometimes.
Yeah. And Levi comes over here, he works, he edits videos, he cooks her meals. It's fantastic. We hang out every day and just take care of Dianna and figure out how to keep the YouTube channel going and stuff like this.
And you've also never done a live stream either, right?
No.
So this was
not a single error.
Yeah,
this is
that's
incredible.
That's pretty good. So thank you, Levi. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Dianna. Thank you to the doctors that spoke today. Thank you to all the guests.
This response is just amazing right now.
Guys.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you to Open Medicine Foundation.
It means so much to us, and it means so much to Dianna. She's just gonna be tomorrow. She's just gonna be crying, just tears of gratitude over this. So.
But this is great. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep posting. We're gonna keep spreading the word, spreading awareness. We hope that you join us for that journey. It's just so important to keep talking about this and sharing what's going on.
Yeah,
that's it.
And and that donation link will still be live. So if you're watching this later, or if you don't have the money to donate now, but you might have a little bit later, you can still do that.
And the Gato Fish just reminded me, we will close with
a backflip.
Happy physicsing.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's it. Thank you all so much. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.